The school bully who was expelled from school 2.5 years ago returned to school. It's because the school bullies are now so rampant that they no longer listen to their teachers. Only bullies who are stronger than the school bullies can scare them. The local educational foundation had no choice but to implement a responsible person plan. That is to send the more powerful school bullies back to school to manage them. For this purpose, they found Kwon Da-shu, who had dropped out of school. Kwon Da-shu once dominated the school in just 1 week, and he alone could suppress other school bullies. The first thing Kwon Da-shu did when he returned to school was to sort out all the hooligans in his class. Kwon Da-shu's behavior also attracted the attention of the bullies in other classes. Now Kwon Da-shu cherishes his hard-earned school days very much as a former dropout. He knows the importance of education this time when he is able to return to school. Kwon Da-shu also plans to study hard. At this time, the class had just ended, and Jong Hao yawned and asked if anyone could run errands for him. After hearing this, Kwon Da-shu turned his head and looked at Jong Hao, which scared Jong Hao so much that he immediately jumped out of his wits. At this time, Huang Mao also hurried over to remind Jong Hao, "You should go by yourself. Just treat it as exercise." But the next second, Jong Hao scolded him and said, "You should take care of yourself." Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired man was riding on another classmate at this time. The yellow-haired man just reacted and quickly jumped off the man. At this time, Jong Hao also complained that it was simply impossible to go to school because no one was running errands for him. At this time, Huang Mao also said, "Why don't we invite the transfer students to fight outside the school?" The middle one also asked, "It's rude, you will definitely win, right?" The girl next to them couldn't help but sneer at this, saying, "What a bunch of cowards." Then he came to Kwon Da-shu and said flatteringly, "Brother Da-shu, you are really good at fighting if possible. Can you practice jujitsu with me?" The three men in rude hats were speechless when they saw this vixen's seductive moves were not even good, but Kwon Da-shu actually ignored the woman in front of him and looked frantically behind her. The woman then realized that Kwon Da-shu was actually reading the notes on the blackboard. I suddenly felt extremely humiliated. This guy actually ignored me. Afterwards, he stopped bothering Kwon Da-shu and vented his anger on the three rude people, saying, "You useless guys, you should study hard and stop thinking about revenge." Speaking of revenge, Wu Liwu suddenly thought that he was defeated by Kwon Da-shu now. So would Jin Mingjong from Class 2 and Shin Shangbu from Class 3 definitely come to find Kwon Da-shu? Now they don't have to fight me anymore. As long as they defeat Kwon Da-shu, we will become their subordinates. Zhong Haowen on the side became anxious and said, "Let's think of a solution quickly. I would rather die than become their subordinate." But the next second, the leader of Class 2, Jin Mingjong, suddenly appeared, looked at him with a gloating expression and taunted him rudely. "How come you are still alive? I heard that you were beaten to death. Did you not sleep well last night? I saw you fell asleep after being beaten." Zhong Haowen, who was standing by, suddenly became anxious. "Are you here to laugh at us?" And Impolite also stood up and said, "If you want to fight, just say it directly," then picked up the ballpoint pen on the table. "I will definitely make you feel the feeling of being beaten to pee your pants again." Seeing this, Jin Mingjong sneered and said, "You little brat, you dare to show off with weapons?" Wu Ruo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he walked up to him and said, "Just wait to get beaten." Jin Mingjong saw this and said that it was not certain who would be beaten this time. Just when the two were about to fight, a voice suddenly came over. "Ashiba, you guys are really noisy." Kwon Da-shu put on his glasses and said, "You disturbed my study." Seeing this impoliteness, he immediately scolded him and returned to his seat obediently. Jin Mingjong looked at Kwon Da-shu and said, "It seems that this guy is the one who defeated the rude transfer student." Then he said to the rude one, "It seems that I don't need to waste my time on you." Seeing this, Zhong Hao was so angry that he wanted Kwon Da-shu to teach him a lesson. Jin Mingjong squeezed through the crowd and slowly walked to Kwon Da-shu's side. He immediately pointed at Kwon Da-shu and asked the younger brother beside him, "Is this the guy? Why does he feel like an ordinary nerd, wearing glasses and following a straw bag?" Then he bent down and said to Kwon Da-shu, "What did you just say? Say it again if you dare." Kwon Da-shu simply ignored Jin Mingjong. But Jin Mingjong felt that he was the one who frightened Kwon Da-shu. Then he wanted to reach out and grab Kwon Da-shu, who was taking notes. But the next second he was suddenly interrupted by Kwon Da-shu. He simply twisted its fingers back fiercely. The severe pain made veins bulge on Jin Mingjong's face. He screamed for help without caring about his image. "Boss, please let go, it hurts so much." Kwon said, "I have to sort out the components during this break. If you don't want your fingers to be broken, come back to me next time." Jin Mingjong said that he knew it, and Kwon let go of Jin Mingjong, but the next second, Jin Mingjong swung his fist and hit the ghost. Seeing this, Kwon moved back, then stretched out his hand to block Jin Mingjong's fist, and then slapped Jin Mingjong, directly knocking him out unexpectedly. This guy was knocked unconscious. Then he said that this guy was the boss of class 2, so why was he so impatient to come here? "I was thinking of dealing with him next time." Then he told Jin Mingjong's younger brother that he would tell him when he woke up, and if he saw him being so careless again, he would kill him until the other party helped Jin Mingjong leave the first class. Kwon still thought it was a dream, and he didn't expect that he would solve the second class. The snotty hat guys were also stunned when they saw this. Jong Hao immediately said that he heard that forgiving others is 100 times cooler than revenge, so he decided to forgive the transfer student. Even the yellow-haired guy said, "I also think it is more important to study hard." But they didn't notice that Shin Shangbu and others from class 3 also came over. As soon as Shin Shangbu came in, he shouted, "Rude hat, I heard that you got beaten up." Jong Hao was speechless after seeing this familiar feeling of recording. "Did he make an appointment with you too?" But Shin Shangbu said directly, "Don't be nervous. I'm not interested in you." Afterwards, several people came directly to Kwon and surrounded him. Kwon was helpless when he saw this, and he said, "It seems that I can only take notes next time." Shin Shangbu patted Jing Mingxiu and said, "Can this student please go away for a moment? We have something to ask the person next to you." Then Shin Shangbu sat next to Kwon and teased, "Oh, are you studying? Are you a good student?" Shin Shangbu from class 3, "I heard that you defeated Rude Hat, and am a little worried that you'll abuse your power." Kwon took off his glasses and said, "You guys never stop talking, it's really annoying, just get to the point. People like you who always have a bunch of followers around are not that strong. You don't think you are very strong, do you?" Shin Shangbu was amused. "You are an interesting boy, you seem to have a lot of backbone." However, Shin Shangbu did not choose to take action at this time. Instead, he said that he would see you after school. "You'd better be prepared. I am different from that idiot in the rude hat." After saying that, he left with his brothers. Kwon was speechless when he saw this. Was he so popular on his first day at school? "It seems that I can't enjoy campus life at this time." The snotty hat suddenly walked towards Kwon came to Kwon and asked, "Can I sit here?" Kwon directly rejected the rude hat. But the man in the blouse still pulled out a stool and prepared to sit down, saying that what Shin Shangbu said just now was right. He was indeed different from us. That guy was a real fighting master. Kwon said calmly, "So what? Besides, I didn't ask you to sit here." The rude hat meant that he wanted to help him. But Kwon looked at him suspiciously and said, "What are you thinking?" The snotty hat then said, "I can help you defeat Shin Shangbu." But Kwon said it was not necessary. However, the snotty hat acted as if he could not hear him and continued to talk to himself. Shin Shangbu has been practicing boxing since he was very young. But this guy has no interest in boxing matches at all. He practiced boxing for only one reason. That is, I like to use human sandbags. Soon it was noon, and Kwon also came to the cafeteria to eat. This made Kwon salivate. He hadn't eaten in the cafeteria for a long time and was even eating expired food from convenience stores not long ago. And Kwon handsome appearance also attracted many people's attention. Among them are also school bullies from other classes, such as Ju Chong Hua, the leader of the 7th class sports class, and Guidoji, the leader of the 8th class art class. The news that Kwon defeated Rude Hat and Jin Mingjong had already reached everyone's ears. But no one immediately went to trouble Kwon. Everyone knew that Shin Shangbu would have a fight with Kwon after school. By then they would know whether Kwon was really capable at this time. Rude Hat and others also sat down with Kwon to eat. Rude Hat was still trying to persuade Kwon to be careful of Shin Shangbu. But Kwon didn't take it seriously at all. He then asked Rude Hat, "Didn't you win the fight with him before? Why are you still so scared? And why are you helping me?" Wenyan Wushimo sighed and said, "That's because my fight with Shin Shangbu is not over yet. In the last fight, I was almost unilaterally exposed by him. This guy is very good at long-range combat and his body is very flexible, so I can't hit him at all, and he always finds opportunities to attack me. Just when I was about to be defeated, I successfully forced him into a corner. In order to defeat him, I had to use my long-sealed secret technique. The monkey escaped, and Shangbu, who was caught by me at a vital point, had to surrender to me. However, this guy did not accept his defeat obediently. I swear I have never done anything to let you down, but no one seems to acknowledge my victory. Shua was speechless after hearing this. If you don't talk nonsense, no one will admit it. The rude hat then said, since then, Shangbu has never come to me again. As for why I helped you, that's because if you are defeated, we will be forced to become his subordinates. At this time, two little Talamus suddenly walked towards Shua. Shua immediately recognized the two men as Shangbu's younger brothers. But they didn't expect that when they passed by Shua, they actually threw something into his rice plate. Then he quickly pretended to be innocent and apologized. Shua didn't say anything when he saw this, but the girl next to him was already yelling at him, "Are you sick?" But the other party waved his hands to show that I have already apologized. Please control your temper, you can eat it or not. And then the two of them turned around and left, and did not forget to mock Shua when they left. At this time, Shua suddenly grabbed the other party and said, "Did I tell you to leave?" The movement here instantly attracted the attention of other students. Everyone looked like they were looking forward to the show, wanting to see if Shua had the ability. The person caught by Shua was suddenly frightened, and hurriedly shouted, "Let me go quickly. It's not a big deal. Why are you holding me?" And Eve just apologized. But the next second Shua grabbed his hand and exerted force suddenly, and then said that it was his business whether to accept your apology or not. Just when Shua stood up and prepared to teach the other party a lesson, a message suddenly came from his phone. Then Shua let go of the two of them temporarily and prepared to check his phone. I saw a message from a woman named Lee Silin. Shu was shocked when he saw the news. Lee Silin was the woman who allowed him to return to school. As long as Shua successfully graduates from the school, he will receive a full tuition exemption and living allowance. But the premise is that this plan must be carried out in secret, and it is also to restrain Shua's behavior. If the mission fails due to Shua's actions or words, then Shua will return to his previous life. When Shua saw Lee Silin's message, he was immediately annihilated. I guess Lee Silin meant for me not to be too easy. The two little towers at the side saw that Shua's attention was not on them, so they ran away immediately. Shua did not chase them, but gave in to the knife on his forehead and decided to keep a low profile. As long as the plan succeeds, you can live the life you have always dreamed of. Besides, I just came to school today and I have already beaten enough people, so I should change those guys first. The other school bullies in the cafeteria couldn't help feeling bored when they saw this, and they also realized that Shua was not a simple-minded guy, so Shua got up and left the cafeteria. The rude hat and others beside him didn't know what happened to Shua. He looked at his phone, and it was like he had become a different person. Shua, who left the cafeteria, was still wondering if he was too ostentatious today, and he didn't know how Lee Silin would evaluate him. Just when Shua decided not to fight today, he suddenly saw Xiao Calamy, who was looking for trouble in the cafeteria. When the other party saw Shua, he turned around and tried to run away. Seeing this, Shua stepped forward and grabbed the other party. "You still want to run, don't you?" The other party was so scared that he quickly said, "You just transferred here today, and you may not know the rules yet. You can't attack people from other classes casually. You must first defeat Shangbu in our class before you can order us around. Otherwise you will become the target of everyone in the school." Shua was speechless. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Then he said to the man, "Let's go talk somewhere where there is no one around. You don't want to get beaten here, I think." When they arrived at the place, Shua directly taught the other party how to behave. Then he found that this place seemed very suitable for fighting. He then said to the man, "Go and call the boss of your class as you said. As long as I defeat Shangbu now, I can send you there at will." The man said in classical Chinese that this was theoretically true, but he was probably busy now because he was playing with sandbags. Shua Wenyan's face suddenly darkened. "Do you mean he is using other students as punching bags?" The man was stunned. "How do you know? Have you done it before? Do you know the answer?" Shua couldn't help it. It seemed that I was too naive. The most important thing now was not to avoid being seen. Then he went straight to class 3 where Shangbu was, and saw students being beaten through the window. Shangbu also noticed the figure at the door, and immediately asked his younger brother to go to the door to see who it was. As a result, when he opened the door, he saw Shua's gloomy face. Seeing this, Shangbu said, "Didn't I say wed meet after school? Are you coming here to fight right now?" Then he said to the students next to him, "You sandbags, roll to the side first," but he saw the students who were beaten limping to the side with fists in their hands. Shin Shangbu went up to him and hugged him, saying, "Stop pretending, you little brat, do you want to go back and tell tales?" The man immediately said, "I just accidentally fell on the way home, it's all my fault." Kwon Dashua looked around. He knew very well the feeling of himself or his friends being used as sandbags and being powerless. It turns out that Kwon Dashua had the same experience as them and had also been bullied by school bullies, but the adults just pretended not to see it. The school bully would not reflect on his mistakes because of these things. The most ironic thing is that the person who helped Kwon Dashua solve this matter was a stronger school bully than the school bully. Just because of the bully's words, he was no longer bullied later. Kwon Dashua also realized that the most effective way to deal with these school bullies was to let the school bullies deal with them. Now he has this ability. And isn't it because of this that he returned to school? Then Kwon Dashua told Shin Shangbu not to take his anger out on those weak sandbags, and to challenge stronger people if he had the ability. Shin Shangbu Wenyan's face darkened. "The strong man you are talking about is yourself." Kwon Dashua pointed at Shin Shangbu's younger brother and said, "You must be tired after hitting the sandbags for so long if you think it's unfair. Let this guy be my sandbag." The person who was pointed at was immediately angry. "How dare you let me be your punching bag?" Then he swung his fist towards Kwon Dashua, but Kwon Dashua dodged it by leaning sideways and grabbed the opponent's arm and neck. Then he threw it out, and while the other party didn't react, he raised his fist and hit him. Like a cannonball, it hit the man's face directly. The man was knocked unconscious with one punch. The students around were all stunned. The sound of that punch was so loud. Kwon Dashua looked at Shin Shangbu and said, "It feels good, just like a boxing machine. Come on. How many more sandbags do you want me to hit?" Shin Shangbu's face suddenly turned dark when he saw this, and veins on his face instantly popped out. Shin Shangbu asked the students around him to move all the tables and chairs away. Kwon Dashua did not say anything to stop him. When he saw this, he knew that Shin Shangbu was a long-distance expert, and he did this to take advantage of the space. At the same time, the news that Kwon Dashua came to fight with Shin Shangbu had spread throughout the school. After learning about it, Rude Hat and others rushed over immediately. At this time, Shin Shangbu was ready and took an attacking stance towards Kwon Dashua. The next second, Shin Shangbu quickly approached Kwon Dashua. Then he threw a punch at Kwon Dashua, but Kwon Dashua dodged it by leaning sideways. Then Shin Shangbu twisted his body and threw 6 hooks at Kwon Dashua. It's a pity that all these attacks were dodged by Kwon Dashua. Seeing this, Kwon Dashua couldn't help but sigh that Shin Shangbu's reaction speed was indeed fast. Every time Shin Shangbu attacked, he was able to dodge immediately. But this guy was able to react quickly and attack me again. At this moment, Kwon Dashua found an opportunity and prepared to counterattack. But Shin Shangbu noticed Kwon Dashua's unusual movements immediately. He quickly took a step back to distance himself from Kwon Dashua. Seeing this scene, Kwon Dashua couldn't help but frown secretly. Rude Cat was right. This guy is indeed not simple. He has an innate fighting talent, targeted training, and the ability to quickly switch between offense and defense using his flexible footwork. Most importantly, this guy is very fast. At this time, Shin Shangbu had already launched an attack on Kwon Dashua again. The extremely fast punching speed seemed to suppress Kwon Dashua for a while. The Rude Cat at the door saw this scene and was worried about Kwon Dashua. "I was hit by this combo and had no power to fight back." But the next second, Kwon Dashua found an opportunity to counterattack. The fist arrived in front of Shin Shangbu in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that Shin Shangbu was unable to dodge. The next second, he was knocked back several meters by Kwon Dashua's punch. Fortunately, Shin Shangbu blocked his way with his arms at the critical moment. But Kwon Dashua's punch still caused considerable damage to Shin Shangbu. Shin Shangbu was shocked and couldn't believe that this was the power that humans could possess. Zhong Hao and Huang Mao, who were watching the fight, were dumbfounded. They didn't see clearly when Kwon Dashua threw the punch. Kwon Dashua shook his arms and pressed down. This guy's reaction speed was really fast. He chose to return to defense in an instant. But Shin Shangbu, who was hit by a punch, was discouraged. He felt that he had seen through Kwon Dashua's fighting style. Then Shin Shangbu started to bounce on the spot, trying to lure the opponent to punch, and then take the opportunity to counterattack. The next second, Shin Shangbu rushed towards Kwon Dashua. Seeing this, Kwon Dashua quickly punched back. But the next second, Shin Shangbu suddenly stepped back and avoided Kwon Dashua's punch. Then a sneer appeared on Shin Shangba's face, thinking that he had succeeded. But the next second, Kwon Dashua swept across and hit Shin's upper knee directly. This punch directly kicked Shin upside down, and he didn't expect Kwon Dashua to suddenly kick. He immediately threw an uppercut to try to force Kwon Dashua to kick. But after Kwon Dashua dodged it, he used another sweeping kick to hit the same spot again. After 2 consecutive kicks, Shin Shangbu was unable to stand up for a while. Kwon Dashua walked up to Shin Shangbu and asked him to stand up. Shin Shangbu Wenyen was stunned. You still want to maintain your demeanor in front of me? You underestimate me too much. But the next second, Kwon Dashua swept again and kicked Shin Shangbu to the ground again. You are hiding from me, don't you understand? This cruelty shocked the 3 rude hatters standing by. Although Shin Shangbu could still stand up at this time, the leg that was kicked continuously was shaking constantly. Kwon Dashua saw this and mocked him. Why are your legs shaking? If you can't stand up, just lie down obediently. Shin Shangbu was so angry that he cursed. Damn it, you don't think you have one? Kwon Dashua was too lazy to talk anymore and kicked forward again. Shin Shangbu thought Kwon Dashua was aiming at his legs again. He hastily took a defensive stance. But the next second, Kwon Dashua stopped kicking. He then switched to a right hook and hit Shin's upper body directly. Unfortunately, Shin Shangbu barely managed to block the punch. But the next second Shin Shangbu was stunned. Kwon Dashua actually put his hand in front of Shin Shangbu. As a result, Shin's upper body was blocked from view. Then Kwon Dashua kicked Shin Shangba's lame leg directly with a side kick. It was really like he specifically targeted the lame man's bad leg in a fight. The guy in the snotty hat on the side was stunned. Why was this guy using my moves? So ungraceful. Tracy Huanjianzi next door also agreed. After being kicked in the same place several times in a row, Shin Shangbu finally couldn't stand up. The severe pain made him sweat uncontrollably. Unknown to everyone, the fight between Kwon Dashua and Shin Shangbu had been recorded. There was a middle-aged man on the other end of the surveillance camera after watching the fight between Shin Shangbu and Kwon Dashua. The man couldn't help but sigh that watching others fight was the most exciting thing. A group of green boys fought quite well. At this time, Kwon Dashua watched Shin Shangbu put away his knife and quickly stood up. But Shin Shangbu found it difficult to stand up at all. He knelt on the ground without moving. Everyone in the class looked at Shin Shangbu in shock, which made Shin Shangbu feel very embarrassed. Jianzi, the leader of the sports class next to the ground, said that even if he stood up now, he would not be able to continue fighting. This guy's legs are probably broken. A boxer's most powerful weapon is not his fists. The truly terrifying thing is his footwork, which enables him to always maintain the desired distance between himself and his opponent. If a boxer's fist is likened to a bullet, then his footwork is strong, but his current condition makes it impossible for him to use his footwork. A boxer who has lost his flexibility may be worse than an ordinary person. At this time, Shin Shangbu had already stood up, saying that it was not over yet. Brat. The fist, the sword, and the stab are very good. It seems that you still want to continue. After saying that, he kicked directly at Shin Shangbu, who still had no power to fight back at this moment and could only block passively. The huge force once again kicked Shin Shangbu several meters away. Shin Shangba's sword stab was in trouble. This guy's strength was too great, and I couldn't defend at all, but now I couldn't dodge it at all. Now he had no choice but to switch to close combat. But before Shin Shangbu could react, Kwon Dashua kicked him again. With one kick, Shin Shangbu was kicked directly into the corner. Seeing the wall behind him, Shin Shangbu suddenly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second Kwon Dashua rushed up, and countless fists smashed towards Shin Shangbu. Shin Shangbu could only defend himself. But in the end, Kwon Dashua found a loophole and punched Shin in the upper ribs. The ribs were hit and Shin Shangbu had difficulty breathing for a while, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. He could only rely on his Bodhi's instinct to defend himself at this moment. Shin Shangbu was like a sandbag being beaten by Kwon Dashua. Finally, after being hit 9,981 times, Shin Shangbu couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground. At this moment, he was extremely frightened. I can't beat this guy at all. Kwon Dashua slowly approached Shin Shangbu and said, "They'll give you 10 seconds. Get back to where you were." But this time Shin Shangbu lowered his head and chose not to stand up again. The students around him were all amazed by this scene. Why didn't he stand up? Was he scared? Shin Shangba's younger brother was stunned when he saw this scene. As a friend of Shin Shangbu, He knew very well why Shinshangbu practiced boxing hard, but did not participate in the competition. There are also reasons why I don't challenge the rude guy even though I can definitely beat him, and reasons why I insist on beating up the sandbag that won't resist. Although he pretended to be very strong, he was actually very afraid of pain. Thinking of this, the man quickly stepped forward to stop Kwandashu. Stop fighting, we admit defeat. Kwandashu just glanced at the other party indifferently, then turned his gaze to Shinshangbu and said, I want you to admit with your own mouth that you lost. Seeing this, Shinshangbu could only say, I lost, stop fighting. The students beside him couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Kwandashua turned around and left, mocking him, what a boxer, it's so funny, you're not even qualified to be a punching bag. The students around him felt like they were dreaming, and they couldn't believe that Shinshangbu really admitted defeat. Kwandashua had already left class 3. Wu Ruoji looked at this scene and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. How strong is Kwandashua? Ju Chong Hua from the sports class also realized that Kwandashua was very strong. And this guy definitely hasn't used his full strength yet, we need to observe for a while. As soon as Kwandashua left the house, he unexpectedly ran into another person who was looking for trouble in the cafeteria at noon. When the man saw Kwandashua, he couldn't help but taunt him, what are you doing hanging around the door of class 3? Are you scared by seeing Shinshangbu hitting a sandbag? But the next second, Shinshangbu's unwilling roar came from class 3, which frightened the man. Then he quickly ran to the door to check, and found that Shinshangbu was kneeling on the ground. As if he had just been beaten, the man immediately broke out in a cold sweat and looked at Kwandashua with horror. Kwandashua said indifferently, do you have anything else to say now? The man was so frightened that he said without thinking, no, thank you for your hard work. At this moment, the man was suddenly bumped by someone. I saw the 3 people from Rude Hat walking out of the 3rd squad, looking at the man and saying, get out of the way, don't block the road. The man was so scared that he quickly moved aside to make way. After seeing Rude Hat and the others walking away, he quickly returned to the 3rd squad, walked to Shinshangbu and asked, are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing this, Shinshangbu glared at the man. The man was also frightened by Shinshangbu's look, and then he immediately yelled at the students watching, what are you looking at, you bunch of idiots? Get out of here now. Shinshangbu was full of anger and said with gritted teeth, I will never let this matter go. At this time, in a conference room, a video of Kwandashua and Shinshangbu fighting was being played. Upon seeing this, one of the men couldn't help but say that this classmate named Kwandashua was really a nice guy. Standing next to him was Li Xiling, who sent Kwandashua back to school. The man continued, Mayor Li, I am very satisfied with your plan this time, thanks to you. This plan can be implemented, however, those rules are too annoying, please remove them all. Li Xiling Wenyan suddenly became anxious. You should know what that person did before. If there are no rules to restrain him, we don't know what he will do. The man Wenyan waved his hand. When did you become so impatient? You don't have to worry about this. At most, he will act arrogantly in school. Apart from school, he is still the kid with nothing. He is just helping us deal with those dirty mice hiding in the corners. He is just an obedient kitten at best, no matter how powerful he is. He can't escape from our grasp. What's the harm in letting him release his nature? At this time, the news that Kwandashua had defeated Shinshangbu had spread to the gates of every class. On the first day, he swept 3 classes, shocking many people. The leader of class 4, Park Dojung, said it was none of my business, he could do whatever he wanted. Li Chengshuan, the leader of the 9th key class, said, I just want to study hard. Kim Wanwung, the leader of class 6, said, I just want to play games quietly. Only Lu Jishi, the leader of class 5, felt a tingling sensation. He then came to class 6 and found Jin Yuanxiong. I want them to work together to find a solution. Although Wu Limao defeated the bosses of classes 1 to 3, there is nothing special about it. I don't need to be on guard against him. But the new transfer student is different from those stray cats. We have to think of a solution. At this time, a girl next to her said, I really don't understand what you boys are thinking about. Every day if you lose, I will ask my brother for help. Lu Jishi immediately said, no, this is a matter for us juniors. We cannot trouble the seniors. Soon, the first day of school for Kwandashu was over. After school, Wu Limao and others continued to follow Kwandashu. Wu Limao also reminded him that we had always been on guard against each other before, but now you have already ignited the smoke of battle. I guess the leaders of other classes have already started to prepare to deal with you. Whether you like it or not, you'd better be mentally prepared, and the people in this school are not as simple as they seem. At this time, Zhong Hao said that we can talk about that later. Let's go to the internet cafe to play League of Legends. I just got to silver yesterday. At this time, Quan Dashu suddenly saw Li Silen's car parked nearby, and immediately realized that Li Silen was hiding from him. Then he said, I have something to do today, so I won't play games with you guys. Besides, I'm a gold tier and I won't play with silver tiers. Seeing this, Zhong Hao couldn't help but complain, I still don't like this guy. Just as Quan Dashu got into Li Silen's car and left, a female student on the side of the road was suddenly stunned. This was Li Silen's car. Why did she come here? Seeing this, the girl with glasses next to the girl asked, what's wrong with you, Homo sapiens? But the Homo sapiens stared at Li Silen's car as it drove away. If my guess is correct, this woman Li Silen must be planning something. At this time, Quan Dashu in the car felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, fearing that Li Silen would be dissatisfied with her. Li Silen said, your first day of campus life is quite lively. Quan Dashu Wenyan quickly explained. I just greeted them and they came towards me. Should this be considered self-defense? But after saying this, I saw that Li Silen still had a sour face. Seeing this, Quan Dashu immediately gave up and said, Okay, just tell me what punishment I need to accept. But the next second Li Silen said that there would be no punishment. On the contrary, your performance today was very good. We also observed your actions today and finally decided to reduce the restrictions on you. We hope that you can perform like today in the future. Quan Dashu Wenyan finally smiled. If that's the case, then I don't have to endure it anymore. But the next second, Quan Dashu realized something was wrong and asked Li Silen, how do you know what happened to me today? Are you spying on me? In response, Li Silen lowered her eyes and said quietly, I have nothing to say about this matter. Quan Dashu suddenly fell into deep thought, and he could not help but suspect that his desk mate Jin Mingxiu was an undercover agent. But the next second Quan Dashu felt that it didn't matter anyway. The news had spread in the school, and almost everyone knew what happened today. Soon Li Silen brought Quan Dashu to the bottom of an apartment building, and then brought Quan Dashu to the door of a house, indicating that this would be Quan Dashu's residence from now on. When he opened the door, he was immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration inside. I never thought that I would be able to live in such a nice house one day. The treatment you guys give me is really great. But I always feel that this is not a new house. Li Silen immediately said, of course it is not new. This is the house I lived in before. Quan Dashu Wenyan suddenly couldn't sit still. His face flushed and he said, do you mean that we will live together in the future? Li Silen's face suddenly changed. What are you talking about in your sleep, you little brat? Of course, we can't live together. Quan Dashu's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. It seemed that he had thought too much. Then Li Silen said, the Foundation is very satisfied with your performance. Although the restrictions on you have been reduced, you should be aware that violence is prohibited outside the school. If you commit a crime, the Foundation cannot protect you. Also, most of the teachers in the school don't know about this plan, and if your behavior is very noticeable, it will be difficult for us to deal with it. Quan Dashu Wenyan is speechless. According to the Tao, doesn't it mean that I still have to act according to other people's moods? Li Silen casually left a bank card, indicating that all the skills could be used at will. Li Silen then left the apartment, and Quan Dashu thought to himself, never mind, all he had to do was deal with the school bully for you guys. After leaving the room, Li Silen did not leave the apartment building. Instead, she came to another room downstairs. After entering, she saw several large screens standing there, which seemed to be monitoring the entire art. Today is Quan Dashu's second day back in school. He was called by the teacher to be reprimanded early in the morning because of the fight yesterday. However, 2 out of 3 sentences the teacher said were mocking Quan Dashu for not having parents and saying that it was no wonder he was uneducated. This made Quan Dashu very angry, but he couldn't hit the teacher in public. At this time, a girl next to him suddenly noticed Quan Dashu, who was being scolded. The girl was the intelligent person who saw Li Siling's car yesterday. The intelligent person also knew that Quan Dashu had been involved in several fights on his first day as a transfer student. Seeing this, she couldn't help but wonder if Li Siling's plan was related to the transfer student. At this time in Class 6, Lu Jishi was taking pictures of the Queen of Class 6 by Shoji. At this time, 2 younger brothers from the Audit and Business Department suddenly came over and asked, do you know about the Audit and Business Department? She didn't come to school today and couldn't be contacted. Lu Jishi said in classical Chinese, I know, if he didn't come, then he didn't come, don't bother with that idiot. The man then asked, what are you going to do with the new transfer student? Will it be okay if we just leave him alone? At this time, The leader of Class 6, Jin Yuanxiong, suddenly turned around and asked, "What will happen?" The frightened man quickly said, No, I didn't say you will lose to him." Seeing this, Jin Yuanxiong hooked his finger at the man. Then the man approached Jin Yuanxiong while apologizing. The next second, Jin Yuanxiong suddenly attacked and punched the man in the nose. The man was hit hard, and then he saw Jin Yuanxiong hook his finger at the man again. The man did not dare to resist and approached again as expected. He was hit on the bridge of his nose by Jin Yuanxiong's fist. Then Jin Yuanxiong said, "Be careful with your words in the future. I will take care of the transfer student. You can go now." Seeing this, the man quickly fled the classroom in embarrassment. At this time, Lu Jishi came over and said, "You were pretty cool just now, but what they said is also true." Jin Yuanxiong said, "Do you know that many games now have added automatic combat mode?" Lu Jishi said in 1 yen, "Of course I know. I also like to play games that can automatically fight." Jin Yuanxiong said, "Why automatic battle is so popular? Of course it is because we don't have to do it ourselves." Meanwhile, Quan Dashua on the other side entered detective mode, as he didn't know why Li Silin knew what he had done. Now Quan Dashua was very suspicious that Jin Mingxiu was sent by them to monitor him. The next second Quan Dashua asked inexplicably, "Mingxiu, there is no camera installed on your glasses, right?" Jin Mingxiu was confused by Quan Dashua's question. "What camera? What are you talking about?" Quan Dashua then realized that he was too straightforward, and then asked why you suddenly started wearing glasses. Kim Myung-soo then said that he actually always wears glasses. Turns out that Zhong Hao used to bully people who wear glasses. Jin Mingxiu was afraid that he would be bullied, so he changed his glasses to contact lenses. "But now that you are here, I feel that this may not happen again, so I put them on again." Quan Dashua Wenyen was immediately furious and stood up to give Zhong Hao a few big fights. Zhong Hao was stunned. When he saw this, he didn't remember doing such a thing before. Zhong Hao was so scared that he quickly said to Huang Mao, "I suddenly feel a little bored. Why don't we lie on the ground and play for a while?" Then Zhonggo was seen lying on the ground with his head propped up on his back. The yellow-haired guy next to him didn't know what was wrong with Zhonggo at this time. Jin Myung-soo suddenly adjusted his glasses. This immediately caught the attention of Quan Dashua, who immediately said, "Mingxiu, your action of adjusting your glasses just now is very suspicious." Jin Mingxiu said, "I just haven't worn glasses for a long time, so I'm a little uncomfortable." Quan Dashua Wenyen had to say awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I'm a little sensitive recently." While Quan Dashua was thinking about how Li Silin was monitoring him, a man suddenly appeared at the classroom window. Jiren also appeared at the same time. Both of them stared at Quan Dashua, but they both felt that Quan Dashua was just an ordinary student. But Jiren was so focused on Quan Dashua that he didn't notice the man in front of him. He bumped into him accidentally, and the man turned around and scolded him, "You are blind, stop hanging around here and get out of here." Jiren was so scared that he apologized immediately and left the place, cursing in his heart, "What a stinky hooligan." The man was still looking at Quan Dashua in the classroom at this time, but suddenly found that Quan Dashua was looking at him. The man was immediately startled, and then he quickened his pace and left on the other side. Jishi, who returned to the class, was gossiped by her bestie. She asked, "Did you go to class 1 just now? I thought you were only interested in studying." Jiren, it turns out you also like to look at handsome guys. Jiren suddenly panicked and wanted to explain something, but her best friend said, "I understand." After all, the transfer student was really handsome, and many girls were already writing love letters to him. Jiren didn't know how to explain this, but what she didn't expect was that her best friend Yaluo had already obtained all the information about Quan Dashua. Even knowing that he would pass by a snack street after school, Jiren didn't know how to explain this. After all, apart from this reason, I don't seem to have any suitable reason to monitor Quan Dashua. After school, Jiren began to follow Quan Dashua. He was eager to know what Quan Dashua and Li Silin were planning. Meanwhile, on the other side, all the boys from Dashua who were observed by Jiren during the day were sitting together with Jin Yuanxiong, the leader of Class 6. It turned out that they were all from Class 6. Jin Yuanxiong found a few people this time to let them teach Quan Dashu a lesson. One of the men said that it would be bad for us to attack the transfer student. After all, he is the leader of classes 1 to 3, and we are not the leaders. Jin Yuanxiong said, "Is there any problem? Besides, you guys were pretty good at fighting before. If you hadn't met me and Lu Jishi, Class 6 would probably be yours now. Or are you concerned about the tacit rules between classes? Anyway, in the end, the entire grade belongs to Jishi and me, so it doesn't seem like a big deal if you take action. Anyway, you just need to get rid of the transfer student now, Don't worry about anything else, remember to call me when you're done. After Jin Yuanxiong finished speaking, he left first, while a few people were still waiting here for Quan Dashua to appear. Soon, several people saw Quan Dashua passing by. The leading man immediately dropped the milk tea in his hand and followed. Quan Dashua immediately realized that several people had bad intentions. Then he turned around and walked into a remote alley. Seeing this, several people followed Quan Dashua closely. At this time, the Homo sapiens who had been following Quan Dashua were dumbfounded. They didn't know why these guys were following Quan Dashua. Then the Homo sapiens quickly followed him, ready to see what happened first, but the leading man suddenly noticed the Homo sapiens behind him. Seeing this, the wise man quickly pretended to be on the phone, and the man asked the others to follow Quan Dashua first, and then he walked towards the wise man. I immediately said, "Stop pretending, I know you didn't call, you have been following us since just now." At this time, the man also recognized that this was the girl who had bumped into him during the day. I understand, the man immediately understood. It seems that this girl likes me. He immediately teased the girl and said, "If you like me, just say it directly, you actually followed me secretly. How cute." Then he hugged the wise man and said, "I'm a little busy now, but I can let you come and visit us to do business. After this is over, I plan to borrow a room to play around. Do you want to join me?" Seeing this scene, the Homo sapiens quickly pushed the man away and cursed, "Are you crazy?" The man was immediately furious when he saw this, and slapped the wise man in the face. "Didn't you, the little girl, like me first and followed us secretly? Do sapiens have no language? What nonsense are you talking about? How can I like a big star like you?" But the next second, several of the man's friends heard the man's screams. They didn't know what happened and could only turn back to see what was happening at this time. The man was covering his eyes and wailing in pain. "What do you want to do, you crazy woman?" I saw the wise man holding a bottle of anti-wolf spray in his hand and said, "Who made you envy me?" At this time, several of the man's friends also came back. The man immediately told them to go forward and catch the girl. Seeing this, several men went forward and surrounded the girl. Seeing this, the Homo sapiens were so scared that they retreated again and again. Just when the boys were about to fight, Quan Dashua suddenly appeared and called out to them, "What are you going to do, you little brats?" Seeing this, several people wanted to ask Quan Dashua to get lost and not meddle in other people's business, but the next second they realized that something seemed wrong. Quan Dashua then said, "You guys were just following me. If you have something to talk to me about, let's talk somewhere else." Yang Jinmao saw this and knew he had been discovered, so he said it was no problem. Afterwards, Yang Jinmao and his companions brought Quan Dashua to a remote campus, only to find that there were already people there. They seemed to be from the Feng'an vocational school next door. They recognized one of them as Che Zhenyu from Feng'an and the other as Li Zhongman from Feng'an vocational school. Both were thugs from the lower grades. When Che Zhenyu saw a few people, he said, "You are from Jinlong school. How come I haven't seen you before?" Li Zhongman immediately said that he had never seen it, so he must be a fool. Seeing this, Yang Jinmao said awkwardly, "Do you know Jin Yuanxiong? He asked us to come and do something." Hearing the name Li Zhongman and the others said, "It turns out to be this guy Jin Yuanxiong. If it's him, then we'll give this place to you." Seeing this scene, Yang Jinmao couldn't help feeling very embarrassed, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Meanwhile, in an internet cafe on the other side, Kim Wanwoong and Yu Jai-hee were still playing games when Yu Jai-hee learned that Kim Wanwoong asked Yang Jinma and others to deal with John Dasik. She couldn't help but feel that it was a bit unreliable. But Kim Wanwoong said that it was no problem. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if the transfer student was defeated by a group of hooligans? Although those guys are not very smart, they are quite strong. Here in Quan Dashua, Yang Jinmao and his men had surrounded Quan Dashua. Seeing that the alliance had said this, the wise man thought that there should be nothing to worry about, so he left first. When Yang Jinmao was the first to disagree, I said, "I wanted to show you my heroic spirit." Quan Dashua looked at Jiren and fell into deep thought. This guy has been following me since school. Could it be that Li Silan sent him to monitor me? Then he said he would let him go, since it had nothing to do with him. Unexpectedly, Jiren didn't want to leave. After hearing this, Yang Jinmao also said, "Who do you think you are? Can't you see the situation clearly now? You're about to be beaten, don't you know?" After saying that, he came in front of Quan Dashua with a cigarette hanging from his hand. Quan Dashua immediately said, "You'd better not shoot cigarettes at me, or I will make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow." But Yang Jinmao didn't care and was about to smear smoke towards Quan Dashua. The next second, Quan Dashua suddenly made a move, grabbed Yang Zhenmao's face, and then stretched out his leg to trip Yang Jinmao. While Yang Jinmao was still not able to react, he punched the other party. The speed was so fast that Yang Jinmao could not react at all. The next second, Kwon Dashuo's fist hit him hard in the face. With one punch, Yang Jinmao was knocked unconscious. The three people watching on the side were stunned. They never expected Kwon Dashua to be so strong. But the three of them knew that if they didn't defeat Kwon Dashua, Jin Yuanxiong would definitely not let them go. Then the three of them prepared to rush forward, but none of them dared to be the first to attack Kwon Dashua. Seeing this, Kwon Dashua said, "Since you guys don't take action, then I will." Dashuo rushed forward and hit one of them with a punch. Seeing this, the people nearby had no choice but to rush forward. But Kwon Dashua couldn't dodge it just by turning sideways and directly locked his target on the man at the back before the man could react. He was punched away by Kwon Dashua, and the man fainted. The boy who hadn't been hit yet was stunned by this, but fortunately, a boy next to him still had fighting power, which gave him some confidence. But the next second, his pupils shrank sharply, and he was kicked in the chest by Kwon Dashua, and he was smashed against the wall behind him. The man immediately lost all his strength and fell to the ground helplessly. The only person who was still okay was dumbfounded when he saw this. I didn't expect Kwon Dashua to be so strong. But the next second, the man still rushed forward. However, Kwon Dashua easily blocked it and then punched the man hard in the ribs. The man was hit and started coughing violently, but Kwon Dashua didn't give him a chance to breathe and tripped him. Then he kneed the man in the face, but stopped just before he hit him. Seeing this, Kwon Dashua breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. I almost couldn't help but kill you. On the other side, Jin Yuanxiong, who was still playing games in the internet cafe, suddenly received a call from Li Zhongman. Jin Yuanxiong answered the call without thinking much, but he was stunned the next second. It was obvious that Li Zhongman told him that Yang Jinmao and others had been defeated. Meanwhile, on the other side of Kwon Dashua, Yang Jinmao finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Kwon Dashua staring at him intently at the same time. He also saw that his good brothers all looked like they had been beaten. Kwon Dashua immediately kicked them and said, "Hurry up and stand with them." Then Kwon Dashua began to educate his people, and this scene was seen clearly by Li Zhongman and others who were hiding nearby. I didn't expect that there would be such a monster in Jinlong School, and Jin Yuanxiong on the other end of the phone was also incredulous. I didn't expect Kwon Dashua to be so strong. At this time, Kwon Dashua patted Yang Jinmao on the shoulder and asked, "Who sent you here? Is this the Kim Wanwoong you are talking about?" Yang Jinmao wanted to argue, but the next second Kwon Dashua suddenly locked Yang Jinmao. "You don't admit it because you think I'm stupid?" Yang Jinmao immediately became timid. It was him. Please don't tell him that I said that although Jin Yuanxiong was scary, this guy was also scary at this time. Kwon Dashua turned his eyes to Jiren and asked, "Why did this girl follow me?" Yang Jinmao immediately said that she had a crush on me. The wise man was so angry that he immediately yelled, "Are you crazy? Eve already told you that I don't like you and I hate you very much. Don't you even look in the mirror? Like a gorilla, it's really disgusting, more disgusting than socks that haven't been washed for a week." Yang Jinmao immediately realized what it meant to kill someone and destroy their heart, and then he said to Jiren, "I'm sorry, but you were following us at that time." Kwon Dashua became interested when he heard this, and scared the wise man so much that he stammered and said, "You have watched too many movies. Why should I follow you? Anyway, I don't want to have anything to do with brutal and violent behavior." After saying that, Jiren left. Kwon Dashua watched Jiren leave and didn't choose to talk nonsense. After Jiren came out, he met Li Zhongman and the other person who hadn't left yet. Seeing this, Che Zhenyu said to Li Zhongman, "Isn't this girl very pretty? She's nothing like the ones in our school." At this time, Kwon Dashu had already written down Yang Zhenmeo's cell phone number, and then asked him to bring Jin Yuanxiong to him tomorrow. Time quickly came to the next day, but Kwon Dashua waited for a long time, but Yang Jinmao and Jin Yuanxiong did not come. When he took out his phone, he realized that Yang Jinmao had not found Jin Yuanxiong at all. Seeing this, Kwon Dashua prepared to go over and see what was going on. Soon Kwon Dashua came to class 6 and saw Yang Jinmao playing with his phone. Kwon Dashua immediately walked up and asked where Jin Yuanxiong was, but Yang Jinmao didn't recognize Kwon Dashua at all. Kwon Dashua then grabbed Yang Jinmao tightly, and a familiar feeling suddenly came to his mind. The commotion here also attracted the attention of other people in the class at this time. Bai Shoji walked in and immediately asked Kwon Dashua who he was and why he was making trouble in someone else's class. "And you, Yang Jinmao, stop embarrassing yourself and quickly get rid of him." But Yang Jinmao said that it was not up to him, and the next second Bai Xiuji realized that it was Quan Dashua, and she stepped forward to grab Quan Dashua and said, "Do you know where this is?" Quan Dashua said, "Who are you? Don't meddle in other people's business." The next second, Bai Xiuji slapped him in the face, and his eyes flew out. Bai Xiuji said, "Be respectful to me, do you know who I am?" Quan Dashua said with a dark face, "Who you are has nothing to do with me, but if you slap me, it has something to do with me." Bai Xiuji said, "Forget it, you just transferred here, so you may not know much." Does Bishoha, the leader of Jinlong in the senior class, know? But Quan Dashua just looked at Bai Xiuji and said, "So what if I don't know her?" But the next second, Bai Xiuji saw Quan Dashua without his glasses and couldn't help but call him brother. She quickly explained that Bishoha was her brother. She didn't expect that this guy was so handsome without his glasses. She called him out accidentally. Quan Dashua said, "So what?" But his attention was drawn to the person who suddenly appeared next to him. The man came in and kicked Yang Jingmao, then slapped him several times. Yang Jingmao was beaten so hard that he didn't dare to fight back. Quan Dashua was stunned when he saw this scene. Yang Jingmao covered his face and said, "I'm sorry, Yuan Xiong." Quan Dashua then realized that the person in front of him was Jin Yuan Xiong, and immediately asked, "You are Jin Yuan Xiong?" Jin Yuan Xiong immediately said, "Yes, I am Jin Yuan Xiong. I heard you were looking for me." They met, and Quan Dashua finally met Jin Yuan Xiong. Quan Dashua didn't hesitate and said, "It seems that you are Jin Yuan Xiong. I am looking for you today." Jin Yuan Xiong said, "We don't seem to have much in common. Why are you looking for me?" Quan Dashua immediately held his forehead and said, "Of course I'm looking for you because..." The next second, Quan Dashua suddenly swung his fist and hit Jin Yuan Xiong. Jin Yuan Xiong was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Quan Dashua to suddenly attack. Fortunately, Lu Jishi blocked it for him. The next second, Lu Jishi also said when he saw this, he was fine just now. Why did he suddenly attack? Seeing this, Quan Dashua asked, "Who are you?" Lu Jishi was stunned for a moment, then said, "I am Lu Jishi from class 5. Although I have no right to interfere in the affairs of other classes, if you cause trouble like this, I can't just sit back and watch." After saying that, Lu Jishi suddenly stretched out his legs to hold Quan Dashua, and then exerted force to knock Quan Dashua down. But the next second Lu Jishi was dumbfounded, and the blue veins on his face suddenly popped up. Lu Jishi maintained the momentum just now, but could not shake Quan Dashua at all. At this moment, Lu Jishi couldn't help but wonder if he was weak. He had clearly used all his strength. But Quan Dashua showed no sign of being defeated. Quan Dashua said with a relaxed look, "You have good strength. Are you going to defeat me?" Lu Jishi Wanyan let go of Quan Dashua with an embarrassed look on his face, and then said that none of this mattered. "Although students here often fight, I have no right to know the reasons why you fight." At this time, Jin Yuanxiong also hugged Yang Zhengmao and said, "Is it because of what happened yesterday?" Then he grabbed Yang Zhengmao's hair and said, "You idiot, you'd better explain it to me." But just as Yang Zhengmao was about to speak, Jin Yuanxiong suddenly slapped him in the face. Then he kicked Yang Zhengmao hard and said, "The more I think about it, the angrier I get. You idiot, you're looking for trouble and you even bring my name into it." Yang Zhengmao was beaten so badly that he didn't dare to fight back. He just kept apologizing and saying sorry. However, Jin Yuanxiong still refused to stop. He said angrily, "Are you crazy? You made me be misunderstood by others." Then Jin Yuanxiong stopped beating Yang Zhengmao. He turned to Quan Dashua and said, "I admit that I did not manage my subordinates well, but you come to question me without even any evidence. Isn't that a bit too much?" Quan Dashua Jianqi also looked fierce, looked at Yang Zhengmao and said, "There should be no evidence, right?" Jin Yuanxiong stepped forward and scolded him. "Stop pretending here, you little brat." Lu Jishi, who was standing by, quickly stopped him and said, "Calm down, he should know that he is wrongly accused." Then he said to Quan Dashua that you may have found the wrong person. We are not interested in the so-called strength ranking at all. Coincidentally, the class bell rang at this time. Quan Dashua's sword teeth were a bit aggressive, and he always felt that he was being led astray by them in this situation. Quan Dashua also knew that he couldn't act rashly, so he left 600. Jin Yuanxiong, who was behind Jianqi, smiled and said, "Jishi, you acted quite realistically just now." Lu Jishi also said with lingering fear that he was indeed a little nervous just now. But that guy was really strong. "You're right, it's better not to do it yourself." Jin Yuanxiong then took out his mobile phone and said that this was difficult, so there was only one way left. Meanwhile, Quan Dashua, who was sitting in the classroom, was still thinking about what had just happened. He knew very well that this was planned by Jin Yuanxiong. But their actions just now were all related to this matter. If I had taken action just now, I would have been regarded as a bad person, but their attitude was unclear now, and I couldn't find a legitimate reason to negotiate. At this time, the teacher on the stage suddenly talked about the issue of war, saying that launching a war is for one's own interests, but even so, an obvious reason is needed. Quan Dashuo's fur suddenly brightened up. It seemed that he would soon be able to attack them at this time. Jin Yuanxiong was still lecturing Yang Zhangmao. The four of them dared not speak out. Yang Zhangmao could only complain in his heart, "You don't even dare to fight with the transfer student, but you are still lecturing us." At this time, Jin Yuanxiong had already made a phone call. The person on the other end of the phone was Li Zhongman from Fing'an Vocational School. Jin Yuanxiong then told him about the transfer student. Li Zhongman also asked curiously, "What happened to that kid later?" Jin Yuanxiong then said that it seems that you, Zhenyu, and a few brothers will be needed to deal with this matter. I originally wanted to deal with him at school, but none of these guys can fight. When you guys have almost finished cleaning up, I will come out and completely deal with that guy. Li Zhongman immediately said, "No problem, that guy is indeed a bit capable, but we have more people, so it won't be a problem to deal with him." At this time, Che Zhenyu suddenly came over and asked, "Can you find the girl from yesterday?" Jin Yuanxiong was confused after hearing this and asked Yang Zhenmao who they were talking about. Yang Zhenmao's voice suddenly appeared in Wenyan's mind. Why are they looking for him? This seems to be none of his business, right? Then Jin Yuanxiong asked, "What did Che Zhenyu want to do with that girl?" Che Zhenyu then said that the girl was exactly my type, and since I was going to deal with the transfer student, I should take the girl with me. Have you forgotten? Jin Yuanxiong Wenyan immediately said that there was no problem, and then said to Yang Zhenmao, "I leave this matter to you. Take the girl over." Yang Zhenmao suddenly became anxious, thinking that the girl was obviously innocent and he must not take her over. After pondering for a moment, Yang Zhenmao remembered the school rules that unless you defeat the leader of another class, you cannot attack the students in their class. Then the leader Jin Yuanxiong said that the girl was from class 9, and if we touch her, the leader of class 9, Li Qingshuan, would not sit idly by. Jin Yuanxiong said that the girl did not pay protection fees, so it did not matter, and what was the nerd from class 9 going to do? Once this incident is over, we will merge Team 9 into ours. You just need to bring those two people over. Yang Zhenmao immediately pressed on. How did I bring two people over? The scene changed, and Yang Zhenmao found Quan Dashua, knelt in front of him and began to apologize. Wu Limao and others behind him were all very surprised to see this. They heard that this guy defeated the group led by Yang Zhenmao for the second time yesterday. This guy is really amazing, but it's a pity that I don't have the chance to get along with him. Quan Dashua kicked Yang Zhenmao and said, "You know, you're wrong." Quan Dashua wanted to teach Yang Zhenmao a lesson, but the more he looked at this guy, the more pitiful he looked, so he finally gave up the idea. He then started to give Yang Zhenmao military training, and then asked Yang Zhenmao to apologize to the girl from yesterday. But Yang Zhenmao said, "I will go and apologize in a moment, and to express my apology, I want to treat you to fried rice cakes. You treat me to rice cakes. Just the two of us." Yang Zhenmao then asked, "Isn't that possible?" This pitiful look moved Quan Dashua, who immediately hugged Yang Zhenmao and said it was okay, and asked them to go eat together after school. Yang Zhenmao turned around and apologized to Jiren for hitting him. He also wanted to treat Jiren to rice cakes to express his apology, but Jiren refused. Without a second thought, Yang Zhenmao quickly explained that he had no other intentions. He just wanted to express his apology, and he was with the transfer student Quan Dashua. When Ziren's best friend Yalu heard Quan Dashua's name, she immediately came out and said, "Let's go together." Jiren Wenyan immediately waved her hand to refuse, saying, "This is too embarrassing. If you want to eat, let's go together." But Yalu looked at Jiren with a longing face and said, "Please, Jiren, there will never be a better opportunity to get in touch with the transfer students than this." Yang Zhenmao also said that you can bring your friend along. It would be nice to have 4 people. Seeing this, Jiren said with his greedy hands, "Actually, I don't want to go, but let's go together anyway." Seeing this, Yang Zhenmao said, "They'll come find you after school." But after Yang Zhenmao walked away, he regretted it. What an idiot I am. What on earth am I doing? I actually thought that we were going to eat rice cakes today, and I dragged an innocent girl into this. I kept grinning at this time. Yang Zhenmao saw Jin Mingxiu and immediately recognized that she was Quan Dashua's deskmate. Then he thought to himself, they must have a good relationship. It was soon time to go home from school. Li Zhongman and others from Fing'an Vocational School were ready, and Quan Dashua was also with Yang Zhenmao, Jiren, and others. Quan Dashua and He Jiren were very moved by this strange duo. Only Yaluo was obsessed with Quan Dashua. After walking for a long time, Quan Dashua found that no store was open, so he looked at Yang Jinmao and asked, "Is this really a rice cake shop?" Yang Jinmao immediately said with a guilty conscience that yes. There were Yaluo beside him also said that real gourmet restaurants were usually in such remote alleys. He just didn't expect there would be a gourmet restaurant here. Why hadn't he heard of it before? Quan Dashu then looked at Yang Jinmao and asked what the name of the store was. Yang Jinmao was so scared that he looked around. Quan Dashu was speechless and said, "Why are you so panicking? It's as if you have some ulterior motive." But the next second Quan Dashua noticed a group of people in the distance. These people are Li Zhongman and others from Feng'an. I immediately realized that Yang Zhenmeo's so-called apology was just a cover to trick me into coming. Quan Dashua was so angry that he wanted to teach Yang Jinmao a lesson immediately. Upon seeing this, Yang Jinmao quickly knelt down in front of Quan Dashua, saying that he was also forced to do so. "You can kill yourself after this, but I really can't do anything about it." Jiren and Yaluo, who were standing by, also realized that they were all deceived by Yang Jinmao. Jiren was so angry that he called you a scumbag on the spot, and at least you shouldn't involve the innocent Yaluo. At this time, Li Zhongman and others could no longer walk over. They looked at Yang Jinmao and said, "Why did you kneel down to him? Aren't we here just to make him kneel down?" Seeing this, Quan Dashua had no choice but to deal with Li Zhongman and others first, and asked Yang Jinmao to wait here and he would settle the score with him later. At this time, the other people in Feng'an School still couldn't believe that Quan Dashua had defeated 4 people by himself, and the guy kneeling there looked so weak. How dare he go to Jinlong School? Seeing this, Che Zhenyu said not to take it lightly. Zhongman and I have seen it with our own eyes. That guy is really strong. At this time, a big guy stood up and said, "If this guy is really strong, then let me try first before we beat him up. Let me see what kind of strength the boss of Jinlong School has." Then the bald man walked up to Quan Dashua and said, "Let me show you how to do it first." But Quan Dashua was a little bit nervous at this time, and for a moment he didn't know whether the bald man was talking to him. It turned out that the bald man had a pair of cross-eyed eyes, so Quan Dashua couldn't be sure whether he was looking at him. The bald man immediately said that there was no need to look for him. "I am looking at you now." Quan Dashua's saber tooth was not at the end of the stage, and immediately said that you should act quickly. The bald man immediately took a stance and said that I have developed a vision different from that of ordinary people through my own original special training method. My unfocused eyes will immediately make you feel excruciating pain, because no one who sees these eyes of mine will survive my hands," said he and rushed towards Quan Dashua. Li Zhongman standing by was speechless when he saw this. When did he become a corpse? But this guy's eyes were indeed something. His unfocused eyes made it difficult for people to judge the direction of his attack. I suffered a lot at that time, but in the end I subdued him using wrestling skills. I don't know how to turn it into laughter, but I don't think it will be easy. But the next second they saw that the bald man had been strangled by Quan Dashua. Li Zhongman was dumbfounded when he saw this. What was going on? I didn't see how he did it at all. Now he has been completely locked by the back leg and neck. I guess he can't break free. I don't know if this guy is still conscious. Li Zhongman was so angry that he scolded him. This guy's cross-eyed eyes can't tell whether he is still conscious. Li Zhongman then shouted to the bald man to admit defeat. It was over, but the next second he saw the bald man's arms hanging down weakly. The others were stunned when they saw this scene. Quan Dashua said, "You don't think I will let you go if you admit defeat, do you? Aren't you guys here with the intention of killing me, and you've also involved innocent people? Since you've done such a thing, you should be prepared to be killed by me." The crazy man was unhappy when he heard this. This bastard is really good at showing off. He immediately shouted, "You guys don't understand the situation, do you? There are 9 of us here. Do you think you can beat us?" Quan Dashua handed the school bag to Yaluo, who was standing beside him, asking him to hold it for him, saying that he would be able to deal with them soon and they'd better stay away for a while. Then a man walked towards the crazy person and said, "Don't come one by one. Come together if you have the guts." Seeing this, the crazy people did not waste any time. Several people quickly spread out and surrounded Quan Dashua. Quan Dashua had already made up his mind after seeing this, and he took the lead and rushed towards the person near the wall. With a dive, he slammed the man against the wall and then punched him in the face. Seeing this, the people nearby rushed over. Quan Dashua grabbed a handful of soil and he raised it directly to the face of the nearest person, Blocking his attack at this time, a yellow-haired man on the side had already kicked towards Kwon Dashua. Kwon Dashua quickly stood up and hugged the yellow-haired man's thigh. Then he used a sweeping kick to knock the yellow-haired man to the ground, then dodged another attack by moving sideways, and when the opportunity arose, he threw an uppercut to hit the man in the chin. The yellow-haired man on the ground wanted to get up, but Kwon Dashua was faster and hit the yellow-haired man in the face with another sweeping kick. Yang Jinmao, who was standing by, was stunned. Although I knew this guy was strong from the beginning, I didn't expect him to be so strong. Maybe this guy can really beat Jin Yuanxiong and Lu Jishi and become the leader of the entire first grade. No, it should be said that it is absolutely possible, seeing that the situation was not favorable. Che Zhenyu on the side urged the remaining people to act quickly. Seeing this, the two did not hesitate and rushed towards Kwon Dashua. Seeing this, Kwon Dashua also rushed up at the first time, dodged the man's first wave of attacks and came to his side. Then a left hook hit the man's inner bone, and while the man was in pain, a right hook hit the man's face, which directly made the man stiff on the spot. In the blink of an eye, only the last person was left. Kwon Dashua was the first to arrive and kicked the man in the abdomen, sending him flying. His kick almost knocked out the man's Dua rice. Then Kwon Dashua hit the man's head with a spinning kick, sending the man flying several meters away and knocking him unconscious. In less than 2.5 minutes, Kwon Dashua had dealt with 7 people. The old messenger Kwon Dashua also felt a little tired, and looked at Li Zhongman and the other two and said, "Now there are only 2 of you left, so hurry up and do it." Che Zhenyu was both surprised and scared at this time. "You are so strong that it is outrageous, it is unbelievable." Li Zhongman on the side quickly reminded Che Zhenyu that this guy must have faced such a multi-person siege more than once. Just when the 2 men rushed forward together in order to avoid being surrounded, he occupied a position in the same straight line as the 2 men in advance. In this way, the person behind would be blocked by the person in front and would be unable to attack, resulting in an unknown battle. And at the beginning he attacked the guy against the wall first. It was obvious that he knew how to create an unknown opportunity for himself in this situation. At this moment, a burst of dense footsteps was heard, and more crazy people were seen coming from a distance. Kwon Dashua was stunned when he saw this. Why are there so many people? The people who came later gradually lay on the ground one by one and were also surprised. This guy is actually that strong, but luckily I brought a baseball bat with me. At this time, Li Zhongman also said to Kwon Dashua, "You are indeed very strong, but we never said that there are only 10 of us. Even if you are on the right side of the wall, can you deal with so many of us by yourself?" Kwon Dashua also felt a little pressure when he saw this. "Yes, just a little." At this time, a voice came, "Who said this guy is alone?" Kwon Dashua immediately turned his head and looked over and was immediately forced. He didn't expect that it was Rude Hat and others who appeared here. There was also Kwon Dashua's deskmate Jin Mingxiu, who saw Rude Hat and said, "I didn't expect that our general boss is really fighting alone, but now we are here to help you." Kwon Dashua was a little forced when he saw this and asked how they knew he was here. At this time, Jin Mingxiu said that it was Yang Zhengmao who told us. Yang Zhengmao was so scared that he quickly explained that I was just talking to myself, and I didn't expect that you would hear it. Li Zhongman and Wen Yan, who were standing by, were immediately furious. "Are you kidding us, you little brat? We came here because of you. I'm so pissed off." "Forget it, Jin Yuanxiong won't let you go anyway, so just wait with that guy named Kwon Dashua." Seeing this, Yang Zhengmao stopped pretending and glanced at the wise man beside him and said, "I have disliked that guy for a long time. Besides, I am not the kind of fool that can be found everywhere, and I don't want to stay under the command of that gangster Jin Yuanxiong. It's time to be prepared for all you crazy people's garbage." Li Zhongman and Wen Yan were almost so angry that they vomited blood. Wu Limao on the side immediately said to Yang Zhengmao, "It seems that you are in the same group with us, which is good. It can also increase the combat power. After all, there are 7 or 8 people on the opposite side, and these 2 people should be their bosses." Wu Limao then said that in order to allow Kwon Dashua to deal with the 2 of them with confidence, those small fry would be left to us. At this time, Li Zhongman also recognized Wu Limao as the former boss. "But I didn't expect this guy to be so mean. He actually asked an uncle to help." Kwon Dashua said at this time, "Thank you very much for coming to help me. I know I shouldn't interrupt you when you are showing off, but each of you has to deal with at least 2 people, and everyone is holding a weapon. Can you really do it?" Wu Limao smiled contemptuously. "I am Wu Limio's thug." "Wu Limao, what's the big deal about holding a weapon? This is exactly what I want." Then Wu Limao put down the bag in his hand and said, "Let's get started." Then he saw Zhong Ming searching for something in his pocket. while Zhong Hao opened the small bag he was carrying. Wu Limao also searched in his bag and took out an 80-centimeter-long iron rod. Zhong Ming actually brought a military fire, and Zhong Hao also held a wrench in his hand. Then he saw Wu Limao and the other two hugging each other and said, "We lost to you in school, but we are different outside of school." Quan Dashua was speechless. These guys actually had weapons in their bags. Why did they go to school? Wu Limao pointed at the crazy guy with the baseball bat and said, "You little brat, do you know how to use that thing? Let me teach you a lesson." The bald man saw this and said, "If you keep pretending, he'll beat you to death." Wu Limao was not panicked at all. "Come and try if you have the guts." The bald man could no longer bear it and rushed forward, raising the baseball bat in his hand and hitting Wu Limao. Wu Limao had a plan in mind when he saw this guy was right-handed, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would hit him diagonally from the upper right. The next second, Wu Limao threw a handful of horizontal brushes at him. Young people really don't care about martial arts. Then Wu Limao swung the iron rod in his hand and hit the man in the abdomen directly. Then the right servant kicked him with a kick that could kill him. The man was beaten to his knees, and then the right servant kicked him in the head, successfully putting him on the ground. The other people in Feng En were dumbfounded when they saw this. How could this guy be so despicable? Wu Limao had already picked up the man's baseball bat and looked at the others, saying, "You scumbags, don't even think about interfering in the fight between the bosses." But Feng En's men were frightened by Wu Limao's despicable means and did not dare to take action for a while. Wu Limao said to them, "You don't understand? Then I will do it." Seeing this, Feng En's people could only charge forward. But Wu Limao easily dodged the man's attack. Then a stick hit the man's but hard. Seeing this, the fat boy next to him wanted to attack Wu Limao, but he was stopped by Zhong Hao and was knocked out with a punch. The fat guy was still complaining about why someone suddenly intervened, while the middle guy had already raised the wrench in his hand and smashed it down. The remaining people panicked immediately. These guys are crazy. They quickly looked for weapons on the ground. The man next to him picked up a bottle of wine, but just as he was thinking whether the bottle was too dangerous, Zhong Yun thrust forward directly, hitting the man hard with his fist like a paper tiger. The man next to him immediately prepared to attack Zhong Yun. Yang Jinmao also made a move and kicked the man away. Che Zhenyu was speechless when he saw this. These guys were really fighting in a mess. Quan Dashua then said that your numerical advantage is gone. Now it's time to let me see your strength. Seeing this, Che Zhenyu and the other man were not prepared to watch the show anymore. But Li Gu Zhongman said that the wrestling I learned was more suitable for unknown combat. So let me practice with him alone first to test his strength, and you can come to help me if the situation is not good. After saying that, he assumed a wrestling posture, and the next second he quickly moved towards Quan Dashua, intending to perform a leglock throw, but then he was stunned, as Quan Dashua simply held down his head and broke his leglock throw. Seeing this, Che Zhenyu rushed over and kicked Quan Dashua. Quan Dashua had no choice but to let go of Li Zhongman to avoid the attack. But just as he dodged, he found himself being hugged by Li Zongman's waist. Li Zhongman immediately showed a triumphant smile. You should know what it means to be hugged by a wrestler. Quan Dashua Wenyan rushed to twist his body, trying to break free, but the next second Li Zhongman suddenly exerted force to lift Quan Dashua up. If he was thrown down, he would definitely hit his head on the ground and would be unconscious for at least 2.5 minutes. Seeing this, Quan Dashua immediately stretched out his arm and grabbed the wall at the last moment. As a result, Li Zhongman was unable to throw Quan Dashua over, and he fell to the ground due to an unstable center. However, even so, Li Zhongman still hugged Quan Dashua tightly, knowing that he had finally caught Quan Dashua's weakness and he must not let go. Seeing this, Quan Dashua rolled over quickly, broke free from his restraints and pinned Li Zhongman under him. He then raised his fist to give him a fatal blow at the critical moment. Che Zhenyu rushed up again and kicked Quan Dashua with a lateral kick. Quan Dashua had no choice but to keep his distance to avoid the attack. Quan Dashua was a little annoyed at this time. The tacit understanding between these two guys was too strong, and it was difficult for him to find a breakthrough at this time. The two of them switched to Che Zhenyu to attack. Then, Che Zhenyu was seen approaching Quan Dashua quickly, and a flying ladder came up. Unfortunately, Quan Dashua dodged it by lowering his head. Then Che Zhenyu made a roundhouse kick and kicked Quan Dashua again. But this time Quan Dashua chose to defend instead of attacking blindly. Finally, Quan Dashua realized that Che Zhenyu's core attack was on his legs, and the next second he quickly approached Che Zhenyu. Trying to shorten the distance, Che Zhenyu also realized Quan Dashuo's intention and quickly retreated. After observing the situation briefly, Quan Dashu realized that Li Zhongman would take action when he showed a flaw or had the upper hand. Now I have some understanding of their attack routines. Then Quan Dashua quickly approached Che Zhenyu, ready to kill him first when Che Zhenyu's attack came. He quickly dodged to the side, revealing a flaw. Upon seeing this, Che Zhenyu swung his fist and punched forward, but Quan Dashua dodged it by repeatedly jumping sideways. The next second, Che Zhenyu saw a fist as big as a sandbag stretched out from under his arm and flew towards him 2.5 seconds later. Che Zhenyu realized that he was hit, and at this time, Li Zhongman was already blocking him. Seeing this, Che Zhenyu realized that he had lost consciousness at that moment. Fortunately, Zhongman was here, otherwise he would be dead. Now I can only take advantage of this gap to adjust my state and then find a way to seize his weakness. At this time, Li Zhongman suddenly squatted down, trying to hug Quan Dashua again. But the next second, Quan Dashua directly locked his neck. Your fake move is too obvious. Anyone can see that you want to use a hug and a throw. Seeing that the situation was not good, Che Zhenyu rushed forward again. This time, Quan Dashua pushed Li Zhongman out in advance. At this time, Che Zhenyu's kick had already reached Quan Dashua's face. But the next second, Quan Dashua suddenly squatted down, and then slid and tackled Che Zhenyu's other leg. Che Zhenyu suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Quan Dashua quickly raised his foot and kicked Che Zhenyu hard in the face. Seeing this, Che Zhenyu quickly raised his hand to fight back, but then Quan Dashua raised his fist. The punch went through the gap and directly hit Che Zhenyu's head, causing him to faint. Seeing this, Quan Dashua lifted his hair and looked at Li Zhongman and said, "Now you are the only one left. Do you want to leave by yourself, or do I help you leave?" Li Zhongman was extremely shocked at this time, and could not find a way to defeat Quan Dashua. But even so, he still rushed towards Quan Dashua, but the next second, Quan Dashua's fist was in front of him. Li Zhongman couldn't react at all, and was directly hit by Quan Dashua's punch. After one punch, Li Zhongman lost his balance. Then Quan Dashua swooped down and grabbed Li Zhongman by the waist. He threw him to the ground and then sat on top of him. Li Zhongman wanted to break free, but he couldn't muster any strength. Quan Dashua raised his fist and pointed it at Li Zhongman. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Li Zhongman. Li Zhongman finally couldn't help but admit defeat and said, "Please stop fighting. I will never dare to interfere in Jinlong's affairs again." Quan Dashua Wenyan became even angrier and punched Li Zhongman in the face again, then grabbed Li Zhongman tightly. "You said you don't want to hit me, so I won't hit you? Today you will pay the price for helping Kim Wanwung. Why should you suffer this for that guy? Who do you think will dominate the Golden Dragon in the end? Is it Kim Wanwung or me who is pinching you?" At the same time, Wu Limao and others had already dealt with the others. Quan Dashua also let go of Li Zhongman and said, "You'd better think it over and take your friends and disappear." Li Zhongman regretted it to the extreme at this time. He never thought that the gap between him and Quan Dashua was so big. After dealing with everything, Quan Dashua said he was leaving. Wu Limao said, "I happen to have weapons with me today, so why not teach that despicable guy Jin Yuanxiong a lesson at the same time?" Quan Dashua said, "Forget it, I'm a little tired today, thank you for today." Wu Limao and the other two blushed at the same time, saying that it was nothing after all, we are just ordinary people. Then Quan Dashua looked at Yang Jinmao, who was so scared that he stood at attention. At this time, Yang Jinmao was also very scared, thinking that Quan Dashua would deal with him next, but the next second, Quan Dashua said that he would not deal with him today, but would deal with him another day. Then he asked if Jiren and the others were not injured. When Yaluo saw that the matter was over, his legs suddenly went weak and he was about to fall. Quan Dashua quickly supported Yaluo and asked, "Are you okay?" However, when being hugged, Yaluo became extremely shy, and his face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Then I quickly stood up to show that I was fine. Quan Dashua said in Wenyan, "I'm glad everything is fine. I'm sorry about what happened today and I got you involved." Upon seeing this, Yaluo said that it was okay, and that it was ultimately Yang Zhengmeo's fault, but the next second, Jiren on the side said that it was your fault, and your existence itself was wrong. Not only did you fight everywhere, but you also bullied innocent people around you. You are no better than the person lying on the ground in my eyes. You are no different from hooligans. When you encounter problems, you only use fists to solve them. People like you should just find a corner and fend for yourself. After saying that, he pulled Yalu away. Although Jiren was very sad when he heard Ziren's words, he could not find any reason to refute. After Jiren left the boxing circle, he apologized to Yaluo, saying that he had lost control of himself just now. You also know that I hate gangsters. Although they saved us, I really can't regard them as good people. At the same time, Jiren also gave up continuing to observe the boxing technique. Whether he had a relationship with Lee Silin or not, it should not affect his plan. Then he said to Yaluo, let's separate here. I'm going to the hospital to see Jiun today. Yaluo didn't say much when he saw this and waved goodbye to Jiren. At the same time, Yaluo also understood Ziren's unusual reaction today. It turns out that Ziren's brother Jiun was bullied by the jokers, and now he has become a vegetable looking at his brother lying on the hospital bed. Jiren couldn't understand those jokers for a while. Don't they know that this will hurt others? I really don't know what's going on in their minds. Do they think this is a game? If they had suffered the same pain, would they have done the same thing? After the two men left, Quan Dashu hugged Yang Jinmao and asked, how do you think I should deal with you? Yang Jinmao also knew that he was wrong, so he said, I don't care what you do, but I want to apologize to the person who just happened. Quan Dashua laughed when he saw this. He thought they should indeed apologize. After all, they were innocent people. But the real villain is someone else. Who do you think is responsible for this series of events? Jin Yuanxiong was still waiting for news from Li Zhongman in the park. The next second, Yang Jinmao and others appeared here. Jin Yuanxiong asked how to save you. Where are Zhongman and others? And take your hands out of your pants. Yang Jinmao looked at Jin Yuanxiong with anger on his face and walked to Jin Yuanxiong quietly. Looking down at him the next second, Yang Jinmao threw a punch at him, and Jin Yuanxiong dodged it quickly, and then punched Yang Jinmao in the ribs. But the next second, Yang Zhenmeo's brothers rushed up. Jin Yuanxiong was no match for the siege of several people and was soon kicked in the chin by someone. Soon after, Jin Yuanxiong fell into a disadvantage and was besieged by several people. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jin Yuanxiong ran away directly. But he ran too fast and accidentally tripped over a roadblock on the side of the road. Upon seeing this, Yang Jinmao rushed forward, but was knocked away by Jin Yuanxiong's punch the next second. Fortunately, Yang Zhenmeo's men rushed up in time to kick Jin Yuanxiong, forcing him into a corner. Several people surrounded Jin Yuanxiong, and Jin Yuanxiong knew he was doomed by the next day. The news that Jin Yuanxiong was beaten by Yang Jinmao spread throughout the school. Yang Jinmao finally got his revenge. At this time, he became more confident and naturally became the leader of Class 6. Just when Yang Jinmao was showing off and preparing to select the errand boy, Quan Dashua suddenly appeared, scaring Yang Jinmao so much that he quickly prepared to ask, Dashua, why are you here? Quan Dashua said, of course I came to congratulate you on becoming the boss. Yang Jinmao has been here for 10 years, saying that it is all thanks to you. But the next second Quan Dashua asked, do you want to fight with me as the boss, or do you just want to be punched and it's over? Yang Jinmao stood at attention and said in classical Chinese, please hit me gently. Upon seeing this, Quan Dashua swung his fist towards Yang Jinmao and hit him hard. Yang Jinmao suddenly felt like he was flying. It turned out to be more comfortable this way. He decided to fly to the goddess. Unexpectedly, after Quan Dashua's punch, Yang Jinmao fainted. Then Quan Dashua looked at the others and asked them if they wanted to try it too. The frightened people quickly said that they were not in the same group. Quan Dashua patted one of them on the shoulder and said, don't get together to play funny games anymore. You'd better stay quietly in the corner. Several people in Wen Yen hurriedly shouted that they knew, and then Quan Dashua left Class 6. From then on, Quan Dashua was already the boss of Classes 1, 2, 3 and 6. The three rude hats were also very happy about this. They were only trying to be attentive to Quan Dashua, but the next second they were hurt by a book from Quan Dashua saying, don't disturb me while I study. As a result, Zhong Hao also said that this time he played much more gently than last time. Dashua, when will you come to play with us? I just reached gold not long ago. Seeing this, Quan Dashua wiped his glasses speechlessly and said, you guys are really annoying, but it's not impossible for me to accompany you to play a game together. The three of them were immediately happy when they heard this. Only the rude hat said awkwardly that I still look like a green head, which frightened Zhong Hao and quickly told him to shut up. Zhong Min on the side also said that if you dare to hold Dashua back, I will definitely use the straight tiger to attack your chin. At this time, Park Gili on the side suddenly raised her hands and said, I want to go too. Zhong Min immediately said, do you want to play games? I'm embarrassed to expose you. But the next second, Park Gili punched him in the face and said, why are you talking so much? I'm just playing go-karts next to you, right? Seeing this, Rude Hat and Jongo hurriedly stopped Park Gwairi. Seeing this, John Dae-suk also smiled with satisfaction. At this time, Lu Jishi, the leader of Class 5, was still trying to contact Jin Yuanxiong, but no one answered the phone after many calls. Bai Shoji on the side said that he would not plan to not go to school. It's not that serious, he didn't really lose to the transfer student. Lu Jishi thought of Jin Yuanxiong's words. He thought that this guy might not come to school again. Bai Zayu's heart beat faster when she thought of Quan Dashua. This guy was handsome, but he was also so good at fighting. Then he asked Lu Jishi if he was going to fight Quan Dashua, but Lu Jishi had no confidence that he could beat Quan Dashua. Bai Shoji then asked, "Do you want to join forces with the leaders of other classes?" Lu Jishi then said, "I have thought about joining forces, but now there are only classes 4, 5, 7, 8 and 9 left. But aren't you not interested in these rankings? Why do you seem to be so serious this time?" Bai Shoji immediately recalled the first time she met Quan Dashua, and couldn't help but call him brother. Bai Shoji felt ashamed when she thought of this, and wanted to find an opportunity to bully Quan Dashua. After school, Quan Dashua and his friends came to the internet cafe to fight against other players. However, Quan Dashua's skills didn't seem that strong. They were almost always defeated. Seeing this, Zhong Ming couldn't help but complain, "Dashua, are you really at the gold level? Could it be that he hired a power player?" Upon hearing this, Jiao Guilu next to him couldn't sit still. "It's just a game. Why are you so excited? Dashua, you don't need to worry about them. What can you understand from a group of people who go crazy when playing games?" But in the blink of an eye, he started smashing the keyboard because he failed in the game. Quan Dashua, who was watching this scene, was very satisfied, but in the end, because several people kept smashing the keyboard, the boss kicked them out, and the next day they were still upset about what happened the previous day. Quan Dashua was embarrassed and said, "If the boss hadn't kicked us out, I would have exposed my true strength." Then Quan Dashua stood up and said, "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go around other classes." Quan Dashua knew that his purpose in returning to school was not just to defeat those who challenged him, but to manage them and rectify the functions of the school. Quan Dashua immediately came to Class 2 to find Jin Mingjong. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Jin Mingjong say, "I have been living a quiet campus life as you said." Quan Dashua then said, "That's fine. How is your hand?" Jin Mingjong Wanyan directly showed a flower hand, indicating that his hand was fine, but was interrupted by Quan Dashua the next second. "Have you forgotten that I told you not to be careless in front of me? But your performance is not bad. Just keep it like this in the future. If you let me hear bad news, you should know the consequences." Then Quan Dashua came to Class 3 again, but after several people from the commercial review department were beaten, they never came to school again. So the atmosphere in Class 3 seems to be okay. Meanwhile, in Class 6, a few students are playing around in front. Yang Jingmao suddenly slammed the table, saying, "You guys are really annoying. You're disturbing my studies. Can you be quiet?" Yang Zhengmao's friend standing by asked, "Why did you start studying? Is it because of what went wrong last time?" And Xiren's figure appeared in Yang Zhengmao's mind. "Now I know that Jiren is the best in the school. In order to be worthy of him, I have to study hard at this time." Bai Shoji said that if you want to study hard, just shut up and study hard. As for Bai Shoji, Yang Zhengmao didn't dare to be presumptuous and said awkwardly that he knew it. However, Bai Shoji was still upset about calling Quan Dashua brother. Then she called Yang Jingmao to come over and shoot him. Yang Jingmao did not hesitate and ran over. Bai Shoji then asked, "Do you still remember what happened that day?" "It was that day when I accidentally called Quan Dashua brother. You should know that I wanted to express that Bishoha is my brother." Yang Zhengmao looked at the book in his hand and said, I know. Seeing Yang Zhengmao like this, Bai Shoji immediately became angry and picked up the book in her hand to hit Yang Zhengmao. "How dare you treat me perfunctorily?" Yang Zhengmao was so scared that he quickly said, "No, I am listening to you carefully." Seeing this, Bai Shoji stopped what she was doing and said, "I'll let you go this time, but you have to listen carefully. What I mean is..." But before he could finish his words, he saw Quan Dashua strolling over, and Yang Zhengmao also hurried over. Seeing Quan Dashua, Bai Zayu's face immediately turned red and she didn't dare to speak for a moment. Quan Dashua just told Yang Zhengmao a few words and left. Then Yang Zhengmao quickly returned to Bai Shoji and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't run away on purpose after all. Quan Dashua is my boss. What did you want to say just now?" Seeing this, Bai Shoji said calmly, "Take off your eyes first." Yang Zhengmao took off his glasses in horror the next second. Bai Xiuji took the comb in her hand and slapped Yang Zhengmao frantically. How dare you leave without permission before I even finished speaking? Yang Zhengmao did not dare to fight back, and kept saying, I was wrong. Bai Xiuji stopped after hitting him a few times of course. She didn't let Yang Zhengmao go, but she was just afraid that sweating would ruin her makeup. Then Bai Xiuji called all of Yang Zhengmao's brothers over and said gloomily, you guys, step on him hard. Several younger brothers dragged Yang Zhengmao out without hesitation. They started to step on Yang Zhengmao one after another. Sorry, Zhengmao, we can't do anything about it. At this time, Bai Xiuji was still thinking about how to deal with Quan Dashan. Seeing that the fight was almost over, she asked them to call Lu Zhishi over. Before I knew it, Lu Zhishi came 600. Bai Xiuji immediately asked, how about what I told you last time? Did you mean to join forces with other bosses? I've been thinking about this, but why do you care? Bai Xiuji then said, there's no reason, I just wanted to bully him. Lu Zhishi said in classical Chinese, then you can just tell your brother no. But Bai Xiuji said shyly that she didn't want to. If that happened, he might really die. What I want is for him to submit to me. Treat me like a queen, I just want to see him submit to me. You better find a way for me. Lu Zhishi was helpless. When he saw this, he realized that it was useless to unite with other bosses. He had to get rid of Quan Dashan no matter what. At this moment, in the utility room on the school rooftop, the leaders of other classes gathered here. The leader of Class 5 is Lu Zhishi. The leader of Class 8 is Guodoji. The leader of Class 7 is Ju Chong Hua. The leader of Class 4 is Tao Daozhen. And the leader of Class 9 is Li Chengshuan. Lu Zhishi then proposed the idea of joining forces to deal with Quan Dashu. But unexpectedly Ju Chong Hua refused without even thinking about it, and said that I am not interested in the ranking, and I don't think I will lose to Quan Dashu. Guodoji also said at this time, our relationship doesn't seem to be good enough to form a union. I don't understand what your purpose is in proposing a union. Could it be that you are afraid of transferring to another school? Lu Zhishi was not happy. I won't bother with you this time. You better be careful with your words next time. But Guodoji said indifferently, even if you can't bear it, what can you do at this time? Ju Chong Hua on the side also said, why don't you two fight now? Fang Zhang, you guys didn't decide the winner last time. And the leader of the second class, De Tiao Daozhen, immediately said that I was greedy, so let's increase the stakes. I bet 500,000 that Guodoji would win. Lu Zhishi was speechless. When he saw this, I shouldn't have organized this meeting. But at this time, Li Chengshuan said that he agreed to the alliance. Guodoji immediately asked, forget it, what can happen if we unite? Li Chengshuan then said, before I express my opinion, I should first listen to what Zhishi thinks. Lu Zhishi then said, as you can see, Quan Dashua is rapidly dominating every class. Since the original ranking has collapsed, I think we need to form a check and balance on Quan Dashua to a certain extent. But the next second Ju Chong Hua said it was really boring, and the alliance was left to you weaklings. Taideazan also said that I don't like others to share money with me, so I don't plan to join forces. Seeing this, Guodoji stopped talking, washed himself and prepared to leave, and even mocked him as he left. How could such a thing as an alliance happen? Someone should use his brain. Lu Zhishi couldn't help it. You kid, stop right there. I told you I won't let you off easily next time. Guodoji was not afraid at all. He hooked his finger and said, they'll give you a chance to vent your anger. It depends on whether you can seize it. Seeing that the two were about to fight, Li Qingxin quickly stepped forward and said that now was not the time for internal strife. Please listen to the analysis first. Your next payment date should be coming soon. This is also the main reason why we want to become the boss, and the large-scale collection of funds by the Golden Dragon School will definitely attract many strong people. Although I don't know your reasons, Ju Chong Hua and Tao Daozhen's goals are very clear. They both desire money much more than anyone else. Although they pretend not to care, there is a high chance they will take action before receiving the payment. So we just need to watch from the sidelines and take action after the payment date. Meanwhile, the fourth class Taideazan has returned to the classroom and is playing a game similar to the cigarette card game with his classmates. It's just that Taideazan seemed to have bad luck and lost a lot of money without realizing it. Seeing that Tao Daozhen had lost several games, the man quickly said that he didn't need to pay me, or let's forget about it today and continue tomorrow. But Tao Daozhen looked at his hand and fell into deep thought. The next second, he suddenly slapped the man, and the man was caught off guard and was slapped away. Seeing this, Tao Daozhen was much happier. I feel like I have good luck now. Let's try again on the other side. Lu Jishi had just returned to the class when Bai Shoji came over and asked Lu Jishi if he had joined forces with the leaders of other classes. Lu Jishi then told Li Qingshuan what he thought. Bai Shoji was speechless. To put it bluntly, it means doing nothing. There's really no other way. It seems I have to do it myself. After school, Qiao Daojin and a few friends gathered in the park to rest. A little brother beside him asked Qiao Daojin, "It's collection day soon. Should I dominate a few more classes so that I can collect more money?" Qiao Daojin smiled and said, "It just so happens that I have this plan now. The transfer student dominates 4 classes. We just need to get rid of him." The younger brother at the side immediately said, "I will open a betting game for you guys when the time comes." Taideas and Wanyan said, "No problem, give me a high bet and place all your bets with me. I will definitely make a fortune." At this time, several men suddenly walked by. The people in the Daojin formation stood up and bowed to greet them. Qiao Daojin then asked, "Brother, how have you been recently? I heard that you joined the organization after dropping out of school." The man said that was correct, but it seemed a bit difficult to deal with now. Then the man looked at the person behind him and said, "Mr. Customer, I didn't expect that your target would be my junior. I didn't expect that it was the student who lost to the Qiaodao formation during the day." It turned out that the man had paid someone to teach Qiao Daojin a lesson at this time. The black fat man said, "Don't worry, little brother, since I have taken your money, I will naturally do things for you. Just treat it as educating the younger generation." Qiao Daojin also understood what he meant. "It seems that you have taken money to teach him a lesson." Brother He also said that this was the field I had just designed. It was just a job, so just cooperate with me. Taideas and Wanyan immediately held his stomach and laughed. "I am really laughing to death. You think you can bluff everywhere just because you joined the organization. I didn't expect that I would end up acting as a thug for the students. It's so embarrassing." Heidiji Wanyan was immediately furious. "You guys are really getting more and more unruly now. You should know who I am. I am Lu Zixing from Luhu Construction." As he said that, Big Brother He patted the Taoist formation and said, "You disappoint me now. Kid, it seems I have to teach you a lesson today." Then the man swung his fist and hit him, but he didn't expect that Daojin didn't dodge at all, and even took the initiative to move forward. "Brother, your fist has become a lot bigger and it's too soft. In this case, it is still unknown who will teach whom a lesson today." The next second, Qiao Daojin suddenly attacked and punched the man in the abdomen. The man was hit so hard that he could not stand up straight for a while. Qiao Daojin then held the man's head and said, "Your stomach feels really bad. When hit you should do more exercise, otherwise, I don't want to touch your fat pig-like body." After saying that, he punched the man in the face. The black brother was knocked several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. The stripe formation seemed not to be in progress yet, so he immediately said, "Come on together." The others were immediately furious, but Qiao Daojin was too lazy to talk nonsense and rushed forward. These people are no match for the Dao array. They were all knocked down in just a few rounds. The employer standing by was stunned and scared to the point of being unable to utter a word. The Dao array also turned its attention to the man at this time. The man was so frightened that he ran away. Seeing this, Qiao Daojin prepared to chase him. But at this moment, Brother Black suddenly attacked, raising his baseball bat and smashing it towards the array. Qiao Daojin had no choice but to give up chasing the man and raised his arms to block this obstacle. Seeing this, Brother He wanted to attack, but was hit from behind by Taideazin's friend. Seeing this, Qiao Daojin rushed forward quickly and punched the man hard in the face. This time, the black brother was directly knocked out and completely fainted. The formation immediately searched for the man who had just run away, but the man had already disappeared. Seeing this, the Dao array had to give up the next day. Quan Dashua had just arrived at school. Wu Limao and others found Quan Dashua and told him that the payment date was approaching. "You are now the leader of 4 classes, and you will soon receive an operating fee. I guess this is why you are the leader, right?" Quan Dashua's words are a bit fierce. "What operating expenses? How is it related to money?" At this time, Jin Mingzhong suddenly appeared and said that he was collecting operating fees. In fact, they collect protection fees which then flow into the hands of the class leaders. The more classes you rule, the more money you will receive. Quan Dashua said in Chinese that from now on, no one is allowed to collect the money. Wu Limao and his friends Wenyan suddenly became anxious. This was not acceptable. Part of the money collected would be given to the 2nd grade, and part would be given to the 3rd grade. If you don't pay, you will be the enemy of the whole school, and the consequences will be very serious. Dashua Wenyan fell into deep thought. If the whole school is involved, the risk is indeed a bit high. But didn't I come here to clean up this place? It doesn't matter at this time. Yang Jinmao suddenly turned white, indicating that someone wanted to see Dashua. Dashua was a little speechless. Why do people always want to see me? But he didn't expect that the person who wanted to see Dashua was by Shoji. Dashua Jianxi immediately grabbed Yang Jinmao and said, "Don't you want to live? I told you not to bother me with such trifles." By Shoji Jianxi walked up to Dashua and said, "You'd better let go before I get angry. Although this guy did a lot of things that deserve a beating, I'm the only one who can beat him." Dashua Jianxi said bluntly, "What nonsense are you talking about? According to your rules, Class 6 is mine now, so I can take care of him if I want." Wenyan by Shoji stepped forward and grabbed Yang Zhenmao's hand, saying, "Stop pretending to be my big brother. I am above the rules you mentioned." Then Bai Shoji tried hard to pull Yang Jinmao over, but Dashua held her tightly, saying, "I will not let him go, no matter what you do." Bai Shoji and Jianxi suddenly became anxious. "You are such an arrogant guy." Then the two of them started fighting for Yang Jinmao. Bai Shoji was so excited that she hugged Yang Zhenmao's arm. The touch of his arm immediately made Yang Jinmao very happy. It was so great. At this time Dashua looked at Yang Jinmao and said, "What are you doing? You have a really obscene expression." Bai Shoji also realized at this time that she had been taken advantage of. Then he quickly let go of Yang Jinmao with a look of disgust. Yang Jinmao immediately felt a murderous aura. The next second, Bai Shoji slashed Yang Zhenmao's neck with a knife and knocked Yang Jinmao several meters away. Then she looked at Yang Jinmao and said, "I'll give you 3 seconds, get out of my sight quickly." Upon seeing this, Yang Jinmao ran away without saying a word. His speed was comparable to that of a world champion. But at this time Yang Jinmao was extremely happy. At this time, Bai Shoji approached Dashua and said, "I called you out because of something else." Then Bai Shoji grabbed Dashua by the collar and forced him onto a street lamp. Bai Shoji was about to say something, but when she saw Dashua's eyes, she lowered her head shyly at this moment. Bai Zayu's heartbeat was rising rapidly, but she couldn't say the words that came to her lips. Seeing this, Dashua said, "If you have something to say, just tell me now. I don't have time to play with you." Bai Shoji suddenly raised her head and called out, "Brother." Bai Shoji was stunned. She didn't expect that she couldn't help but call out brother. Then he quickly explained, "Didn't I call you brother last time? I'm not calling you. You may not know this since you just transferred here, but as long as my brother says something, everyone in the school has to listen to him." Dashua was speechless. "You called me here just for this?" Then he took off Bai Zayu's arm and controlled Bai Shoji with a reverse kick. Bai Shoji was dumbfounded. When she saw this, she was actually being held down by the other party. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. Dashua also said at this time, "Don't waste your energy, just call your brother out. I just want to see him too." Bai Shoji was stunned. "Are you crazy? If I meet Bishoha, you're doomed." "That's absolutely not possible." While the two were still pulling, several people suddenly came over from a distance. One of them was the leader of Class 4, Park Daojin, and one of the bald men recognized Bai Shoji. "What are you two doing?" A man and a woman were fighting in broad daylight. Dashua responded directly in Chinese, "What are you talking about, you stinky bald guy?" Park Daojin couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. But the bald man looked very pale. "What did you just say?" Seeing the other person like this, Dashua waved his hands and apologized, saying, "I shouldn't have joked about your hair volume." Hearing this, Park Daojin on the side couldn't help laughing. "You are so funny. Ziyu brother is not losing hair. The first-year boys should go somewhere else to cool down." Seeing this, Dashua asked Bai Shoji on the side, "Do you know these guys? Why are you only bullying me?" Bai Shoji then said that the guy's name was Zhu Kongming, and the bald guy in front was the second-grade leader Yuan Ziyu. Seeing this, Dashua had a favorable plan in mind, and said that we have been here since the beginning, and it is you who should leave. Bai Shoji said in classical Chinese, "What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Yuan Ziyu was a little doubtful at this moment whether she had heard it wrongly. When Piaodao Town saw this, he was amazed and said to the transfer student, "You are really a lunatic." Seeing this, Yuan Ziyu was ready to teach Dashu a lesson, but Bai Shoji suddenly received a call from his brother Bishoha. Seeing this, Zhu Kongming on the side quickly stopped Yuan Ziyu, who was about to take action, and then heard Bai Shoji say, "Brother, are you going to come over later? Then I'll wait for you here for a while." Seeing this, Dashua also asked Bishoha if he was coming over, but Bishoha ignored Shua, but looked at Yuan Ziyu squeezing through the crowd and said, "If you are okay, I will take this guy away. I have something to do with him." Seeing this, Ju Kongming stood in front of Yuan Ziyu and persuaded her. "Calm down. If Bishoha saw us teaching his friend a lesson in front of Bishoji, we would be finished." Then he waved his hand to Bishoji and said, "Shoji, take him away. Remember to say hello to brother Bishoha for us." Then Bishoji prepared to leave with Shua looking at their departing backs. Ju Kongming couldn't help but sigh that it was great to have a good brother. Yuan Ziyu was also very angry when she saw this scene, but she didn't dare to get angry with Bishoji. Then he said to Park Dojin, "You have really picked a good opponent. You should hurry up and kill him." But Park Dojin fell into deep thought as he watched John Dae-suk leave. "I can't help it. I don't want to let him go like this. At least let me try it first." Seeing this, Ju Kongming persuaded them to forget it. Bishoji was beside them, so we couldn't do anything. But the next moment, I saw Park Dojin rushing out without caring about anything. John Dae-suk noticed Park Dojin's sneak attack at the first moment, and then he hugged Baeksuji and dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Park Dojin's sneak attack. Park Dojin then slammed on the brakes and attacked John Dae-suk again. Because of Bishoji who was standing beside him, Shua could only hide for the time being. After dodging several rounds of attacks from Park Dojin, John Dae-suk finally found an opportunity and slapped Park Dojin in the face. Logically speaking, after this slap, Park Dojin should lose consciousness. But Park Dojin was not only fine, he was also abnormally excited and attacked Shua again. Shua was secretly shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect that Park Daezin's ability to withstand blows was so strong. But because of the white sleeves tied behind his back, Shua couldn't move his hands and feet freely. Seeing this, Shua dodged and distanced himself from Park Dojin. Finally, Shua found an opportunity and was ready to lock Park Dojin's arm. But Park Dojin noticed it first and kicked Shua away without hesitation. Park Dojin then said, "What are you doing? Do you only know how to dodge?" At this time, Shua breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at Bishoji, who was already far away. Now he could finally let go and do it. At this time, Park Dojin was still constantly mocking him, saying, "Why do you feel like trash? You are completely different from the rumors." But before he could finish his words, Shua couldn't help but punch him, and before the Dao adjustment array could react, Shua went up and kicked again. Actually kicking Qiao Daojin back several meters. The powerful force made Qiao Daojin unable to help but swear. But the next second, Shua kicked him again. This kick sent Park Dojin flying, and he quickly rolled over and got up. This time, Park Dojin finally felt the terrifying strength of Shua, and couldn't help but say that "You are really strong." Shua said, "Is your arm okay?" Park Dojin then felt the pain in his arm and immediately remembered what happened last night. He had thought it was nothing serious, but it seems I had thought too simply. Shua took off his coat and said, "You'd better pray that your arm is okay, because you might get beaten next." But the next second, Bishoji beside him suddenly shouted, "Shua, why are you taking off your clothes?" Shua was speechless. "I just took off my coat." Bishoji said, however, that you can't take it off in front of so many people. Wanyen Shua then realized that a lot of people had gathered around him, and it seemed that he could not have a good fight now. Park Dojin also said that although it was a pity, it was still considered a fight with you. "Let's stop here today. Wait for me to come to you next time, then I will show you my real skills." After saying that, Park Dojin pushed the crowd away and left. Ju Kongming, a sophomore student standing next to him, also said, "It seems like you also feel it's a pity. Don't worry. We'll see each other again soon." Shua immediately said that he hoped you would be present the next time they met. Otherwise it would be very troublesome to beat you alone. Ju Kongming was immediately furious. How dare a first-grade brat be so arrogant? As he was about to rush up to fight Shua, he was stopped by Yuan Ziyu, who said that you are a sophomore after all, and it is too unreasonable to be provoked and angry by a first-year guy. Ju Kongming Wenyan had no choice but to give up attacking Shua and left with Yuan Ziyu. Shua Jianxi did not stop him after all. It was not appropriate to attack now. Bishoji on the side scolded Shua for being crazy for daring to anger the second-grade leader. Although he was indeed a strong guy, he could not mess with the second-graders casually, as that would be very dangerous. "And thank you for what you did just now, but next time, don't twist a girl's waist too hard." Seeing this, Quan Dashua said helplessly that I didn't feel it was dangerous, and I thought I hugged her very gently. Didn't you say that Bishoha would come over? Bishoji said in classical Chinese that I lied to you in order to save you. After all, you were very unfriendly to the second graders just now. And why do you always want to see my brother? If you see him, you will probably be finished now. You should finish dealing with the first grade first. After all, the bosses of other classes are arguing about dealing with you. After saying this, Bishoji left first. Quan Dashua was helpless seeing this. It seemed that he would not be able to see Bishoha today. I should have dealt with that bald second-year student earlier, but I still have to go to Bishoha to discuss the issue of protection money. But the guy called Piao Daojin just now was quite unusual. Just looking at his shoulders, I knew he was not someone to be trifled with anyway. It was quite surprising that he could withstand my punch. It could also be that I haven't regained my previous feeling yet. I hope he can last longer next time we meet so that I can get back the feeling I had before. Just now, Quan Dashua and his group were sitting together studying. When Quan Dashua was immersed in the atmosphere of study, Piao Daojin suddenly came over with a book. Seeing this, Rude Hat and others subconsciously thought that Piao Daojin was here to cause trouble. They saw Piao Daojin walk up to Quan Dashua and complain. Really, I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't expect there was no room. Then he looked at Yang Zhengmao, who was sitting opposite Quan Dashua, and said, "Get up and give me your seat." Upon seeing this, Yang Zhengmao thought to himself that he was doomed and was in trouble. Although he knew he could not beat him, so many people were watching, it would be too embarrassing. If he just went for it, then the prestige that he had worked so hard to build up would be gone. Then Yang Zhengmao stood up and said, "Why should I let you go?" Zhongmin, who was standing by, was shocked and said quickly, "Yang Zhengmao, you are very brave. Dashua will not help you." Seeing this, Piao Daojin laughed instead of getting angry, raised his hand and threatened Yang Zhengmao. Yang Zhengmao subconsciously began to dodge. When he reacted, he felt extremely embarrassed and quickly explained that it was a conditioned reflex and he was not afraid. However, Piao Daojin said, "I don't want to hit you, let's do a scissors head attack." Yang Zhengmao heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. And then the two of them started playing scissor-style head fighting as expected. Yang Zhengmao lost directly. Seeing this, Yang Zhengmao said with a righteous look, "There is really no way. Since I lost, I will give this position to you." After saying that, Yang Zhengmao left his seat, secretly congratulating himself that he not only gave up his seat, but also saved his face. But the next second, Piao Daojin patted Yang Zhengmao on the shoulder and asked, "Where are you going?" Then Piao Daojin slapped Yang Zhengmao directly on the face and said, "I didn't say the bet was this seat. Since you lose, you have to accept the punishment." Yang Zhengmao was slapped and flew away. Seeing this, Rude Hat and others couldn't help but tease him, saying that this guy was really unlucky. After Piao Daojin dealt with Yang Zhengmao, he sat directly opposite Quan. Quan Dashua thought that Piao Daojin was here to fight with him, but Piao Daojin said, "I am not here to fight with you this time, but we will have a fight sooner or later, so why not put forward some conditions and make a bet?" At the same time, Zhu Kongming from the second grade was here, and Ju Chong Hua, the leader of Class 8, was also here. Zhu Kongming asked, "Is the venue ready?" Ju Chong Hua casually said that it was done, and then everyone could just go directly to the gymnasium. Zhu Kongming said in classical Chinese that it is possible, but have you ever seen transfer students fighting? How's the strength? Ju Chong Hua said he had never seen it, but he was able to defeat Xin Shanghua. The strength must be extraordinary. Zhu Kongming then asked, "What do you think of the Piaodao formation?" The Diaodao formation is an interesting creature with an unknown fighting posture, which makes people feel scared just by looking at it. In particular, he has a unique advantage. The flexibility and elasticity of his body give him a strength that cannot be underestimated. However, for someone like him who relies on his physical fitness, his skills are somewhat lacking. At the same time, Piao Daojin was doubting his life again. He played a game similar to the coin-shooting game with Quan Dashua, but he didn't get a single hit. Piao Daojin, who refused to admit defeat, wanted to play a few more times, but Quan Dashua said he didn't want to play anymore. "Even if you win, I agree with what you just said." Piadazen Wenyan was immediately unhappy. "What do you mean by I win?" But the next second Piao Daojin discovered the problem now is not the time to argue about winning or losing. Then Piao Daojin stood up and prepared to leave and said, "Remember what you said, you can't go back on your word. Let's meet at the gym this Friday." Quan Dashua immediately said that it was no problem, but you should get your arm healed first. "I don't want to see you whining." Seeing that Piaodao Town had left, Wu Ruo quickly found Quan Dashua and said, Although I don't know why you deliberately lost to him, but is it necessary to agree to this bet? Even though you guys are bound to fight sooner or later, don't you think it's weird to fight on second-grade ground? Kwon Dashua naturally realized that this might be a trap, but this would also be a good way to deal with the second-year guy. At this time, someone else came to find Kwon Dashua. Kwon Dashua then asked the other party what was going on. The man hesitated for a long time and said, "Can you help us beat Piao Daojin? But can you lose to him?" Kwon Dashua was stunned. "What are you talking about?" The man then explained that Piao Daojin made the bet with you just to open the market, and many people are betting on the outcome of you and Piao Daojin, including the second-year guys. But compared to these, I also have reasons why I must make you lose. I don't understand Kwon Dashuo's classical Chinese. I think it's really hard for me to lose to him. What's your reason? The man hesitated for a long time before finally telling the truth. It turned out that after the man paid someone to teach Piao Daojin a lesson but failed, Piao Daojin had been keeping an eye on him. Just last night, the man was found by the prostitute, and after a lecture, he was asked to pay protection money to him. After the incident, she took the man to get back the 500,000 yuan she had given him as ransom. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the place, they could not find the man. The loan shark advertisement on the wall attracted Piao Daozin's idea. The man was finally forced by Piao Daojin to borrow the loan shark, and he said that he would return the money to me as long as he won. So if you win, then I can't get my money back and I will owe the loan shark. After the man finished speaking, Kwon Dashua hadn't said anything yet. Wu Gili, who was standing by, was upset. "First, do you really want to be a whore? Why don't you let me beat you up first?" Kwon Dashua said, "I can't lose to him, but I will help you beat him up. Are you good at English? If you're fine, come find me after school." After school, Kwon Dashu followed the man to the loan sharking place and then said, "He'll go up and take a look. You go back first." As soon as Kwon Dashua went up, someone asked him what he was doing there and whether he was here to borrow money. He then followed the man inside. The man asked Kwon Dashua what grade he was in and how much he wanted to borrow. Kwon Dashua naturally couldn't tell him, nor could he lend him money, so he quickly found an excuse and left. The man was immediately furious when he saw this and grabbed Kwon Dashua. "Are you kidding me? You don't look like you're here to borrow money. Who are you?" Seeing this, Kwon Dashua grabbed the man's arm, feeling the severe pain in his hand. The man could not help but began to tremble. Kwon Dashua immediately said, "I said I am leaving. I will let you go, and you must not follow me out." Seeing this, the man picked up the ashtray on the table and was about to throw it at him. But Kwon Dashua slapped him away, and then chopped the man with a knife. The man suddenly went limp and passed out. Seeing this, Kwon Dashua prepared to leave. But he was attracted by the documents on the table, and after flipping through them, he found the representative information of Kim Do-hyun. But the next second Kwon Dashua was stunned. He actually saw Mayor Lee's photo here. This made Kwon Dashua confused. However, at this time, a voice came from outside the door. Kwon Dashua was about to leave immediately. But just as he reached the door, someone came in. When the guards saw Kwon Dashua, they asked, "Who are you?" But when I turned around, my attention was attracted by the person who had fainted, and I thought he was asleep. Upon seeing this, Kwon Dashua said that he had something else to do and would leave first. But as soon as Kwon Dashua left, the people inside discovered something was wrong. Their eldest brother was knocked unconscious. When Kwon Dashu heard the noise, he ran out in a hurry. Fortunately, he ran fast and was not caught up when he saw that he was safe. Kwon Dashua was about to take out his cell phone and call Lee Silin to ask why Mayor Lee's photo appeared there, but Kwon Dashua finally gave up and decided to solve the problem of the adjustment array first. Then I took out my phone to check the weather. It was gonna rain on Friday, which I don't like very much. On Friday, several people from the Diao Daojin team were the first to arrive at the gymnasium. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the 8th class giant insect Hua and others cleaning up the venue. Not long after, the second-year students led by Yuan Ziyu also arrived at the scene. On the other side, Kwon Dashua was already on his way. With him were Rude Hat and others. Kwon Dashua didn't want Rude Hat and others to come with him, but they were not at ease with Kwon Dashua going to the second grade alone. For this reason, the backpacks of the snotty hat guys were filled with weapons. Kwon Dashua was speechless when he saw this. At this time, Zhong Ming said that he had found a way to deal with the Dao adjustment array, while Kwon Dashua said nonchalantly that he had found out when he played the board game with him before. Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao behind him were stunned, But at this time Kwon Dashuo's mobile phone suddenly received a message. After reading the message, Kwon Dashua said helplessly, "It seems I have to let you go first. I have something to deal with here. I will be back soon." Rude Hat and his men had no choice but to go to the gymnasium first. Seeing this, Yuan Ziyu and his men could not help but mock him. Saying that Kwon Dashua was not scared, Rude Hat immediately said that he was not that kind of person. Ju Chong Hua, who was standing by, recognized Rude Hat and said, "You guys can just find a place to sit." Zhong Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this time. Thanks to the brother in the top hat, we are fine. The oppressive feeling of the doctrine of the mean is indeed a bit strong. At this time, the door of T Gymnasium opened again, and someone came again. A group of guys in school uniforms walked in. These people were the second-tier school bully group of the second grade. Seeing this, the leader of the school bully group couldn't help but say, "It's just a fight between first-year students. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss?" At this time, Li Chengshuan, the leader of Class 9, said that there was nothing they could do about it after all. The transfer students were not ordinary first-year students. Zhong Hao and others did not expect Li Chengshuan to come. Seeing this, Yuan Ziyu asked everyone to find a place to sit. The leader of the school bully group, Ma Qishi, led everyone to find a seat and asked when the so-called transfer student would arrive. Seeing this, Rude Hat and others were a little panicked and hoped that Kwon Dashu could show up soon. After everyone had waited for who knows how long, Tiao Daojin finally couldn't bear it anymore. He smashed his phone and cursed, "Why the hell haven't you come yet? I'm so bored. No matter who you are, first grade or second grade, come out and fight me now." Seeing this, the friend of the nearby Daojin hurriedly stopped the other party. Seeing this, Yuan Ziyu also said that it was right. We should indeed have some fun and not waste time waiting. At this time, Tiao Daojin turned his attention to Rude Hat and said, "Since Kwon Dashu is not here, you should come out and warm up with me first." Wenyan Zhongmin was a little panicked and asked Rude Hat what to do now. Rude Hat said it didn't matter. Dashu's lateness was indeed our common responsibility in this case. "I will meet this guy first." However, Ju Chong Hua suddenly stood up and said that this was not okay. Both sides must fight in their best condition to be fair. Wenyan Taidaizan was not happy and yelled at you, a bald guy. "What do you know? I needed to warm up in advance." But Ju Chong Hua still refused and said that I would let two talented students in our class fight. At this moment, someone suddenly pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "I'm not late." Wu Liwu and the others heard the voice and turned around in a hurry. Thinking that Kwon Dashu had arrived, Tiao Daojin Wenyan was also extremely excited and was ready to take action. But the person who came was not Kwon Dashu, but Jin Mingzhong. As soon as Jin Mingzhong came in, he shouted, "There shouldn't be any suckers who would bet on the Taoist formation to win today. Be careful or you won't even get your money back in the end." Taidaizan Wenyan was immediately furious. What does this guy mean? Seeing this, Zhongmin, who was standing by, angrily shouted, "You are such a tactless person. Shut up now." But Jin Mingzhong seemed not to hear him when asked who should he give the money to for betting. There shouldn't be anyone here who can't afford to play. At this time, Tiao Daojin was so angry that he said angrily, "Jin Mingzhong, you were also the leader of Class 2, right?" Jin Mingzhong had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, and said narcissistically that although he had experienced many battles in the past, he was now loyal to Kwon Dashu. But the next second, the Dao Array rushed over and punched Jin Mingzhong. Jin Mingzhong was stunned, but Tiao Daojin didn't intend to stop. He grabbed Jin Mingzhong's dog head and threw him away. "Today I will let you know what it means to not hit the lazy, but only hit the blind." Seeing this, Jin Mingzhong wanted to say something, but Tiao Daojin didn't give him a chance at all, and kicked him. The Rude Hat on the side was stunned when he saw this. Why did it suddenly happen? Seeing this, Yuan Ziyu said, "As expected, there must be an appetizer before the main course." Jin Mingzhong had no chance to fight back when faced with the attack from the Dao Array. He was beaten violently by the Dao Array. "This guy is really weak. I haven't even finished warming up yet." Then I shouted, "It's your turn now, snotty hat." But at this time, a voice came from the entrance of the gymnasium. "What's this for? Aren't you going to fight me? Is this already unbearable?" The person who came was Kwon Dashu, who had arrived late. Seeing this, Tiao Daojin immediately shouted, "Kwon Dashu, you are finally here." Rude Hat and the others were relieved to see Kwon Dashu, and Kwon Dashu symbolically said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." The Dao Array means that if you had come a little later, your friends would have probably already been lying down. But Jin Mingzhong is not your friend, right? Seeing this, Kwon Dashu did not say anything, but took off his coat, indicating that he did not know either. But since you've already beaten someone, you should be warmed up. What else do you want to say? But Quan Dashua just threw his clothes over to block the sight of Piadaizin. The next second, Quan Dashua suddenly took action and attacked everyone around Piaodao town. Then Quan Dashu said, I also saw your friend warm up a bit. It's a pity that we didn't fight hard enough last time. You have to be prepared today. I won't stop here. Because I won't give up easily this time. Everyone looked expectant when they saw this. Yuan Ziyu immediately had people clear the guys lying on the ground to make room for the other person. Seeing this, Qiao Daozhen also became excited. I really like Quan Dashu. There are too few toys as interesting as you. As he said this, the Dao array rushed out directly. I can't wait to tear you to pieces. As he said that, he threw a punch towards Quan Dashu. However, no matter how the Dao formation attacked, it could not hit Quan Dashu at all. This made Qiao Daozhen furious. For a moment he was angry and said, I don't know what you are doing. You just hide here and there? If you have the guts, stop hiding and fight me. Zhongming and others were also confused when they saw this. Why did Qiao Dao formation just keep swinging punches and had so many flaws, yet Quan Dashu was still dodging? At this time, Jin Yunxiu said that maybe Quan Dashu was analyzing his opponent according to past experience. Every time Dashu was in a 1v1 duel, he would focus on avoiding the opponent's attacks at the beginning, and would only counterattack after he had a rough understanding of the opponent's strength. Sure enough, at this time, Quan Dashu had just dodged the attack of Qiao Daozhen and started to counterattack. Finding the right opportunity to hit Qiao Daozhen's Lei Wu with a punch, Qiao Daozhen saw this and quickly swung a punch, but he couldn't hit Quan Dashu at all. While Quan Dashu was dodging, he kicked and hooked the strip formation to stabilize his body. Then he rebounded and punched the strip formation, which was knocked backwards. But the next second, the Dao formation stood up with a somersault, and then launched a more fierce attack again. But no matter how Qiao Daozhen attacked, he could not hit Quan Dashu. Instead, he was hit countless times by Quan Dashu. Quan Dashu found an opportunity and slapped Qiao Daozhen in the face. While the Dao formation was being pushed hard, another couple came up and hit the Dao formation with a side kick. With one kick, he actually sent Daozhen flying several meters away. After several tumbles, Daozhen finally managed to stabilize his body. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. It was actually possible to kick such a strong Dao formation away and not even touch it. Ju Chong Hua saw this and said that if the Dao formation continued to attack with great force, he would never be able to hurt Quan Dashu in the slightest. At this time, Piadaizin couldn't help but complain. You hit me really hard. Quan Dashu then said, I didn't want to hit you, but you're quite resistant. It seems that you can warm me up. Piadaizin Wanyan was stunned. Are you saying you're still warming up? That's great, because I am the same. After saying this, I ate the charge and went out. But the result was that no matter how the Dao formation attacked, it could not hit the entire Dashu. Quan Dashu laughed when he saw this. Didn't this guy realize that he will never be able to beat me if he continues like this? It's a pity that he hasn't discovered what is truly important. As long as he doesn't discover it, no matter how powerful his attack is, the final result will be the same, which is to get beaten. At this time, the people watching the battle finally realized that something was wrong, and Rude Hat also realized the reason why the Dao formation had been hit. Although Qiao Daozhen has a body that is different from that of an ordinary person, it is a pity that Qiao Daozhen is used to relying on the power brought by his body. As a result, he had no technique at all to use in his attack. Although his physique had made up for the technical gap before, the opponent he faced this time did not possess both strength and technique. At this time, the Dao array had been beaten to the point of doubting life, not understanding why his attacks could not hit Quan Dashu. But Quan Dashu said calmly, you can have fun at home. I am sleepy. Didn't you say you wanted to tear up the things you like? On the other side, Bai Shouji had just learned from Lu Jishi that Quan Dashu was fighting among the second graders. So she hurried over. At this moment, Bai Shouji couldn't help but think that Quan Dashu was crazy if this guy wanted to speak nonsense to the second-year guy like before. Thinking of this, Bai Shouji quickened her pace and tried to rush over at this time. After hearing Quan's words, Qiao Daozhen couldn't help but slap himself twice. Trying to adjust his state he had held on for so long, it was probably my turn to attack. Thinking of this, Qiao Daozhen rushed forward again, but was still kicked away by Quan Dashu. Wu Xingxi's Qiao Daozhen quickly stood up and rushed forward again. But he was unable to change the result. He still could not hit Quan Dashu, and was always beaten unilaterally by Quan Dashu. Finally, after being hit by countless punches by the formation, he completely lost the ability to resist. Seeing this, Kwon Da-shu directly pressed the opponent's head and slammed it into the ground. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that the Dao formation would lose like this. Kwon Da-shu turned his eyes to Yuan Ziyu and said, "I have to thank this guy for warming me up. Now it's your turn, bald guy." But just when Kwon Da-shu was about to step forward and shout at Yuan Ziyu, the fallen Dao Zhen behind him stood up again and said, "Did I allow you to call the next one? The battle has just begun." Everyone was stunned. When seeing this scene, they did not expect that Qiao Dao Zhen could actually stand up again. However, Qiao Dao Zhen's appearance made everyone hesitate whether to go up and persuade him to stop fighting. Seeing this, Kwon Da-shu said speechlessly, "You'd better wipe the blood off your mouth first. The stripe formation means that now I know why I can't hit you. You have seen through my fighting style, right? But if your body can't keep up with your mind, what will you do?" Upon seeing this, Ju Chong Hua said calmly that it seemed that the battle had just begun, and now the only thing left for the strip formation was to test victory. In such a situation, it is very likely that, like the characters in the movie, they will gain power beyond their normal limits under extreme circumstances. At this time, the Dao array was in a sprinting posture, and then it rushed towards Kwon Da-shu with a catapult start, but the next second it was hit on the head by Kwon Da-shu's punch. "What are you talking about, brat?" The Dao formation suddenly became fierce. "Why don't you follow the script?" Ju Chong Hua, who was standing by, said awkwardly, "It seems that the plot in the movie will not happen in reality." Kwon Da-shu then turned his attention to Yuan Ziyu. "I heard that you all collect protection fees from your classmates. Are you gangsters? Who asked you to collect protection money? Aren't you students too? From now on, no one is allowed to collect protection money. Otherwise they will be the next to be trapped in the formation." Yuan Ziyu on the stage immediately said, "It seems you still don't understand. Collecting protection money is just a form to provide people with spiritual freedom." But before she could finish her words, Kwon Da-shu interrupted her. "Why are you pretending to be a monk with a bald head? Come down and I'll let you taste the feeling of having your head held." Before Yuan Ziyu said anything when she saw this, Zhu Kongming on the side couldn't sit still and immediately started to scold. "Who do you think you are?" At this time, the leader of the second-year student group said indifferently, "Young people nowadays are really rude. A mere first-grade student actually wants to abolish the tradition of collecting protection money. Forget it, I don't want to explain it to you. Just let you remember it with your body." As soon as the voice fell, all the members of the academic group stood up, and they began to besiege Kwon Da-shu without hesitation. Wu Limao became anxious upon seeing this and wanted to go over to help Kwon Da-shu, but the next second he saw a figure flying away from him. Kwon Da-shu then said, "No need to help, just watch." These second-year soldiers were no match for Kwon Da-shu, and the Zinkajian was almost wiped out. It was Zhu Kongming, and the others turned to be shocked. They didn't expect Kwon Da-shu to be able to deal with so many people alone. At this time, a man tried to sneak attack Kwon Da-shu with a bench. Wu Limao saw this and quickly reminded Kwon Da-shu, and then wanted to step forward to help. But the next second he saw the man being slapped and thrown away. Wu Limao was stunned when he saw this. What was going on? It turned out that the person who took action was Piao Daozhen. Unexpectedly, Piadeazin stood up again. The second-grade guy got angry when he saw this and asked, "What are you doing?" As he said this, he wanted to attack Piao Daozhen, but he was blown away by Piao Daozhen at this time. Piao Daozhen seemed to have changed into a different person, looking at Kwon Da-shu with a smile on his face, indicating that it was not over yet. Seeing this, Zhu Kongming also shouted, "Are you crazy? Why do we target the second graders?" But at this time, Yuan Ziyu noticed that something was wrong with the Piaodao formation. Kwon Da-shu laughed when he saw this. "No wonder, I always felt that you were different from others. Most people couldn't last this long under my control. It turns out you are capable of being immersed in a state of immersion. Fortunately, I showed some mercy to you." Li Chengshuan, who was standing by, fell into deep thought when he heard the word immerse. Kwon Da-shu then said, "Looking at your condition, you can only withstand the last blow. Then I will use my true strength for you." Wu Ruo was surprised to see Kwon Da-shu take a fighting stance for the first time. "My mind is a little full of Piadeazin Wenyan. I don't know what you are talking about, but I feel that my body is extremely light now in my current state. I can definitely tear it to pieces." As he said that, he rushed towards Kwon Da-shu again, but Kwon Da-shu was not panicked at all. His eyes were fixed on the Piaodao formation. Just when the Piaodao formation was about to hit Kwon Da-shu was the first to strike and quickly punched out. An uppercut hit Piao Daozin's chin directly. Piao Daozhin fainted before he even saw Kwon Da-shu's fist. At this time, Kwon Da-shu still maintained the fighting posture he had just assumed. Yuan Ziyu was stunned when she saw this scene. How could this be possible? Why do I see something in him that only that guy has? The leader of the academic group was also dumbfounded. What happened just now? How come there was a gunshot wound? Kwon Da-shu fell down when he saw this. It seemed that this time it was finally over. Zhongming was shocked when he heard this and reminded Kwon Da-shu not to stand fly, but this time the Piaodao formation was really over, and he lay on the ground motionless. Kwon Da-shu also said that he was relieved. This punch should be his limit. Then Kwon Da-shu turned his attention to Piedaezin's friend and asked him to take Piedaezin away at this time. Yuan Ziyu looked at Kwon Da-shu and couldn't stop shaking. One of his legs even shook out a residual shadow. It was so difficult to see him. How could he have the same aura as that person? Zhu Kongming was also stunned. Could that person be Bishoha? At this time, Yuan Ziyu was already lost in her memories. Recalling the scene when he first met Bishoha, Zhu Kongming quickly slapped Yuan Ziyu in the face to wake him up. I asked Yuan Ziyu what to do now, but Yuan Ziyu said it was useless. Although I couldn't see his courage clearly, I knew that no one here could be his opponent. At this time, Kwon Da-shu said, the Piaodao formation has arrived. Who will come next? But no one present dared to move. Kwon Da-shu was helpless when he saw this. Since you guys won't come out, they'll just pick anyone at random. Whoever I call, come out. But at this moment, Kwon Da-shu suddenly received a call from Li Xiling. As soon as Kwon Da-shu answered the phone, he heard Li Xiling say, from now on, please follow my instructions. Zhu Min and others were stunned when they saw this. Why did Da-shu suddenly answer the phone at this time? At this time, Li Xiling had already explained everything and said, I will call you again later. Seeing this, Kwon Da-shu had no choice but to put away his phone and said that he would stop talking today. I have something else to do today, so I'll leave you alone for now. Then Kwon Da-shu asked Wu Limao and others to leave. Seeing Kwon Da-shu leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second Kwon Da-shu turned around and said, I heard that you will collect protection money next week. If you dare to collect it, I will never let you go. Everyone was angry but dared not say anything when seeing this. Kwon Da-shu had just opened the door of the gymnasium, but the next second he bumped into someone. Bai Xiuji, who was worried about Kwon Da-shu's safety, rushed here. When Bai Xiuji saw Kwon Da-shu, she hurriedly asked, are you okay? Seeing this, Kwon Da-shu said that of course he was fine. Bai Xiuji was stunned. But I heard that there are a lot of second-year guys here. But the next second, Bai Xiuji saw a group of people lying on the ground in a mess. Seeing this, Bai Xiuji was stunned and asked Kwon Da-shu in disbelief, you did all this? Kwon Da-shu did not answer her question, but gave his coat to Bai Xiuji and asked her to put it on. Bai Ziyu's face turned red when she saw this. Although she resisted verbally, she still honestly took the clothes with her body. The next second, Kwon Da-shu put on Bai Ziyu's coat, and in Bai Ziyu's eyes, it looked like she was wearing a wedding dress. Just when Bai Xiuji was still immersed in the gentle fragrance, Yang Zhengmao suddenly pulled her back to reality. Xiuji, aren't you leaving yet? We are leaving. Seeing this, Bai Xiuji hurriedly followed. At this time, the leader of the academic group was speechless. What was the relationship between this transfer student and Bai Xiuji? It was even more difficult to deal with him now. However, Li Qingxuan on the side said that it seemed that this guy was not something that the second graders could deal with at all, so it would be better to use his relationship with Bai Xiuji to take advantage of Bishoha. Only when Rude Hat and others had already walked 3 kilometers did they realize that Jin Mingzhong had not come out yet. Upon seeing this, Kwon Da-shu said, please go and take care of Jin Mingzhong. I have something to do here, so I'll leave first. After Kwon Da-shu left, he followed Li Xilin's instructions and came to the loan company again. He said that he had received an anonymous text message with my photo attached not long ago, but he had come many times and did not find his information. Now he could only come to confirm and deal with it personally. But the next second, when Kwon Da-shu entered the room, he saw a group of guys in suits standing there. Then Kwon Da-shu hung up the phone. Seeing this, several men in black came up and asked who Kwon Da-shu was, but Kwon Da-shu just stood there and didn't say anything. The man wanted to slap Kwon Da-shu, but the next second Kwon Da-shu suddenly attacked and slapped the man away. The other men in black got angry and prepared to attack Kwon Da-shu. But the next second a man came out and asked everyone to stay. This guy is a dangerous person. Then the man walked up to Kwon Da-shu and said, it's been a long time. How have you been recently? Kwon Da-shu looked at the man in front of him and said, I didn't expect you to appear here, Jiao Juanxi. Afterwards, Kwon Da-shu and Jiao Juanxi came to the rooftop to reminisce about the past. Kwon Da-shu then said, So it was you who sent me the text message the other day, then I hurried over here, but found that the place was in a mess. Was that also you who did it? Diao Junshi then said, these guys have been investigating us behind the scenes. I heard about you when I was dealing with them. I thought it was you who started to suspect us and then dug up our secrets behind the scenes. But don't worry. I'm the only one who knows about this. What are you doing now? Are you wearing a school uniform? Quan Dashu then said, is there any need to ask this? I am in school now, but don't ask too much. I have my own difficulties. Diao Junshi then said, although I don't know what you are doing, but I know that you have a relationship with that woman Li Silin. You'd better not trust her too much. Quan Dashu then said that he did not want to get involved in these complicated matters now. He just wanted to live an ordinary life, study hard, graduate successfully, get into a good university, and live an ordinary life that everyone else is living. Then Quan Dashu prepared to leave here and said to Junshi, it's nice to meet you today, but next time I won't treat you so harmoniously, and you don't come to interfere with my daily life. But at this time, Diao Junshi suddenly asked, Dashu, are you able to continue learning it recently? Upon hearing this, Quan Dashu remembered that he was not as good at studying as Yang Jingmao. He immediately became annoyed. He turned his head and looked at Diao Junshi viciously. Don't appear in front of me again. But not long after I left, Quan Dashu discovered something was wrong. Diao Junshi said he had processed my information, so how did he know about Li Silin and I? Ever since Quan Dashu defeated Wu Limao, he had a short weekend on this day. He came to the baseball stadium with Wu Limao and others to relax when he saw Quan Dashu. Wu Limao immediately took out a pen and gave it to Quan Dashu. Quan Dashu thought that Wu Limao was trying to encourage him to study hard, but Wu Limao said it was nonsense. Park Juri, who was standing by, stepped forward and took the arm of the instructor. Let's go up too, let's go up. Park Gili, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward and took the arm of the art instructor of Quan University. Let's go up too. When they came up, they saw Wu Limao and a few others had already started playing. Quan Dashu was looking forward to seeing Wu Limao playing baseball. After all, this guy used a baseball bat to fight, but the next second, he saw that Wu Limao didn't hit anyone. Seeing this, Quan Dashu couldn't help but complain, you hit me too hard. Wu Limao immediately said, why rush? This is a planet bar. I was just trying out the field just now. Okay, now I'm going to use that. The next second, a baseball bat flew over, but this time Wu Limao hit it with a perfect thunderbolt. Quan Dashu was very surprised to see this, and didn't know how Wu Limao suddenly became so powerful. Wu Limao said proudly, that's all thanks to the ball skills I developed. In fact, it is very simple. You just need to do one thing, that is to look at the ball with a squint. In this way, the focus of the eyes will become blurred, and the things in front of you will look like two. Baseball is no exception. When the two balls overlap, it is the best time to hit. Quan Dashu Wenyan was speechless. If you want to fight next time, just call me. For the future of mankind, Zhong Hao suddenly came on stage and said it was my turn. The next second, a ball flew out. However, Zhong Hao actually caught the ball with his stomach. Zhong Min, who was standing next to him, asked, what are you doing? Why don't you play ball? Zhong Hao immediately said, I'm not here to play ball, I'm here to practice my ability to withstand blows. Zhong Hao was able to take a punch from Dashu and still stand firm, but when I saw that guy Piao Dao Zhen was still standing after taking so many punches, I suddenly realized that my future path is to resist being beaten. Quan Dashu Wenyan said, why didn't you tell me earlier? I can help you. Zhong Hao was so scared that he quickly stepped aside. Then Quan Dashua also prepared to hit twice to show his strength. Then two girls suddenly appeared, looking at the teacher of Quan Dashua with a crazy look on his face. It was as if she had been taught a lesson by his strong arms. When Yen was immediately unhappy and glared at the two girls. The two girls were not convinced. How dare you stare at me, little girl? I am fed up with you. At this time, a few boys suddenly appeared and asked, what's going on? Who glared at you? Which bastard dared to mess with our closed school? Then he turned his eyes to the rude hats and said, are you guys a bunch of stinky boys? What school are you guys from? Don't you know we are? But the next second the man saw the blushing face of the snotty hat, but he couldn't say anything. The man subconsciously protected his good brother. Apparently the man recognized the snotty hat. The snotty hat then said, have we met before? What did you want to say? Before the man could say anything, the man in green clothes on the side immediately cursed, what are you talking about? Bastard! Seeing this, the man wanted to pull the man in green clothes away from here. But the next second, the green ghost man was hit even harder. That guy glared at our Minji. Seeing this, the man said to the green man with a serious face, "If you want to have children with Minji in the future, just listen to me and provoke that red-haired man. You may not be able to have children." The snotty hat guys were stunned. What do these guys mean? At this time, the girl next to him couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" That guy just glared at us. Quan Dashua turned his head, not knowing what had happened. Seeing Quan Dashua, the man became even more frightened and immediately broke out in a sweat. "Hurry up and push the man in green away." At this time, it was finally revealed that this guy seemed to be the one who was knocked down in the previous fight with Feng En. At the same time, Prostitute was unlucky here for some reason. He was targeted by a group of men in black. Piao Daozhen was also dumbfounded. He didn't know who these guys were and thought they were here to collect debts. But these black-clad men didn't waste any time talking to Piao Daozhen and just started to attack him. Seeing this, Piao Daozhen also got angry and started to fight back, easily killing one person. The group of men in black were stunned. Isn't this guy still a student? However, Park Junshi suddenly appeared at this time and said, "Leave this guy to me." I felt the pressure immediately. "Who are you? This is none of your business." But Park Junshi adopted the same posture as Quan Dashu and said, "Since you want to resist, let's end it quickly." When Piao Daozhen saw this posture, he was immediately panicked and was speechless for a while. It didn't take long for him to get into the formation and be defeated. Park Junshi then said, "You don't even have money. How are you going to pay us back? So just pay us back with your body. From today on, I never went to school again." Ever since John Daesu defeated Piao Daozhen, he asked Kim Do-hyun to investigate the bullying behavior of the school bullies and then report it to John Daesu. This also made Jin Daoxian look good in front of those school bullies. Most school bullies would be polite to Jin Daoxian, and Jin Daoxian also relied on the name of Quan Dashu. He secretly set up a school violence committee, gathered the bullied students from each class, and collected the evil deeds of the school bullies. But there are no people in the 7th and 8th classes. No one in class 9 reported any school violence. There was a person who had nothing to do and was harassing other students. Facing the warnings from his male classmates, he didn't take them seriously. "I even mocked you nerds for studying all the time but not getting good grades." At this time, the Homo sapiens nearby couldn't stand it anymore and said that if you have nothing to do, just go out. The man said, "You are the most senior person in the school, you should just study hard. Stop meddling in other people's business." The Homo sapiens was immediately unhappy. "How can we study when you are making so much noise?" The man couldn't stand it anymore and said, "You stinky bitch. Keep nagging me. If you weren't a woman, I would have beaten you up long ago." However, Li Chengshuan suddenly appeared and said to the man, "So you are here, come out with me. I have something to talk to you about." Li Chengshuan turned around and took the man to a corner and beat him up. "Why did you, a fool, destroy such a good learning atmosphere? Stop pretending to be so great." The man was beaten so hard that he didn't dare to fight back. He kept apologizing to Li Chengshuan. Then Li Chengshuan said, "Get lost now, I don't want to see you again today. You go home first." Then Li Chengshuan took out his mobile phone and made a call, asking if he wanted to meet now. After all, there are only 3 of us and we can still cooperate. Then Li Chengshuan came to the rooftop, and Lu Jishi and Guodoji also came here. The two were very surprised when they found out that Quan Dashua even dared to beat up a second-year guy, and the second-year leader Yuan Ziyu was actually indifferent. Guodoji then said what to do now. This guy was clamoring to stop everyone from collecting protection fees. Lu Jishi also said that it was right, the protection fee would be collected soon, and he should be dealt with before that. Li Chengshuan then said that Quan Dasho was indeed very strong, but he had crossed the line now. He was the enemy of the whole school. But don't worry, Eve already thought of a solution. All the Dasho will be dealt with in advance. We just need that plan to collect protection money. At the same time, at Quan Dashuo's place, Jin Daoxian was reporting to Quan Dashua on his work. At this time, Bai Xiuji suddenly came over, returned Quan Dashuo's clothes, and said that they were accidentally stained with makeup, so I washed them. Park Gili at the side said immediately, "How could the makeup get stained when someone kicked you? I think you buried your face in it and inhaled it." Bai Xiuji blushed immediately and said to herself, "What nonsense are you talking about?" But I couldn't help but hold back. This guy actually guessed it. The two women immediately started arguing, and then they asked Kwon Dashua rudely, if those guys continue to collect protection money, do we really have to deal with them? After all, this matter concerns the interests of the third grade. Will we make a big fuss? Kwon Dashua said it was okay. This was exactly what I wanted. At the same time, he thought to himself, isn't this the purpose of my coming to this school? They'll show you what you want to see. Let's officially kick off. At the same time, Lu Jishi returned to the class and was still thinking about whether to listen to Lee Chengshuan and continue to collect protection money. After all, he didn't think he could beat John Dae-suk, Lee Sung-hoon, and Kwak Dujik. But after thinking for a while, Lu Jishi decided to continue collecting protection money. Anyway, there is still this guy Lee Chengshuan. If he wants to survive, he has to deal with Kwon Dashua's matter properly. However, Guodoji didn't think much about it. He returned to the class and asked his younger brother to start collecting protection fees. This little brother also kindly reminded Guodoji, does he really want to collect protection money? Guodoji was unhappy when he heard this. It seems that you have also heard that transfer students are not allowed to collect protection fees. As he said that, he poured the drink in his hand onto the boy's head. This is really annoying. Do you think I will lose to Kwon Dashua? Then Guodoji prepared to leave the class and said that he would collect the protection fee before tomorrow. But Lee Chengshuan did not take any action. Seeing this, the deputy squad leader couldn't help but say, because I haven't heard you say you want to collect protection money. I'm so sorry, Chengshuan. I'm the deputy monitor, but I can't help you. Do you need me to collect it for you? Lee Chengshuan said it was okay. After all, this was the class monitor's job. Thank you for worrying about me, but I can tell you that our class does not plan to collect protection fees. At this time, Guodoji was still calling the second grade, saying that he would collect the protection fee soon. At this time, Lee Chengshuan suddenly came over, and Guodoji asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Lee Sung-hoon then asked, have you collected protection money? Kwak Dujik then said that he had already started collecting it. Then he asked, Kwon Dashua, have you dealt with it? Lee Chengshuan then said, don't worry, just act as usual. At this time, Kwon Dashua had already received the news that Guodoji and the others were collecting protection money. I was about to go to class 8 to negotiate with Guodoji soon. Kwon Dashua came to class 8 and asked, who is Guodoji? One of the yellow-haired guys was stunned when he saw Kwon Dashua. Unexpectedly, Kwon Dashua actually came over, and the person next to him seemed very excited to see Kwon Dashua at this time. Two girls said to Kwon Dashua, Guodoji is not here now, what do you want to see him for? Upon seeing this, Kwon Dashua said, since he was not there, forget it, just say it and prepare to leave. Seeing Kwon Dashua was about to leave, the man suddenly panicked. Why was he leaving so soon? He should at least deal with the yellow-haired guy. At this time, two girls suddenly grabbed Kwon Dashua and said, you are so handsome. Can you take a video with me? The man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, as this could help delay some time. But the next second, Kwon Dashu rejected the girl without hesitation. The man was stunned again when he saw this. This guy actually refused the goddess' request. There was no other way but to do this. Then I saw the man pointing at the yellow-haired guy and saying, you are so ugly. Although I have no right to say that you are ugly, you are so disgusting. You ask me every day whether you are handsome or not. To be honest, you are ugly as hell. The two girls were stunned when they saw this. What happened to the monitor? Has he finally been driven crazy? Huang Mao was stunned for a moment when he saw the squad leader pointing at him and scolding him. The next second he burst into laughter. You are so funny. But the next second the yellow-haired man's face changed. He stood up from the table. Brat, don't you know that you can eat whatever you want but you can't say whatever you want? The man was not at all panicked when he saw this, and even felt very happy. Finally, he said what was in his heart. But the next second, the yellow-haired man's fist was on the man's face. The yellow-haired man started to walk towards the man without hesitation. But the man was not panicked at all. He believed that Kwon Dashua would save him. But the next second, I saw Kwon Dashua standing there motionless. The man was stunned. Didn't Jin Daoxian say that Kwon Dashua would take care of the joke? However, at this time, Kwon Dashua was looking at the girl's phone in front of him. It turned out that the girl's phone was live streaming. Under such circumstances, Kwon Dashua couldn't teach Huang Mao a lesson. But Kwon Dashua couldn't really watch his steps, so he stepped forward to stop the yellow-haired man and said, stop fighting. Although he said something very exaggerated, But it didn't have to go this far. Who would have thought that Huang Mao didn't give Quan Dashua any face at all, saying, "It's none of your business, get out of here." At this time, a girl next to him said, "Che Yenyu and Zhuan Shaoxing standing together look so ugly originally. There was a class monitor to keep him company. Now he has no companion." These words fell into Wang Miao's ears word for word. Wang Miao's defense was immediately broken, and he cursed at Quan Dashua. "Who do you think you are? Why are you meddling in my business?" Upon seeing this, Quan Dashua said, "Regardless of what you look like, I didn't expect you to be so brave." As he said that, Quan Dashua directly grabbed the yellow-haired man's hands and said, "You really can't control your emotions." Huang Mao was furious when he saw this. "What are you doing? You little brat? Let me go." Quan Dashua said that he was giving him a chance and had better go back to his seat and attend the class, otherwise he would splash water in front of the girls. At this time, the girl next to her said again that Che Yanya's hands were controlled, and she didn't expect that she couldn't even break free from the transfer student's fingers. Che Yenyu was unhappy when he heard this since he couldn't use his hands. The yellow-haired man aimed his mouth at Quan Dashua. He wanted to spit at Quan Dashua, but the next second Quan Dashua slapped him and hit the yellow-haired man's head crooked unexpectedly. The saliva was actually spit on a girl. The girl was so frightened that she dropped her phone. Quan Dashua saw this as an opportunity and punched the yellow-haired guy without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the yellow-haired man fainted after being hit by the punch. At this time, Guodoji suddenly came back and asked Quan Dashua, "Why are you here?" Quan Dashua then said, "It seems that you are Guodoji. You didn't seem to be in the gym last week." Guodoji then asked, "Did you beat up Che Yenyu and the squad leader?" Quan Dashua then said, "You can think that I did it." Seeing Quan Dashua coming to him personally, Guodoji instantly realized that he was brushed off by Li Chengshuan. But at this time Li Chengshuan found Jin Daoxian. He also said that he was here to join the John Dizio Association and directly told Kim Do-hyun, "From now on, I will be the president and lead this team." Jin Daoxian wanted to argue a little more, but the next second Li Chengsun's face changed and said, "Don't you believe in my ability?" Seeing this, Kim Do-hyun was immediately filled with anger and quickly said to Sung-hoon, "From now on, you are the chairman." John Daesu didn't waste any words and directly said to Kwok Dusher, "You were not at the gym last time, so I'm giving you a chance as long as you return the protection money you collected before tomorrow. This matter is over after all. I don't want to beat you up." Guodoji naturally refused to give in and immediately said that it was impossible because I had spent all the money. "Thank you for your suggestion, but you should get out." Quan Dashua did not argue with him and just said, "I have told you this, you'd better change your mind before tomorrow. After all, if you are an artist, it will be difficult to debut if you get your face hurt." When Guodoji heard such a threat, he burst into tears and laughed. He turned around and kicked Quan Dashua with a roundhouse kick. Quan Dashua quickly stepped back and spun to avoid it, but this kick forced him out of the corridor. Guodoji then said, "I really don't know why everyone thinks I will lose." Quan Dashua immediately mocked, "That's because everyone has glasses, so we can still tll who is strong and who is weak." Hearing this, Guodoji didn't care. He rushed straight towards Quan Dashua. Guodoji's ability is quite good, which also aroused Quan Dashu's interest. But there were people nearby taking photos with their cell phones, which made it impossible for Quan Dashua to concentrate, and he kept dodging the camera. The girl who took the photo with her phone also noticed something was wrong. No matter where you take the photo, you can only take a photo of Guodoji's back. At this time, the yellow-haired guy next to him suddenly jumped out and cheered for Guodoji. This successfully attracted the attention of Quan Dashua, who immediately gave up Guodoji and rushed towards him, grabbing the yellow-haired man's head with one hand. He instantly threw himself at the girl who was filming nearby, knocking her over and knocking her phone over. It must be said that Huang Mao was unlucky. Guodoji had already taken advantage of Quan Dashua's gap to rush over. "You little brat, you still have time to care about others at this time?" Quan Dashua suddenly squatted down and avoided the attack. Then he said, "I won't hit you in the face anymore." As he said this, he punched Guodoji in the ribs. The severe pain made Guodoji's face pale, and Quan Dashua punched him in the abdomen again. After 2 punches, Guodoji fell to the ground and lost the ability to fight back. Quan Dashua then said, "If you don't return the protection fee before tomorrow, your face will turn into a pig's head." Hearing this, Guodoji lost his temper and knelt down without saying a word. After dealing with Guodoji, Quan Dashua set his sights on Lu Jishi from the dance class. At this time, Lu Jishi was not sure what was going to happen. You were still trying on the expensive clothes bought with the protection money, when the girl next to you suddenly said that Guidoji was beaten, and that the transfer student was coming this way. Could he be looking for you? When Lu Jishi heard this, she felt something was wrong and realized that both she and Guidoji had been tricked by Li Qingshuan. Then the alliance said that they had something to do today. She left early, but just as she reached the door, she saw Quan Dashua walking in. Quan Dashua then said, "School isn't over yet, where are you going?" Seeing this scene, Lu Jishi turned his head to look at his girlfriend, then said to Quan Dashua, "Let's go out and talk." Then Lu Jishi took Quan Dashua to a deserted place. Lu Jishi was still thinking about how to defeat Quan Dashua at this time, but after thinking for a long time, he felt that he could not defeat Quan Dashua no matter whether it was a sneak attack or any other tricks. Lu Jishi had no choice but to say helplessly, "You are asking for protection money, right? Although I don't know what you want to do, I will do whatever you say." In this way, Quan Dashua easily defeated Lu Jishi and Guidoji. At this time, only Class 9 and Class 7 were still silent. Then there are the second and third graders. It would be too much trouble to go to each of them and ask them what if they received protection money but didn't admit it? That would be difficult. If only someone could bring all these guys to me at this time. Li Qingshuan was also preparing to pack up and go home from school. At this time, Guidoji suddenly came over. He asked, "Li Qingshuan, what on earth do you mean by that?" Li Qingshuan said, "There are so many people here and they are talking a lot. Do you have to make it so ugly? It's really embarrassing." Guidoji was stunned when he heard this. "What did you say, you little brat? Are you crazy?" At this time, Lu Jishi also came over. Li Qingshuan saw this and said, "I remember that your relationship has always been not very good. Are the two calligraphers planning to join forces to deal with us?" When Guidoji heard this, he immediately got angry and said, "You are crazy, you little bastard, I can deal with you myself." After saying that, Guidoji rushed forward. However, Li Qingshuan kicked him in the face, which actually sent Guidoji flying. Lu Jishi was stunned. When she saw this, she didn't expect Li Qingshuan to be so capable. But the next second, Li Qingshuan's fist reached Lu Zix's face, knocking him back repeatedly. Li Qingshuan taunted him, "Why are you just standing there? You should just go for it now. No wonder you're being bullied everywhere." Lu Jishi got angry when he heard this, and rushed towards Li Qingshuan, but all his attacks were dodged. Li Qingshuan seized the opportunity and controlled Lu Jishi. Then a sucking kick hit Lu Zix's head, almost kicking him out of the classroom, but he was caught back by Li Qingshuan the next second. Soon Lu Jishi was completely defeated. Guidoji was also kicked unconscious earlier. Li Qingshuan then said, "Now you know your own weight, right? All you need to know is that I want Quan Dashu to be the boss, and you don't have to worry about the rest at this time." Quan Dashu was still worrying about how to deal with the others at once. But suddenly he found someone following him. Quan Dashu then turned into a parking lot. While the other party was not catching up, he quickly ran to the back, then jumped over the wall and landed behind that person. Then Quan Dashu stood behind the man and said, "What are you trying to do by running to an empty parking lot?" But the next second the man turned around and it turned out to be Yalu. Quan Dashu was also amused when he saw this, and then asked, "Are you following me?" Yaluo then said, "Actually, I wanted to break up with you, but I found that someone was following you. So I wanted to come and see, but I don't know when that person disappeared." Seeing this, Quan Dashu said, "Anyway, you are the one following me now, right?" Yaluo then explained, "I don't mean anything else. It's just that you saved me last time, and I didn't find a chance to thank you." Quan Dashu then took out his mobile phone and said, "If you have something to say, I'll give you the phone number, and you can contact me later." Then Quan Dashu said, "It's getting dark. Let me take you back first." On the way back, Yaluo also took the opportunity to thank Quan Dashu. Quan Dashu said, "You're welcome, it was me who accidentally dragged you into this." Yaluo then said, "And Jiren said too much last time. Actually, Jiren feels very sorry for you, but I can't tell you the reason anyway. He has no time to care about so many things now. But he will apologize to you sooner or later. I hope you don't hate him." Quan Dashu immediately said, "No. Compared to this, I actually have a question to ask. I heard that your class is an experimental class, so what is the learning atmosphere like in your class?" Yaluo then said that he was nervous at first, but they never quarreled with Jiren. As for the boys' side, It seemed like Lee Sung-hoon solved it, but I don't know how he did it. By the time Kwon Da-shu returned home, it was already completely dark. The current situation also gives Kwon Da-shu a headache. Since Jin Yuanxiong, someone has been following me constantly. Now things are getting bigger and bigger. It is not just a fight between children, especially with the appearance of Park Juin-shi. It has completely exceeded my understanding. This is probably related to Lee Silin, but he told me not to trust Lee Silin. The current situation is really confusing, but I don't care about it. I just need to do one thing well. The next day, Lee Chung-shuan found Kwon Da-shu and asked him if he could talk to him. Seeing this, Kwon Da-shu said, "Of course, I'm still considering whether to talk to you with my fists." Lee Chung-shuan saw this and quickly said, "I will confiscate the protection fee." Then he grasped Kwon Da-shu's hand and said, "I think you are amazing. Thanks to you, I don't have to collect protection money after all. I was the leader of Class 9 before. In order to protect my classmates, I had to collect protection money at the same time. I couldn't avoid being labeled as a school bully. But I have been waiting for an opportunity after meeting you. I feel that I have found this hope, so can you give me a chance to help you?" At this time, Jin Daoxian still wanted to find Kwon Da-shu to seek justice for him. But when he entered the door, he saw Lee Chung-shuan and Kwon Da-shu talking and laughing, and he was dumbfounded. Kwon Da-shu then said, "Thank you for your hard work before, and you can leave your matters to him from now on." Jin Daoxian then said, "Da-shu, you should know that he is the boss of Class 9. In simple terms, he is the school bully." Lee Chung-shuan immediately said, "You mean the boss is the school bully, right? According to your logic, Da-shu is also a school bully, right?" Jin Daoxian Wenyan quickly shook his head to indicate that this was not what he meant. Kwon Da-shu then said, "I know what you are worried about, but through our conversation just now, I have already felt his sincerity. Okay, no more words. Just shake hands." Lee Chung-shuan then said that everyone should gather together before the official start. At this moment, on the rooftop of the school, Lee Chung-shuan called all the people who followed Kwon Da-shu over and prepared to introduce the School Bully Violence Committee to everyone. Zhong Min and Zhong Xiu were stunned when they saw this, not knowing when Kwon Da-shu and Lee Chung-shuan became friends. Jin Lingzhong, who was standing by, also asked what this committee was for and whether it could make money. Lee Chung-shuan then explained that this committee actually has no meaning, and its ultimate goal is to catch all the school bullies and beat them up. That's about it. But shouldn't I tell you this? It doesn't matter if you are rude or not, but why are you the host? Seeing this, Kwon Da-shu said, "I entrusted him with the task. I wanted to abolish the bad habit of collecting protection money in school." Lee Chung-shuan also said, "Da-shu and I are like-minded, and I think I will be Dashu's right-hand man. I am not only the boss of Class 9, but also the monitor of Class 9. You should know that the protection fee is usually collected by the monitor. And I basically have connections with all the classes in the school, so I know which classes are collecting protection fees, so I know exactly who we are going to beat up next. If Da-shu is a sniper rifle, then I am the sniper scope that assists him in aiming." At this time, Zhong Ling suddenly said, "You should first explain why you were with the sophomore guy before." Lee Chung-shuan immediately said that there was indeed some misunderstanding that time, and I just attended the meeting between the teacher and the class monitor with them, and then went with them to watch the fun. At this time, Kwon Da-shu said, "Don't talk about these irrelevant things, just tell me your plan directly." Lee Chung-shuan then said that if he wanted to abolish the protection fee, he could only find the third-year leader Bishoha. But for some reason Bishoha and the third-year cadres are not in school now, so we can only take action against the second grade first, cut off the collection behavior of the two grades connected to the third grade so that we can lure out the third-year guys hiding in the dark and catch them all in one fell swoop. Of course, the matter of protection money and the matter of cleaning up the scum are separate. I guess all the first-year students haven't been taught a lesson yet. Only Ju Chong Hua from Class 7 is left. That guy is a scumbag and also collects protection fees. He needs to be taught a lesson at this time. Jin Daoxian raised a question. "I haven't heard what Ju Chong Hua has been doing these days. He just does sports after school and doesn't bully his classmates much." Lee Chung-shuan then said, "It seems I have to tell you what he does after school. His evil is the purest without any malice. His obsession with technology makes him a devil. All the students in his sports specialty class are good at sports. So he used this to satisfy his own desires, such as letting those people fight, and he would analyze different types of fighting, what kind of technical characteristics they had, and how to apply them in actual combat, which shocked Xian Wenyan so much that he looked very angry. When asked why he did this, Li Chengshuan immediately explained that it was because he was no longer satisfied with just honing his skills. He wanted to perfect his skills through the fighting skills demonstrated by others' bloodshed, so I guess that he would take the first step to hurt you. The reason is that he saw your fighting skills against Piao Daozhen last time, and Piao Daozhen was forced to break his own limit at that time. A pervert obsessed with technology saw a technology he had never seen before and an opportunity to break his limit. How could he hold back? I guess he is now caught up in the battle between you and Piao Daozhen. Soon a day passed. Wu Limao and others were walking together, and Zhong Min suddenly turned around and said, I really don't know why I don't like that kid Li Chengshuan. I always feel that this guy is very insidious. Wu Limao then said, but what Li Chengshuan said is also correct. He can indeed help. Kwandasho. Zhong Min then said, I know all this, but it feels weird. Forget it. Let the big boy do whatever he wants. But Li Chengshuan came to the second grade and found the leader of the second grade school bully group. Li Chengshuan then asked how it was. Did you see Bishoha? The leader of the school bully group sighed. When he heard this, he couldn't see him. Li Chengshuan immediately said, I told you that you couldn't find him. The boy's mind is full of other things now, and he hasn't been to school for a long time. The man then asked, never mind him for now. What are you going to do now? Tell me your plan. Li Chengshuan then said, don't worry. Everything is under my control. I will give you a signal after a while. You just need to prepare everything before then. After all, we have to prepare for strong winds and heavy rains. At the same time, Ju Chong Hua was indeed instructing his classmates to beat each other up, just as Li Chengshuan said, while he was sitting aside recording something. But at this moment, Ju Chong Hua felt that it was meaningless. Now it is equivalent to studying the physical condition of ordinary people. Someone nearby said, they are not ordinary people. The ones who are doing research now are all talented students in our class. What happened to you? Something has been wrong with you since last time. At this time, Ju Chong Hua also stood up and stopped you from doing it. And gather all the top 10 students with special talents together. Soon a group of people gathered in front of Ju Chong Hua. Ju Chong Hua then asked the person named by Ho, what did you feel when I choked you to death last time? Do you feel your limits? Or is there a feeling of transcendence? It seems that you don't feel anything, but it doesn't matter. Next, you have a special role to play. In order to better observe Kwandashuo's fighting skills, Ju Chong Hua actually asked his classmates to pretend to be beaten. Then he sent a message to Li Chengshuan saying that he was bullied. Then Li Chengshuan sent a message to Kwandashuo asking him to come to the rescue. After receiving the news, Li Chengshuan immediately notified Kwandashuo. After receiving the news from Li Chengshuan, Kwandashu rushed to the scene as soon as possible. However, at this time, Li Chengshuan called and said that he had something to do and might come later. But Li Sunghoon arrived at the scene earlier than John Dae-suk, and was already standing in a great position to see John Dae-suk and Ju Seonghwa. When John Dae-suk received the call from Lee Sung-hoon, Kim Do-hyun was also there, and he immediately told Rude Hat and others about it. Several people also hurried to the abandoned construction site. As soon as Kwandashuo arrived at the construction site, Ju Chong Hua, who was hiding in the dark, discovered Kwandashuo. When Kwandashuo arrived, everyone was still acting hard. It was just a pity for the student who was beaten. Kwandashuo randomly stopped everyone and said, you guys are really good at choosing places. I happen to like this kind of place. No matter how hard they fought, no one would notice. But Kwandashuo looked around and found that there was no sign of Ju Chong Hua. However, Kwandashuo was not in a hurry. As long as he defeated all these people, Ju Chong Hua would naturally appear. At this time, Ju Chong Hua, who was hiding in the dark, even took out a telescope to watch. The man next to him was still asking Ju Chong Hua why he did this. Ju Chong Hua then explained that ordinary people cannot break through the limits. Only the chosen ones can do it. The man then said, although these guys are second only to us in class 7, are they really that powerful? Ju Chong Hua said no, they would be defeated soon. What I expect is to collect all the fighting skills of Dashua through them. Then make yourself stronger. At this time, a voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. You are such a bastard. You actually used your friend as a sacrifice. Unexpectedly, the person who came was Shin Shangbu. Shin Shangbu then said, I'm not late. Ju Chong Hua then said that it was just right, and Kwandashuo was already prepared for a group fight. But the other side only had one person stand up. ready to fight Quan Dashua Onianon. According to Ju Chong Hua, this guy is a wandering boxer like Shinshangbu. He also said that the reason why Shinshangbu lost to Quan Dashua, it's because you don't know your opponent well enough, and Quan Dashua already knew the information about you from Woromeo. Shinshangbu also agreed with Ju Chong Hua's views, and he is confident that he will not lose to Quan Dashua under the same conditions. Ju Chong Hua then said, "So today is the chance for revenge I prepared for you, now take a look here." At this time, the boy next to him was puzzled. Ju Chong Hua must know about the Piaodao formation. So Shinshangbu must not be a match for Quan Dashua. And Quan Dashua is already ready to fight. Quan Dashua also immediately saw that the man was a wandering boxer. The man didn't waste time talking to Quan Dashua and rushed forward with a sword step naturally. Such an attack could not hit Quan Dashua. The man's familiar attacking method reminded Quan Dashua of Shinshangbu, and he forced the man back with just a slight move. Then he took a sword step forward and kicked the man, knocking him to the ground. Then Quan Dashua punched the man again, killing him in just 2.5 seconds. Then Quan Dashua took off his coat and turned his eyes to everyone. Shouldn't the sports class be the strongest? But this is too disappointing, let's end it quickly. I don't have much time to play with you. As soon as he said that, Dashua rushed up directly. He punched the trust in the front, and everyone rushed forward when they saw this. But these people were no match for Quan Dashua. They rushed towards him like moths to a flame. Then he was easily knocked down one by Quan Dashua. In less than 2.5 minutes, most of the people were dealt with by Quan Dashua, and only one person was left standing there. Seeing that everyone was knocked down, the man was just about to take action. Seeing this, Quan Dashua said, "I had some expectations for you, but the level of these people is too poor. I hope you are different from them." At this time, Shinshangbu on the opposite building was already stunned. For a moment, it was unclear whether the opponent was too weak or Quan Dashua was just that strong. At this time, Ju Chong Hua reminded him, "Keep an eye on this last person. You should know him too. He is the only one besides me. The strongest person in class 8. This guy is a speed fighter different from you." But Ju Chong Hua never expected that he would be slapped in the face the next second. The man rushed towards Quan Dashua, but the next second, Quan Dashua was even faster. He came to the man first and then punched him in the face. With just one punch, the man was sent flying. After being hit by this punch, the man fainted. Seeing this, Quan Dashua couldn't help but sigh. He thought there was something different, but the result was still the same. Then Quan Dashua began to interrogate the other party about the whereabouts of Ju Chong Hua, and at this time Wu Limao and others also rushed to the construction site. At this time, Zhong Ming was still questioning why Li Qingshuan only notified Dashua and not them. Wu Limao fell into deep thought when he heard this. But there is nothing that can be done about it. At this time, Zhong Ming suddenly saw Ju Chong Hua's position. They stopped talking nonsense and prepared to go up to find Ju Chong Hua. At this time, Ju Chong Hua was here. Seeing that Quan Dashua had put everyone down, Shinshangbu prepared to do it himself. Ju Chong Hua wanted to remind Shinshangbu, but Shinshangbu would not listen at this time. Shinshangbu was still deceiving himself. "It must be because these guys are too weak. I came prepared this time." And it seems his fighting style hasn't been fully finalized yet. Although he has good judgment, it is obvious that he has not received any special training. Shinshangbu, who had just come downstairs, happened to meet Wu Limao and others. Seeing Shinshangbu, Wu Limao stepped forward and asked him why he was here. Seeing this, Shinshangbu sneered, "What are you doing here? A bunch of trash? Get out of here if you don't want to get beaten." Wu Limao then said, "It seems that you also want to take action against Quan Dashua." Wanyan Shinshang is not sarcastic. "It seems that you have a good relationship. How is it? Are you happy running errands during this period?" "You are right. I am going to beat up Uncle Quan now. After I beat him up, you will be my punching bags." Wu Limao smiled and said in a polite manner, "You're dreaming. Even if you are lucky enough to beat Quan Dashua, you are still no match for me." Shinshangbu suddenly remembered the feeling of having his children and grandchildren controlled by Wu Limao. The atmosphere was right. "You should know that you are not following the moral code of martial arts." Wu Limao immediately said, "It's not a big deal. I am different outside of school than I am inside of school." Shinshangbu then sneered, "You are just an idiot who can only wave weapons around. Just think of it as a warm-up. I will kill you today." Seeing this, Zhong Min and the other wanted to join forces with Wu Limao to fight. But Wu Limao said that it was not necessary, we still need to have the proper manners and I can deal with him myself. The next second Shin Shangbu rushed forward. The speed was so fast that Wu Limao almost dropped his jaw. He quickly swung the pen in his left hand to stab forward. But Shin Shangbu dodged it. Then he punched Wu Limao in the ribs. This attack put Wu Limao at a disadvantage facing Shin Shangbu's violent attack. There was no power to fight back in a hurry. Wu Limao quickly waved the pen in his hand and forced Shin Shangbu to retreat. But Shin Shangbu rushed forward and punched Wu Limao again. Wu Limao hurriedly swung the pen in his left hand to fight back, but Shin Shangbu dodged it completely. After the breakthrough, he used a charged move to hit Wu Limao. This cycle was repeated countless times. Shin Shangbu couldn't help but mock him. "You want to defeat me with such childish tricks?" I'm a little embarrassed. Li Chengxuan, who was standing on the high platform, couldn't help wondering, is Wu Limao really that stupid? It is obvious that his attack is meaningless. The swing of Wu's pen was too large, and before it could hit Shin Shangbu, it was hit by Shin Shangbu first. At this time, Wu Limao seemed to realize this and changed his attack method. But Shin Shangbu's movements were too fast and it was difficult to hit him the next second. Wu Limao suddenly kicked. The kick hit Shin Shangbu's calf, and Wu Limao took a few steps back. Then Shin Shangbu said, "This scene is so familiar. Quan Dashu defeated me in the same way. It's a pity that your strength is far inferior to Quan Dashu, and this kick didn't feel anything to me. But my fists are different for you." But the next second Shin Shangbu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. The next second, Wu Limao rolled up his sleeves, revealing 2 arms full of watches. "I am very sensitive about time, so it is normal for me to carry several watches." Seeing this, Shin Shangbu rushed forward again and said, "You are really a lunatic." Seeing this, Wu Limao wanted to attack Shin Shangbu with the same move he had just used. But unfortunately Shin Shangbu discovered it first. He rushed forward first and then hit Wu Limao with a punch. Wu Limao was once again in a state of being beaten. Shin Shangbu couldn't help but taunt him, "You're still such a wimp." At this time, Zhong Ling and Zhong Hao had already arrived upstairs. Ju Chong Hua was a little confused when he saw them. "I don't know how they found me," and then they asked, "Are you looking for Quan Dashu?" He was on the opposite building. Seeing this, the two of them prepared to call Quan Dashu to tell him that Ju Chong Hua was here. The man next to Ju Chong Hua rushed up directly. A flying kick aimed at Zhong Ling, who was about to make a phone call. He kicked Zhong Ling away and landed steadily on the ground. Then he turned around and kicked Zhong Hao back, and then said, "You don't need to call Quan Dashu, we have already finished our business for today." Being attacked suddenly, Zhong Hao was completely furious and cursed, "What do you want to do, bastard?" But the man said that it was no use telling you, because you would remember nothing after being knocked unconscious. Hearing this, Zhong Hao was not convinced. "Do you think I can be knocked unconscious just because you want to?" At this time, Ju Chong Hua said that Shin Shangbu was almost done, so we should hurry up. The man immediately said, "Don't worry. I am a professional in dealing with idiots like him." At this time, Wu Limao and Shin Shangbu were also nearing the end. Wu Limao also clenched the pen in his hand at this time, indicating that it was time to end. Shin Shangbu sneered and said in Wen Yen, "I don't plan to end it." Then another sword step rushed up, and Wu Limao hurriedly waved the pen in his hand to force Shin Shangbu back. Shin Shangbu seized the opportunity and prepared to fight back. But the next second Wu Limao kicked him in the underwear. Shin Shangbu sneered, "Have you forgotten that your kicks have no power at all?" But the next second, a sharp pain came, and Shin Shangbu couldn't help but kneel on the ground. This time Shin Shangbu pressed hard. What was going on? Wu Limao then said, "Do you really think I'm stupid? This time I kicked you with my toes, and I was wearing very hard Martin boots. I can't imagine how painful it would be if I got kicked like that. Anyway, I won this time. In other words, you can't win against Quan Dashu." Shin Shangbu Jianxi said, "Don't joke, it's not over yet." Wu Limao was about to kick Shin Shangbu again, scaring him so much that he quickly begged for mercy. But the next second a sour feeling still rushed straight into his mind. At this time, Wu Limao was also seriously injured and almost lost his ability to move. Just when Wu Limao was worried about Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao, Quan Dashu suddenly appeared here and asked Wu Limao why he was here. At this time, Ju Chong Hua saw Shin Shangbu being defeated and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. I won't be able to see the second round of competition between Shin Shangbu and Quan Dashu. Then I prepared to leave here with my friends. But when he turned around, he found that the man was still shaking with Zhong Hao. No matter how the man attacked Zhong Hao, he couldn't knock him down. Zhong Hao also took this opportunity to send a text message to Quan Dashu. Ju Chong Hua came over when he saw this and said, "Don't tell me you are dragging this out on purpose." The man quickly explained, "This guy has some skills and my attacks can't knock him down at all." Ju Chong Hua then said that it was because your attacks were ineffective. Zhong Hao, who was still sending messages while using a firecracker, said that to deal with this guy with strong resistance to attacks, we must find a way to cause him effective damage. As he spoke, he lifted Zhong Hao up by the waist. Then he fell heavily to the ground with an over-thresholder throw. This time Zhong Hao fell into a coma for a short time. The man standing by said upon seeing this guy is really tough. It's definitely not because I'm weak that I can't hit him. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Zhong Ming beside him, only to find that Zhong Ming had woken up. Seeing this, the man rushed forward and wanted to knock Zhong Ming unconscious again, but the next second someone suddenly appeared and kicked the man away, and then the person rushed forward and punched the man, knocking him unconscious. Zhong Ming was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. The next second, the person turned around and it was Li Qingshuan. Li Qingshuan then asked, "Why are you here? I didn't call you." Zhong Ming immediately explained, of course it was because he was worried about Bishoha's safety. Li Qingshuan interrupted Zhong Ming and said, "That's why I didn't ask you to come. You are so weak that you will only get in the way." Zhong Ming was confused for a moment, then asked, "Where is Dashua now? If it is really as you said..." Before Zhong Ming could finish his words, he saw Quan Dashua walking up with a snotty hat. Quan Dashua then asked, "Are you guys going to have a party without me?" Li Qingshuan then said, "It seems that Ju Chong Hua is doing something." Quan Dashua then turned his eyes to Ju Chong Hua and asked, "What is going on now?" Ju Chong Hua didn't hide it and said directly that it was nothing, just called the top 10 students in our class and then lured you to fight. "I am just analyzing your personal information. I have collected almost all the information now. I will go back and sort out the information and then make an appointment." Quan Dashua naturally wouldn't let him go, and immediately told him to forget about leaving. "Today is the anniversary of your death." Seeing this, Ju Chong Hua realized that he could not leave. I immediately said, "Let's go to another place. I just happen to want to fight with you too." Quan Dashua was speechless when he saw this. "You are really troublesome." Ju Chong Hua was puzzled and asked, "Isn't the spacious venue suitable for you? And I also use wrestling-based grappling techniques." But the next second Quan Dashua's shoes flew towards Ju Chong Hua. Ju Chong Hua reached out to catch it and was stunned. "What are you doing?" But Quan Dashua kicked his other shoe over and it flew directly onto Ju Chong Hua's face. "That's a lot of nonsense. Get on with it. It's what you want." The next second, Ju Chong Hua took an attacking stance, hoping that you could fight me with all your might. The next second Ju Chong Hua rushed towards Quan Dashua. He punched towards Quan Dashua. However, this was just a fake move by Ju Chong Hua. The purpose was to grab Quan Dashua's legs and throw him to the ground. Quan Dashua was about to dodge when he saw Ju Chong Hua punching him again. He didn't expect that this was also a fake move. Fortunately, Quan Dashua reacted quickly and dodged, so the attack missed. Ju Chong Hua was not discouraged and attacked Quan Dashua again. Quan Dashua Gensi was also stunned. Didn't he say he was going to use some grappling techniques? Why are you always attacking? At this time, the rude hat sword word beside him couldn't help but dare to see the destructive power brought by Ju Chong Hua's ordinary physique. Coupled with such an aggressive attack, he is definitely an offensive player that should not be underestimated. At this time, Ju Chong Hua's companions also woke up. It means that Ju Chong Hua is able to use all fighting techniques in MMA. That is to say, he is an all-round player who is proficient in both offensive and grappling techniques. So this fight was not worth watching. No matter how powerful the boxing technique was, it would lose its ability to attack. But before he finished speaking, I saw Quan Dashu's fist gently caressing Ju Chong Hua's back, and then I saw Ju Chong Hua flying out happily. The man was also stunned when he saw this scene. The fight started. Quan Dashu and Ju Chong Hua finally started fighting. As expected, Ju Chong Hua was suppressed by the fist technique throughout the whole process, but Ju Chong Hua remained calm and said, "I know you haven't used your full strength, and I haven't used my best fighting style either. Seeing this, Kwon Dashu slowly approached Ju Chong Hua. I suddenly wanted to yell because I'm curious about the techniques you just mentioned. You said that your close combat is better. Then I'll try getting closer to you. Ju Chong Hua was stunned for a moment and said, I recognize your confidence, so I won't be polite. The technique I mentioned that can instantly knock the opponent to the ground is the judo throw. After saying that, Ju Chong Hua rushed forward. But the next second, he was hit hard by Kwon Dashu. Kwon Dashu then grabbed Ju Chong Hua's arm, and then drilled into Ju Chong Hua's head. Just like that, Ju Chong Hua was thrown to the ground. Ju Chong Hua lowered his head for a moment, then realized that it didn't matter who fell. Then I saw Ju Chong Hua's legs suddenly raised up to lock the fist technique. However, Kwon Dashu ignored it. He raised his fist and punched Ju Chong Hua. The punch made Ju Chong Hua stop moving, and then Kwon Dashu suddenly jumped back. Ju Chong Hua panicked when he saw this, and guessed that Kwon Dashu was going to attack him with his knee. If he got hit, it would be over. Then he used his legs to kick the fist away. Then Ju Chong Hua rushed up again, swinging his fist and hitting him, but this punch was just a decoy. Then Ju Chong Hua fell to the ground and entangled Kwon Dashu's legs. But just as he was about to use his strength to knock Kwon Dashu down, he was kicked away by Kwon Dashu. The people on the ground were dumbfounded. Ju Chong Hua weighed 180 pounds, and he was kicked away. Kwon Dashu couldn't help but taunt him. Are you here to sweep the floor? You've been playing the drums all the time. Ju Chong Hua realized at this time that the boxing technique had always been relying on instinct to counterattack. Thinking of this, Ju Chong Hua rushed forward again. I will not lose to anyone in terms of skills, but soon, he was hit by Kwon Dashu's punch again. However, his attacks were unable to hit Kwon Dajutsu no matter what. Not to mention the idea of knocking Kwon Dashu down. But Ju Chong Hua still did not give up the opportunity to catch Kwon Dashu. After 99-81 attempts, he finally caught it and successfully brought the fist technique to the ground. However, Kwon Dashu was not panicked at all at this time, and even wanted to wait for Ju Chong Hua's next move. In Ju Chong Hua's eyes, he was already sure of victory, as if the person pinned to the ground was a master of fists and magic. But soon he discovered something was wrong. Even though he used his legs to shake the center of gravity of Kwon Dashu, he still couldn't turn Kwon Dashu over completely. Always at the critical moment, he was defeated by the fist technique. After finally grabbing one of Kwon Dashu's arms, Kwon Dashu hit his wrist with his other arm, causing his entire arm to lose strength. Ju Chong Hua realized that something was wrong and wanted to kick away Kwon Dashu again. But this time he was unable to dodge the punches, and what followed was a rain of punches from Ju Chong Hua. After an unknown amount of time, Ju Chong Hua was completely defeated by Kwon Dashu, and Kwon Dashu and others had already left the top attack group. From now on, Kwon Dashu was the undisputed leader of the first grade. Li Qingxin also reminded at this time, you should know the big tricks. It's not enough for the first grade, this is just the beginning, so go and deal with the second graders tomorrow. At the same time, Bai Shoji suddenly received a call from Lu Jishi. Lu Jishi immediately expressed her willingness to meet him. I asked her a little, and she suddenly recalled the incident during the day, when Li Qingxin came to her to ask about Bishoha. He couldn't help but ask some questions about Bai Ziyu's preferences, and asked him to ask Bai Shoji where her brother Bishoha had gone. Although Lu Jishi didn't want to listen to Li Chengxin's questions, she couldn't beat her, so she had to come to Bai Shoji to ask. At this time, two girls saw Lu Jishi. One of them is the girl who follows Lu Jishi every day. Seeing this, the two came up to talk to Lu Jishi. At this time, Bai Shoji couldn't come out and asked, "Didn't you say you were alone?" Lu Jishi then said that they had just met on the road. Seeing this, a girl next to him said, "What is the relationship between this girl and him, and why is she wearing so little?" The next second, Bai Shoji stared at the other person and said, "Shut up, and take your hands out of your pocket." Seeing this scene, Lu Jishi hurried forward and said, "Okay, I'm not asking you to go out and kill anyone." As a result, Bai Shoji directly shook off Lu Zix's arm. Then he turned his eyes to the girl and said, "Didn't you hear what I said?" Seeing this, the girl was also frightened. Subconsciously, he took his hand out of his pocket, then Bai Shoji took Lu Jishi away. Then Lu Jishi asked where Bishoha was now, as she hadn't seen him for a long time. Bai Shoji then said, I don't know either. He said he would be away for about a month this time. If the light bulb at home broke while he was away for such a long time, I wouldn't be able to fix it. Lu Jishi then said that it took quite a long time, but repairing a light bulb was not a big deal. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his words. Bishoha said, I warn you not to think of dealing with Quan Dashua. You don't want to ask my brother to deal with Quan Dashua, do you? Lu Jishi was immediately unhappy when he heard this. You don't want to fall in love with Quan Dashua, do you? Didn't you hate him before? Bishoha Wenyan was so angry that she was embarrassed. What nonsense are you talking about? Then Lu Jishi said, you don't have to worry. This guy is now the leader of the first grade. Bishoha was stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, the chairman is here. A patrolling uncle spotted a suspicious face. And this person turned out to be Kim Myung-soo. Seeing that the other person was a student, the security guard sent Jin Mingsho out. After Jin Mingsho left, he took out his mobile phone and made a call. The person on the other end of the phone turned out to be Lee Siling. After listening to Jin Mingxia's report, Lee Siling couldn't help but sigh that this action was too fast. The next day, when Quan Dashua arrived at school, the entire first grade knew that Quan Dashua had become the boss. When John Dae-suk arrived at school, he immediately went to look for Lee Sung-hoon. Yang Zhengmao and others also came over immediately. It was rare to see Quan Dashua discussing things with Lee Chengshuan, but I didn't dare to disturb him at this time. Bishoha suddenly walked in and said, don't think you are complacent just because you are the boss. You are just the boss of the first grade now. However, Quan Dashua ignored Bishoha. Bishoha was so angry that she stepped forward and grabbed Quan Dashua's collar, but accidentally pulled off a button, revealing his strong muscles. Bishoha blushed when she saw this. I didn't mean to take off your clothes. Quan Dashua looked down and didn't argue with Bishoha. Instead, he asked, what do you want to see me for? Bishoha immediately responded with a proud expression, of course I have something to ask you. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing to do? You should know that I am the queen here. Now that you have become the boss, you should come and say hello to me first. Lee Chengshuan at the side saw this and smiled, saying, according to tradition, when you become the eldest, you do have to greet the second and third grade elders. But this should have nothing to do with you, right? Bishoha blushed again and whispered, you are the king of the first grade. Isn't it only natural to greet the queen? Yang Zhengmao interrupted at this time. Dashua is the king. Shoji is the queen. What is their relationship? Hearing this, Bishoha went up and punched Yang Zhengmao. Are you crazy? All of this was brought up although Bishoha appeared to be very angry. She was secretly delighted in her heart and agreed very much with what Yang Zhengmao had just said. After the call, Bishoha took out her cell phone and said, give me your number. Don't get me wrong, I want your number because I want to order you around. Seeing this, Quan Dashua had no choice but to give his cell phone number to Bishoha. After getting the number, Bishoha left. Lee Chengshuan, who was standing by, looked thoughtful when he saw this, and then said to Quan Dashua that it was time to set off. They should go and say hello to the seniors, as Bishoha said, and the time for saying hello was limited, so they should be serious when fighting this time and not treat them as fools. Soon Quan Dashua arrived at the second grade's territory, but at this time the second graders didn't know what they were going to face. When he saw Quan Dashua, he stopped the other person directly. Quan Dashua didn't bother to talk nonsense and just went up and punched him. The bald man in front of him didn't know what happened before he was knocked away by Quan Dashua's punch. Are you Wujizi from the second grade class of the Doctrine of the Mean? I came to say hello to you. The people from hell were immediately furious when they saw this. They didn't expect Quan Dashua to dare to come to the second grade to cause trouble. However, Quan Dashua was too lazy to talk nonsense and dealt with these shrimps with just a few punches and kicks. Wu Zaiji, who believes in moderation, said, do you know who I am? How dare you attack me? Quan Dashua immediately took out his cell phone and took a look. Wu Zaiji, the third person in the Doctrine of the Mean, collected protection money from his classmates and often extorted and beat others. You have done a lot of bad things. I clearly told you that you are not allowed to collect protection money anymore, right? Wu Zaiji rushed up directly. Don't be so arrogant, kid. A first-year guy dares to order me, a second-year student. But the next second, Quan Dashua kicked him in the calf, then held down his bald head and slammed him against the wall. You guys are really disobedient. The students who were being bullied by Wu Zaiji and others were stunned when they saw this. This guy actually killed Wu Zaiji in seconds. Quan Dashua turned around and asked randomly, how are you? The man was stunned for a moment. Why is this guy asking me? Is he concerned about me? Just at this time, another guy from the middle way came in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wu Zaiji being pinned down by Quan Dashua. The man was immediately furious. When he saw this, he actually took out a utility knife and rushed towards Quan Dashua the next second. You should have told me in advance that you were coming, so that I could at least sharpen the knife in advance. Seeing this, Quan Dashua picked up the pelvis beside him. She smashed it directly at the man. Even if you were asked to sharpen the knife, what could you do? Save it for cutting fetal paper. Before the man could react, Quan Dashua punched him in the abdomen and kicked him out of the classroom. Quan Dashua was not in a hurry to sneer at the man. In front of everyone, I kicked the man. The noise here quickly attracted the attention of people in the corridor. Seeing this, Persuasion said, "All the second-year middle-class guys come out." The people around him were immediately furious when they saw this. Are you crazy, you greenhorn? This is the second grade's territory. Many people rushed towards the big tree. Quan Dashu was not panicked at all in his eyes. These people were no different from ants. With one firm punch, he knocked the man to the ground. Then Quan Dashu walked into the classroom again. There was a wailing sound in the room, and the next second someone was thrown off the bed. Not long after, I saw that Quan Dashua was intact, and he went back and forth with Class 2, Grade 2, and then went to Class 3, Grade 2. Next came the third class bird race. The third class immediately attacked Quan Dashua, but unfortunately they were not strong enough. Within 3 rounds, they defeated these shrimp soldiers and crab legs. One of them was immediately panicked. I quickly took out my phone and sent a message to Ju Chong Ming. The next second, Quan Dashua appeared in front of the man. Baldy, you also follow the doctrine of the mean, right? The man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Are you texting Ju Chong Ming now? That's right, you should have done this a long time ago. Get all those guys from your bald army out of here. At this time, Jean Mingxiu suddenly received a call from Li Silin. Ask the person in charge of the whole Dashua school about the progress. Jean Mingxiu then said that it was the second grade's turn now, but it would take longer than the first grade. After all, the order in the second grade has long been stable, unlike the first grade who have not yet elected a leader. In comparison, the second graders are more like action freaks. Sure enough, at this time in the second grade, Ju Chong Ming had brought people to find Quan Dashua. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Quan Dashua enjoying a massage. You guys are too late. Is everyone here? Ju Chong Ming was so angry that his teeth itched when he saw this. How dare you attack a second-year student? Quan Dashua didn't care and said, "Don't just stand there, come in quickly." Ju Chong Ming then walked into the classroom and said, "It seems that as a second-year senior, I still have to teach you how to behave. With my compassionate heart, I will send you to paradise." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around Ju Chong Ming rushed forward. Quan Dashua calmly hugged the fat man beside him, and then put the fat man in front of him. The fat man broke out in a cold sweat at this scene. The next second, Quan Dashua punched the man in the waist. The severe pain made the man kneel down on the ground. The person rushing up from behind saw this and quickly stopped the car. One of the men was about to jump. The next second, a figure flew past him. Then the man was grabbed by the collar by Quan Dashua. Then he punched the man and sent him flying. Ju Chong Ming, who was standing by, was very happy to see this. What a bunch of fools. Who told you to line up and fight him? The road was blocked, so I turned the table over and did it for me. But Quan Dashua was faster. He struck the table with his sword. The man on the table suddenly lost his balance and was about to fall to the ground. Quan Dashua quickly stepped forward and supported him with his fist. Then he kindly passed the chess piece to his companion. Ju Chong Ming was furious when he saw this, and quickly asked the others to go through the back door. But the man got startled as soon as he ran to the back door. The next second the man flew out and hit his companion. Then I saw Quan Dashua stick his head out and grab the remaining one. He pulled the chess piece in front of him, and at the same time another person threw a bench at Quan Dashua. The two were shocked when they saw this scene. But the man with the bench couldn't stop, and then the man used the bench to send his teammate away. Quan Dashua took the opportunity to kick the man. Just after dealing with these guys, I looked up and saw many people rushing towards me. It was a pity that no matter how many people there were, they couldn't hurt Quan Dashua at all. Ju Chong Ming on the stage was so scared when he saw this scene that he almost peed himself. This guy was too scary. It's already amazing facing so many people besieging him. He was not only able to come up with quick countermeasures, but also used the surrounding terrain and objects to transform a team of many into a team of one, and was able to easily deal with various situations. If he can really control everything in battle, no matter how many people come, unless there are enough people to exhaust his strength. But it is simply a fantasy that a first-year guy could wipe out the entire second-year class. So now we must win this battle by any means. Otherwise, the doctrine of the mean will be disgraced even if this method has deviated from the doctrine of the mean. The next second, Ju Chong took out a utility knife from his pocket and rushed forward. But the next second, Ju Chong froze in his place. At this moment, he seemed to be hallucinating. He saw something that looked like the true body of the five souls appear before him. Seeing this scene, Ju Chong rubbed his eyes subconsciously, but the next second he saw Quan Dashua standing in front of him. Ju Chong was startled and couldn't speak clearly. "Who are you? What was that just above you?" Quan Dashua raised his fist. "I don't know what you're talking about, but if you take off your glasses, it means you want to be punched by me." Before Ju Chong could react, the fist was already in front of him. With one punch, Ju Chong was knocked flying. Meanwhile, Wu Limao and others had just learned that Quan Dashua was going to challenge the second-year students. He hurriedly ran towards the second-grade floor. On the other side, Bai Xiuji also learned about this from Yang Zhengmao. He quickly pulled Yang Zhengmao and asked him to take him there to save Quan Dashua. But when they arrived, Quan Dashua had already finished the fight. Quan Dashua then looked at the message on his phone. The one he had just defeated was Ju Chong. So the only one left was the second-grade leader Yuan Ziyu. He really hoped he would come back soon. Before Yuan Ziyu showed up, the teacher arrived first. The teacher was called by Jin Mingxiu specifically to delay Quan Dashua from dealing with the second-grade's ban on speaking. As expected, the teacher called Quan Dashua to the office for criticism. At this time, Teacher Li suddenly appeared in the office. The teacher bowed and greeted him, but Teacher Li started talking to Quan Dashua, asking him how he was doing at school, and whether everything was going well. The teacher was dumbfounded. When he saw this, he had never expected that Teacher Li actually knew Quan Dashua. At this time, Mr. Li turned his eyes to the teacher. "Teacher Li, let's talk." The scene turned and we saw the teacher's head. Teacher Li pointed a golf ball at his head and said, "How can you be so aggressive to Dashua just because he has no money? You have to educate students in Hong Kong. Dialect, be nicer to all Dashua students in the future. Do you understand what I mean?" Quan Dashua, standing by, was a little confused when he saw this. What was going on? After sending the teacher away, Master Li looked at Quan Dashua. "After we met in the project's conference room, this should be the first time we meet today. Come and chat with me." At this time, Yuan Ziyu has appeared in the second grade. Looking at the companion of the doctrine of the mean lying in front of him, Yuan Ziyu was immediately furious and asked others what was going on. The man behind him said anxiously that it was the first-year student Quan Dashwogan. "I was somewhere else, so I'm fine. But where were you?" The boss was not in his position, so everyone was beaten like this. Yuan Ziyu then said, "I went to see brother Bai Xiu and senior brother. Don't you know? Men are hard to understand. That is, he may know you are not here, but we have never met, so he couldn't know." At this time, Yuan Ziyu was ready to leave. The man quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" "I need to find a place to be quiet and think about what that boy wants to do." At this time, the person in charge of the school bully was Li Siling's idea. Letting the school bully deal with the school bully, how childish, right? But I still thought it was interesting, so I agreed to the project. It's just that the progress has been so slow that I almost forgot about it. Men should fight and compete only by climbing to the top. By any means necessary can they prove their worth. A man like you should understand what I mean. Just kill all those school bullies. Quan Dashua then said, "What about the doors and windows I broke?" The chairman of the board said, "Don't worry about this little thing. Who do you think owns Jinlong High School? Doesn't it say that I am the chairman of the board? Everything here is faked by me." Meanwhile, Zhong Ming was hungry and was going to the canteen to buy some food, but when he opened the door of the classroom, he was blocked by someone. It was Yuan Ziyu who came over. Zhong Ming was so frightened that he couldn't speak. It seemed as if smoke was coming out of your body, but the next second Yuan Ziyu took action and punched Zhong Ming in the abdomen. Seeing this, Rude Hat and Zhong Ming rushed over, while Yuan Ziyu threw Zhong Ming aside and walked towards the two of them. Good deeds are rewarded with good, and evil deeds are punished with evil. The cycle of cause and effect is the night report, and what I am about to do is the night report of Confrontation. Seeing this, the two rude men quickly took up their weapons facing the second-year leader. They had no idea what to do. Rude immediately said, "Good things can't be avoided, let's go with 2v1. A type formation attack, the two rushed forward. But the next second Yuanziu suddenly accelerated and passed the rude hat. Using the momentum of the forward rush, he lifted up the bell behind him. Then he threw Zhong Ming to the ground. Seeing this, the snotty hat rushed forward with the stick in his hand. The stick hit Yuanziu hard, but the slapstick was even more panicked. The stick didn't cause any damage to Yuanziu. Yuanziu stood up and turned to look at the rude hat. "Have you heard of King Kong not changing?" The rude hat said in classical Chinese, "Let me think about it." "What was that?" Then he whispered, "Now." Hearing this, Yuanziu quickly turned to look at Zhong Hua, only to find that Zhong Hua was still lying on the ground motionless. Then I saw the rude hat throwing his stick at Yuanziu's pit. "Can your Vajra be cultivated to this point?" But before it could hit Yuanziu, it was caught between his legs. You have a strong sense of observation, but unfortunately, I have no intention of becoming a nun. The next second, I heard a loud noise and saw the rude hat flying backwards. Zhong Hua behind him was also unable to wake up at this time. He raised his fist with a straight tiger and rushed forward. Yuanziu clenched the Buddhist beads in her hand and turned around to fight Zhong Hua. With one punch, he actually knocked the tiger in Zhong Hao's hand away. Then he threw an uppercut at Zhong Hao's abdomen. He almost beat out Zhong Hao's overnight meal, but Yuanziu didn't stop yet. She raised her hands. Then he hit Zhong Hao's back hard. This punch completely wiped out Zhong Hao's motivation. Then Yuanziu slowly walked towards the rude hat. "But all the people related to Dashua will be killed by me. This is his night report." The rude hat sword stabbed the dark and fell. "This guy is not human at all. I can't beat him at all. I might really go to hell. I'm walking on thin ice. Do you think I can make it to the other side?" Suddenly a voice interrupted the rude hat's revolving lantern. Park Jury suddenly appeared and looked at the snotty hat. "What are you doing lying on the ground?" Rude hat said quickly, "Let's go. It's dangerous here." But at this time, Yuanziu had already set her sights on Park Gili. "You are exactly the same as Confrontation. If that's the case, then it's Confrontation's fault." Seeing Yuanziu clench her fists, the man in the slovenly hat was excited and shouted at Park Gili to run away. The next moment he saw Park Gili running away at the speed of light. "Get out!" Yuanziu's punch missed and Confrontation suddenly appeared to save Park Gili. "Yuanziu, you actually came to me on your own initiative. That's good, so I don't have to look for you." Then Confrontation asked Park Gili to leave quickly. While Yuanziu slowly walked towards Confrontation, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. Confrontation, you have sorted out my doctrine of the mean and wanted to return it to your friends as it is. But now when I see you, I can't help myself. Let me send you to hell with my own hands." At this time, the news of Confrontation and Yuanziu's fight had spread throughout the school, instantly attracting many students to watch. At this time, Confrontation looked relaxed. "I told you long ago that this would be the result of collecting protection money." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crack of the door. "Deshua, don't take it lightly. That guy is really strong." Confrontation read it in Chinese and found it was rude. Rude went on to say that the guy was very fast and very resistant to attacks, and even weapons could not do anything to him. Confrontation looked at Yuanziu and found that this guy's aura was indeed different from last time. Maybe he had already entered the state. At this time, Yuanziu was so angry that she exploded. "This time, I will definitely send you to hell." Confrontation Wanyan bent down and said, "Then let me see how you send me to hell." Then there was a bang and Yuanziu flew out. The rude people in the room were dumbfounded. There was no way he could be intact this time. At the same time, Bai Shouji from Class 6 also heard about Confrontation and Yuanziu. He hurriedly pulled Yang Jingmao to rescue Confrontation. At this time, after receiving a punch from Confrontation, Yuanziu finally understood why the Piaodao formation could not hold up. Confrontation said with a relaxed look, "You seem to have some skills, but you are not good enough in front of me." The next second, Yuanziu clasped her hands together and said, "I have the protection of the Buddha, and I will not be hurt at all." At this time, Bai Shouji could no longer be found. Seeing that Confrontation and Yuanziu were still fighting, I couldn't help but feel worried. At this time, Zhong Ming suddenly appeared and approached Yuanziu. Raising his fist with a paper tiger, and was about to launch a sneak attack on Yuan Ziyu and the other two. This was your response to the punch you gave me just now, but the next second, Yuan Ziyu suddenly roared, scaring Zhong Ming so much that he stopped what he was doing. Stupid guy. I could have crushed you, but you're just an ant, and I don't have time to deal with you. Anyway, you will be killed by me soon along with Quan Dashua over there. After saying that, Yuan Ziyu raised one foot and stomped it hard on the ground. With a loud shout, he used the sixth divine power to shrink the ground. The next second, Yuan Ziyu rushed in front of Quan Dashua. This speed surprised Quan Dashua, but it was not fast enough to hit him. After dodging, Quan Dashu immediately raised his fist and smashed towards Yuan Ziyu like a rainstorm. Yuan Ziyu could only put her hands in front of her to defend herself, but Quan Dashuo's fist was still aimed at Yuan Ziyu's head like a sniper rifle. He directly hit Yuan Ziyu with his head. However, he didn't expect Yuan Ziyu to withstand the attack. At the same time, he can quickly counterattack Quan Dashua. I forgot to tell you that my head is just as hard. You can't hurt me. The next second, another punch hit Yuan Ziyu's abdomen. Although Yuan Ziyu could not be defeated for the time being, Yuan Ziyu's attack could not hit Quan Dashu at all. After several rounds, Yuan Ziyu was the one who got beaten. Soon Yuan Ziyu discovered something was wrong. Quan Dashuo's fist didn't look like a fist at all. It was more like a nail gun, directly piercing through his indestructible body, causing damage to his internal organs. Soon Yuan Ziyu couldn't bear the damage and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Quan Dashua said, "Where's your family? Isn't it said to be indestructible? You must have seen it wrong. It is not the Buddha at all." When Yuan Ziyu was so angry that her teeth were about to break. You don't want to be like Wu and I in my doctrine of the mean. Then a Tathagata's divine sign came towards Quan Dashua, but as expected, it missed. Then Quan Dashua grabbed his arm and threw him away with a violent swing. What a divine sign from Tathagata. How long are you going to keep pretending to be a good person? If it's true, then ask Buddha to protect you one more time. After all, I haven't beaten you yet. No one around expected that Yuan Ziyu would not be able to fight back. At the same time, the second-grade second-tier academic elite group was also paying attention to this battle. What is unexpected is that they are actually connected to Samuel, the third person in the doctrine of the mean. Plus, Lee Sung-hoon is also a top student. No wonder when Quan Dashua went to the second grade to find the golden mean, Samuel was not there, and on the other side, Quan Dashua was here. Yuan Ziyu was actually confused after being beaten for a long time. Turns out that Yuan Ziyu was once a rich boy. He lived a life that depended on his skills and his mouth. He could get whatever he wanted. But one day, Yuan Ziyu found herself turning around. After seeing her father's discovery of the ultimate destiny, Yuan Ziyu realized that she could get everything. But she couldn't get any hair. Then one day, Yuan Ziyu accidentally saw an advertisement for hair straightening. I immediately went to my father to get my hair straightened, but my father had financial problems. The company went bankrupt from that moment on. Yuan Ziyu lost everything later. He took the initiative to shave off all his hair. Then I entered a financial college and started making money. I waited until I had enough money to grow my hair back. However, the appearance of Quan Dashua broke this ending. Thinking of this, Yuan Ziyu suddenly exerted her strength. I hugged Quan Dashua's legs and said, "I only need to save a little more energy." Then I tried to knock Quan Dashua down. But Quan Dashua threw it against the wall. Seeing this, Quan Dashua couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect you still have the strength." Yuan Ziyu said that she understood now, and her strength was stronger than ever before. But Quan Dashua doesn't want to fight anymore as long as you return the protection you received. And if you promise not to do it again, I will let you go this time. Yuan Ziyu smiled when she heard this. Everyone needs to protect the broken rules. As for the reason, let me tell you myself. Then he took an attacking stance again. At this time, Yuan Ziyu seemed to have entered a special state. Zhu Kongming, who arrived late, was stunned when he saw this. Yuan Ziyu finally reached the state of nirvana. With Yuan Ziyu's low roar, she reached nirvana, holding hands. The next second, Quan Dashua seemed to see countless hands leaning towards him. At this time, Quan Dashua also noticed that Yuan Ziyu's state was not right. It was estimated that this guy himself did not know that he had already devoted himself to it. Seeing this, Zhu Kongming couldn't help but laugh crazily. Even if Quan Dashua was strong, he definitely couldn't withstand the overwhelming hand-holding by Xiuji, who was standing by, saw this and thought, This guy is really a middle school student, isn't it just that the speed of punching has become much faster? At this time, Kwon Dashua was not in a hurry to fight back, but just kept dodging Yuan Ziyu's attacks. Yuan Ziyu had already reached a state of ecstasy, and could not help but start shouting, "Foolish people, why don't you wake up? Everything was peaceful here before, but you ruined everyone's peaceful life, you know? As long as you are gone, I can realize the purpose of having nothing by collecting protection money. Not only can I change my clothes and not achieve nirvana, but also go for hair straightening surgery." Yuan Ziyu was dumbfounded when she said this. How could she say what was in her heart? Zhu Kongming, who was standing by, was also dumbfounded when he heard this. He couldn't help but think of the time when Yuan Ziyu righteously asked him to shave his hair. Seeing this, Kwon Dashu said, "You finally spoke out your true feelings, while you kept saying the doctrine of the mean. In fact, he was blinded by profit. I heard that too much desire will make you bald. Now it seems to be true." Hearing this, Yuan Ziyu was immediately ashamed and angry. "Bastard, what do you know?" Seeing this, Kwon Dashu also swung his fist to fight back, and with just one punch, he almost broke Yuan Ziyu's proud diamond fist. But Yuan Ziyu did not give up. "Even if I lose one hand, I still have 999. The next second, Kwon Dashu grabbed her other hand. "Stop dreaming, people only have two hands." After saying that, he punched Yuan Ziyu. "Wake up. Stop dreaming about mediocrity." However, Yuan Ziyu still refused to give up and wanted to struggle, but the next second, she seemed to see the giant five souls true god on Kwon Dashu's body. Although she was panicking, Yuan Ziyu remembered that she had the Buddha's blessing, but the next second, she felt that the Buddha in her body seemed to have run away. Finally, she was greeted by the iron fist of the fist technique, which almost beat Yuan Ziyu back to her original form. After this punch, Yuan Ziyu finally lost her ability to fight and lay on the ground motionless. The people around her couldn't believe her acting skills. They didn't expect Yuan Ziyu to say this. Li Chengshuan, who was standing by, quickly passed the news to Samuel. Upon hearing the news, Samuel actually said it was good. At this time, Li Chengshuan looked at Kwon Dashu and got rid of Yuan Ziyu. The reorganization of the second grade was also over. Now, no one in the entire Jinlong High School is stronger than Kwon Dashu. The next step is to use Bishoha to lure out Bishoha. At this time, Bishoha, who was standing aside, saw Kwon Dashu coming and immediately blushed, and her heartbeat accelerated. She didn't expect Kwon Dashu to be so powerful. The girls on the other side were completely obsessed with Kwon Dashu. Seeing this, Bishoha quickly acted like a big sister and sent the girls back to class. Then she turned around and glanced at Kwon Dashu. This guy was really something. He didn't make her feel at ease at all. Lee Sung-hoon found Samuel from the Doctrine of the Mean. It turned out that Samuel was assigned to the fleet of the Doctrine of the Mean. When Samuel saw Lee Sung-hoon, he immediately asked him to find a partner to lead out Baek Soo-hyuk. Li Chengshuan said in a literary way that this matter was simpler than I thought, because Bai Shoji liked boxing and martial arts, and then said, "You should know about Bai Ziyu's incident." The previous Jinlong High School and Fing'an Vocational School were also the two major bureaus of the imperial city. The two schools have always been fighting overtly and covertly. But something happened in the middle. The organization that supported Fing'an Vocational School disappeared overnight, and it was not because of fighting between organizations, but because Bishoha led 4 cadres under his command. Only 5 people wiped out an organization since then. Feng'an has never provoked Jinlong again, and Bishoha never intervened in the conflict between Jinlong and Feng'an. The reason for the action that time was that someone in the organization had taken a fancy to Bishoha and did not return home with him. Hearing this, Samuel thought that Lee Sung-hoon wanted John Dae-suk to go to Baixia's house with flowers. After all, he didn't know whether John Dae-suk liked Baek Soo-hyuk or not. Lee Sung-hoon smiled when he heard this. "Although what you said is cute, it's too general. We need a more specific bait, such as letting John Dae-suk go into Baek Soo-hyuk's house." Nor broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this. This bait is indeed effective, but Lee Sung-hoon said that this is not enough, and he must let John Dae-suk enter Baek Soo-hyuk's room now, because John Dae-suk dominates the first-year and second-year students. The atmosphere of the entire school has changed. The status of Zhong Min, Zhong Hao and others also rose because of Kwon Dashua's group. When they went to the canteen to buy something, other students would take the initiative to make way for them. The fact that Kwon Dashua dominated the first and second grades continued to ferment and even spread to other schools. Zhong Min and his friend had already returned to the classroom and found Snotty Hat. They told them what they had seen in the canteen and excitedly said that Dashua was now the boss of the whole school and that everyone respected us because of Dashua. Kwon Dashua, who was standing by, heard this and waved to Zhong Hao. Then he hugged Zhong Hao and asked, "Why are you so excited?" Zhong Hao said sorry and said, "I won't make trouble anymore." At this time, Zhong Min said, "Isn't there a group of top students in the second grade?" But I haven't seen them for a long time. Kwon Dashua then said that it would be best if they just disappeared. I don't have time to study now. At this time, Wu Ruo also interrupted and asked Dashua, "Are you sure your target is Bishoha, the leader of the 3rd grade? But Baek Soo-hyuk hasn't been in school for a long time. No one except Baek Soo-ji knows where he is. He can't threaten Baek Soo-ji at this point." Lee Sung-hoon suddenly appears. "It's easy to find Baek Soo-hyuk, just get along well with Baek Soo-ji. Then why not just ask him directly?" Jong Mingrunyan, who was standing by, was in a dilemma. He claimed to be the queen, so how could we get along with him? "I guess he'll be scolded if I talk to him." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the person beside him. "I remember you two seem to be quite familiar with each other." At this time, Lee Chengshuan said, "I have a great idea. Why not take advantage of the memory of Dashua becoming the boss and invite Bishoji to have a barbecue party on the rooftop?" Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao were immediately excited when they heard about eating barbecue. Even Wu Ruo was looking forward to it. Kwon Dashua thought it was troublesome, but then Zhong Hao and the others said that barbecue should be paired with beer. "What do you think, Dashua?" When he heard the word beer, Kwon Dashua remembered that he used to have a drink often when he was working. Kwon Dashua had to admit that he was moved at this moment, and Lee Chengshuan, who was standing beside him, was very moved when he saw this. "Although we students are not allowed to drink alcohol, this is a special case, so let's all go together." Kwon Dashua Wenyen was loyal to compromise and agreed to go for barbecue. Then Lee Chengshuan said, "Leave Bishoji to me, I will call them." Soon it was night, and several people came to the rooftop to start a barbecue party, but looking at the table full of barbecue, Kwon Dashua couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. As expected, there was still no spiritual or good food. At this time, Park Gili found that Yaluo had also come, and then asked Zhong Min what was going on. Zhong Min said he didn't know, and it was Lee Chengshuan who asked him to come. Just when everyone was enjoying their meal, Kwon Dashua suddenly noticed that the bag beside him seemed to contain what he wanted to drink, and he completely ignored Park Gili and Yalu, who were jealous of him. At this time, Zhong Min asked, "Where is Baek Soo-ji? Did you call him?" Lee Chengshuan immediately said, "She will probably be here soon." As soon as I finished speaking, Bishoji appeared here. What did they really have to ask me to do? It was just to celebrate Kwon Dashua's appointment as the boss. I, a woman, really couldn't be left out. Seeing Baek Soo-ji, Jong Min was stunned, wondering how Lee Sung-hoon called her over. It turned out that when Lee Sung-hoon went to call Baek Soo-ji, he heard that they were celebrating John Dae-suk becoming the boss. Although Bishoji really wanted to go, she still didn't agree to go. At this time, Lee Sung-hoon brought up Yaluo. When Baek Soo-ji heard that Yaluo went there because she liked John Dae-suk, she couldn't sit still and immediately agreed to Lee Sung-hoon's request. At this time, Bishoji found that the two girls actually sat next to Kwon Dashua. Guyu felt jealous, as they were too close to each other. Seeing this, Bishoji had no choice but to sit opposite Kwon Dashua. At this time, Yaluo also greeted Bishoji enthusiastically. Seeing Yaluo, Bishoji couldn't help but curl her lips. "Although I am not as good at studying as him, I still have an advantage." While several people were talking to each other, Lee Chingshin picked up the drink that had been prepared long ago. "Now that everyone is here, let's have a drink together. But this is no ordinary drink, it has everything else mixed in it." The few of them did not waste time in talking. They just raised their glasses and clinked them together before continuing without saying anything. After drinking it, Kwon Dashua was disappointed. "Isn't this just an ordinary drink?" Everyone looked around and found that no one seemed to have drunk that cup. Everyone thought that Lee Sung-hoon had messed up something. But the rules were found that Bishoji seemed to be a little bit abnormal. Her face was as red as a monkey's butt, and she kept saying, "I'm so hot." Lee Chengshuan then stepped forward and asked what was wrong. But Baek Soo-ji punched her and she flew away, saying, "I said I'm so hot." Then I saw Bishoji unzipping her zipper. Then he took off his coat, saying how hot it was. Zhong Ming and Zhong Hao were both stunned when they saw this, while Bai 11 turned his gaze to Kwon Dashua. She said with a charming look on her face, "Kwon Dashua, you boy, come and sit next to your sister. Come here immediately." Kwon Dashua panicked when he saw this, and was very afraid of being associated with Bishoji. But this was the scene that Lee Chengshuan wanted to see the most. At the same time, the second-year student group received a message from Lee Sung-hoon. While Baek Soo-ji was still teasing John Dae-suk, He even expressed his desire to practice swimming skills with Kwon Dashua, and the loser would be the other slave for a month. Park Gili Jianxi couldn't stand it anymore and was about to teach Bai Shoji a lesson. Meanwhile, Master Li appeared here. I took a few photos of the documents on the table with my phone and left. But when she was leaving, she was seen by Kim Yoon-soo, and at that moment, Baek Suji had fainted on the rooftop. Everyone then realized that Bai Shoji had drunk the drink that had the right substance. But when he turned around, he found that Lee Chung-shuan was gone, and Kwon Dashu was eyeing the bottle of wheat juice that he hadn't finished. Then he looked at Bai Shoji, who had fainted, and said, "Anyone who knows where his home is, please send him back." Park Gili said, "I'll send him back." Then he prepared to take Bai Shoji away from here, but the next second, I saw the academic elite group blocking the exit. "Where are you going?" One of them said, "It's Bai Shoji, we can't touch him." Rude Hat noticed something was wrong immediately, and before he could say anything, then the group of top students came out. The three Rude Hat guys were dumbfounded. The students in the academic group were a little dumbfounded when they saw Kwon Dashua. Didn't they say that this guy was drunk? How come it looks like there is nothing at all? Kwon Dashua said in classical Chinese, "I was just about to get drunk. You guys really picked the right time to come." Everyone must have been cursing when seeing this. Lee Chengshuan is such a bastard. He can't even do such a simple thing. After seeing this, Zhong Min understood that Lee Chengshuan was indeed in cahoots with them. The man with glasses then said, "You guys just know it now. I advise you to use your brains. We will not fight like them, whether it is stabbing in the back or fighting in groups. We don't care. The Rude Hat means you are right. I also believe that the use of weapons is a noble act. But before using a weapon, be prepared to get hurt yourself." Then he turned his eyes to a green-haired guy in the academic group and said, "Your baseball bar looks pretty good since you gave it to me. I'll laugh at you." As he said that, he grabbed a piece of meat and threw it at Green-Hair's face. This successfully angered the green-haired guy. The snotty hat is in a fighting posture. "Come on, let's decide the outcome in one go." Seeing this, Lu Mao laughed and said, "Leave this guy to me. You guys go deal with Kwon Dashua." The man with glasses then said, "Listen carefully. Our target is only Kwon Dashua. Don't treat them as human beings, just treat them as animals." Kwon Dashua Jianxi smiled and said, "You are really good at talking." Then he turned his attention to the two Zhong girls and said, "You two should protect Yaluo Gili and Shoji. As long as this guy is not stupid, he will definitely concentrate his firepower on you, and at this time the people in the academic group dare not act rashly." Kwon Dashua then said that you made a mistake in judgment since you are holding weapons. Then I will also adjust the strength of my punches, according to your techniques. Everyone was angry when they heard this. "Don't pretend. You little brat, we have more than a dozen people holding weapons here," Kwon Dashua immediately said. "I know, so are you ready? I will not show mercy." Bakwon Dashua took the lead and punched the two people in front. The others rushed forward in a swarm. But these people's attacks couldn't hit Kwon Dashua at all, and he was beaten one-sidedly. The man with glasses standing by was stunned when he saw this. I didn't expect that so many people could not threaten Kwon Dashua. At this time, the man with glasses suddenly noticed the second man with rules and regulations standing beside him. Then he raised his baseball bat and rushed towards the two girls. He wanted to grab the other party to threaten Kwon Dashua. Seeing this, the rule force was speechless. He looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect to be arrested like this. After that, he kicked the man in the foot with a kick that could kill him. Then he grabbed the man by the collar. Then he threw the glasses over his shoulder and directly onto the man with glasses. "Rubbish, do you think we women are weak?" Then Taio Guili was ready to go forward to help Kwon Dashua, but the man with glasses actually rushed directly towards the drunk man with white sleeves. "A woman actually dares to hit me. Let's perish together." Fortunately, at the critical moment, the force of rules rushed over and blocked the attack. At this time, Wu Ruo had already dealt with his opponent and was ready to go forward to help Dashua. But looking at Kwon Dashua, it seems that this is about to end. However, at this moment, the glasses on the side had actually controlled the power of regulations. "If you dare to move, I will slide on him." Seeing this, everyone dared not act rashly. The man with glasses immediately became very proud. "You bastard, weren't you very proud just now? Why don't you call now?" But the next second someone grabbed the man's hand holding the utility knife. Then we saw the man with glasses being controlled by someone. It turned out that it was Li Chengxuan who suddenly appeared and cast a spell. As expected, I still feel very annoyed with you guys because you always do things in a tighter manner. I wanted to wait and see what would happen. But you are too inferior. Seeing this, Quan Dashua slapped the leader and sent him flying. Then he turned his attention to Li Chengxuan and asked him to explain. Li Chengxuan said quickly, "Things are not what you think. But I lied to you when I said I had nothing to do with the academic group. I'm sorry about that. I did collude with these guys. I planned to get you drunk and then attack you. But I finally chose to stand on your side. Although I didn't expect that Bai Shoji would drink that glass of wine." Quan Dashua said in Chinese, "I don't want to get into trouble because of your unilateral judgment. If that's the case, I can't believe it." Li Chengxuan explained that there was no other way. I had no other way to deceive them. I promise this won't happen again. Quan Dashua walked up to Park Gili and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" After seeing that Park Gili was fine, he looked at Li Chengxuan and said, "You should be thankful that nothing happened this time. If this happens again next time, you will be the one lying on the ground." Then everyone started to clean up the battlefield, ready to teach these guys a profound lesson. Li Chengxuan then turned his attention to Bai Shoji. Then he told Quan Dashua that now that Park Gili was injured, Bai Shoji could only be entrusted to Dashua. Quan Dashua Wenyan directly picked up Bai Shoji. When I asked where her home was, Park Gili was unhappy and said, "How can I be carried like a princess? Either I should send her back or someone else should do it. Anyway, you can't do it." Seeing this, Chung Min and Chung Ho wanted to send Baek Suji away. But Li Chengxuan on the side urged Quan Dashua to send it back quickly. "It's getting late," Quan Dashua said. "Then I'll take her back first. You take care of the above matters." At this time Lu Jishi suddenly came over and said, "I heard that Bai Shoji was drunk, so I'll take her home." But Li Chengxuan grabbed her shoulders. "Thank you for telling me that Bai Shoji will arrive in 1 cup. But Gili has already told Dashu where her home is, so you are not needed." Seeing this, Lu Jishi said, "Let me go." Baek Suji was drunk and making a fuss, but Li Sunghoon said, "You should go home and have a rest, otherwise you will feel unwell." Lu Jishi was stunned. I didn't feel uncomfortable, but the next second, Li Chengxuan kicked Lu Jishi. "Look, isn't it your legs that are uncomfortable now? Don't worry about Bai Shoji. Since Dashua will take her there, you and she have been childhood sweethearts, so it's normal to be worried, but nothing will happen to them." Lu Jishi was anxious when he saw this Shoji was drunk and would use the jujitsu technique. She asked Quan Dashua to send it back like this. "Absolutely not at this time." Bai Shoji had sobered up a little. Then I saw Quan Dashua holding his head. For a moment I thought I was dreaming. Quan Dashua holding Bai Shoji also attracted a lot of people's attention. Seeing this, Quan Dashua prepared to take a taxi and leave. Seeing this, Bai Shoji quickly said, "My stomach feels so bad. You will definitely vomit if you take the bus." Seeing this, Quan Dashua said, "Bai Shoji, are you awake?" Bai Shoji and Wenyan continued to pretend to be drunk and didn't say anything. Quan Dashua secretly complained upon seeing this, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't want to do this in the first place, so he might as well try to find the feeling and devote himself to it. The next second, Quan Dashua burst out at a terrifying speed and rushed out. The driver in the taxi nearby only felt a shadow passing by after a brief moment of shock. I suddenly became excited. "My classmate seems to be very good at running. Do you want to compete with me? I am Master Zhua, who has been driving a speeding taxi for 20 years. Then let me accept your challenge." Quan Dashua, who was fully engaged, soon arrived downstairs of Bai Zayu's residential area. However, Quan Dashua could never have imagined that someone had been waiting here for a long time, and took a photo of Quan Dashua sending Bai Shoji home. Just now, Quan Dashua sent the drunk Bai Shoji back home, but as soon as she entered the house, Bai Shoji asked Quan Dashua to put her on the bed in a daze. Suddenly, she was about to vomit. Wenyan Quan Dashua had no choice but to throw Bai Shoji onto the bed. Seeing that Bai Shoji was fine, Quan Dashua was about to leave, but as soon as he turned around, Bai Shoji grabbed him by the back of the neck and pulled him directly onto the bed. Bai Shoji then rode on top of Quan Dashua. Seeing this scene, Kwon Dashua was dumbfounded. He didn't know what Bai Shoji wanted to do. Bai Shoji blushed and said, "What else can I do? Of course it's to practice jujitsu." I said, "The loser will become a slave." Kwon Dashua panicked when he saw this and said, "I will not be your slave, nor will I practice judo with you. Let me go now." Unexpectedly, Bai Shoji said shyly, "I won't let you go today. I'll show you how powerful I am." As she spoke, she pushed Kwon Dashua with her legs. "It must be painful when I push against you so hard. There is only one way for you to escape now, and that is to subdue me." Seeing this, Kwon Dashua had no choice but to make a quick decision. Thinking of this, Kwon Dashua pushed Bai Zayu's legs apart. However, Bai Shoji took advantage of the situation and pounced directly on Kwon Dashua. "Your idea is not bad, it does work, but you are too naive now. I'm hugging you. How do you want to break free?" Kwon Dashua was also surprised when he saw this. "I didn't expect Bai Shoji to actually know judo," and she stuck her whole body to Kwon Dashua, leaving no room for him to move. It seems that he has to use some real skills. Thinking of this, Kwon Dashua bent his legs, and then suddenly used his waist to push towards Bai Shoji. Bai Shoji was stunned for a moment, and was directly persuaded to fly away. Taking this opportunity, Kwon Dashua wanted to push Bai Shoji away. But Bai Shoji used both hands to tightly surround Kwon Dashua, which also caused Bai Shoji to lie on Kwon Dashua with no support. Lost control of balance. Kwon Dashua took advantage of the situation and turned over to ride on Bai Shoji. Kwon Dashua thought he had won, but he still underestimated Bai Zayu's strength and was soon pressed down by Bai Shoji. But no matter how hard Bai Shoji tried, she couldn't lock down Kwon Dashua. The two of them didn't know how long they rolled around on the bed. Kwon Dashua finally seized the opportunity and handcuffed Bai Shoji. "I finally caught you. I didn't expect you to be so flexible in bed." Bai Shoji saw this and yelled that Kwon Dashua was despicable. But the next second she saw the quilt on the bed flying towards her. Then Kwon Dashua wrapped Bai Shoji with the quilt and took advantage of Bai Zayu's lack of struggle. Kwon Dashua quickly fled from here. If Bai Shoji was not tied up, Kwon Dashua felt that he would not be able to leave this room today. After going out, Kwon Dashua couldn't help but feel hot all over. The person hiding in the dark saw Kwon Dashua and said, "I quickly took the photo," and the person who took the photo turned out to be Sai Miao, a sophomore student. On the other hand, Jin Mingxiu discovered that Jiren came to the hospital to see his brother, and his brother's name also caught Jin Mingxiu's attention. Thinking of the time when Jiren sneaked into Mayor Li's office to steal something, Jin Mingxiu seemed to suddenly think of something and immediately called Li Xiling. "Report this matter to the higher authorities," suspecting that Jiren was faking the blood transfusion. They came for Mayor Li on the other side. Li Xiling didn't say much after hearing the news. At this time, she was with Mayor Li. "Prepare to call Jin Mingxiu back later." Mayor Li on the side suddenly told Li Xiling to go off work first, and then he left with President Pu on the side afterwards. Mayor Li brought a man named President Pu to a construction site. A group of security guards in suits quickly let Mayor Li go. After seeing him, Chairman Pu couldn't help but feel nervous. Mayor Li immediately comforted him and said it was okay. It was just a bluff in form. President Pu couldn't help but complain, "Is it necessary to go to this extent?" But Mayor Li said, "You only care about business. That's why I'm not used to these things, so I'm taking this opportunity to broaden my horizons. You can't come here just because you have money. Only the chosen ones can enjoy it. It is designed purely for men. Every move in it is for victory, and there are no rules to restrict it." But when the two of them reached an intersection, I saw someone fighting, and several security guards rushed over to stop the sale. "Are you crazy? This guy is gonna play in a while, and you beat him up like this." But the guy who beat him up said, "You should thank him. There's no point in letting this kind of guy play." Mayor Li explained that these people are full of young people, and it is normal for accidents to happen. Just treat it as a show to liven up the atmosphere. President Pu looked towards the innermost room. "Is this the person you mentioned?" But the next second, President Park seemed to be in a hallucination. Seeing the door slowly open, and what was locked inside was actually a lion, President Pu was immediately paralyzed with fear. Was the thing inside a human? At this time, someone reached out and asked, "Are you okay?" Then President Pu was helped up by a man in school uniform. The man bowed to Mayor Li and said hello. Mayor Li asked, "Is that you? Long time no see, what's your name?" The man then raised his head and said, "My name is Jian Chuanjin." Mayor Li patted him on the shoulder and said, are you here to run errands? I have to go meet someone first. You go to the waiting room and take good care of him. After saying that, Mayor Lee took President Pu away. President Pu looked at Jen Chuanjin and was puzzled. Is this guy a student of your school? Mayor Lee then said, didn't I tell you that the students who will be on stage are from our school? Then he took President Pu into a room. Seeing this, the man inside greeted Mayor Lee enthusiastically, and the person standing next to the man was actually Park Juanshi. Mayor Lee then asked the man, who is your contestant? The man means he is not here at the moment. But if you knew, you would be surprised. On the other side, Jen Chuanjin walked into the innermost room. Bishoha, why don't you turn on the light? It was scary. I didn't expect that the person here was Bishoha. The next second, Jen Chuanjin's phone received a text message saying that there was something to show him. The thing sent was the photo of Kwon Dashu holding Bishoji. Seeing this scene, Jen Chuanjin was dumbfounded. Is this Shoji? Bishoha and Wen Yen, who were standing by, grabbed the phone, staring at the photos on the phone. Seeing this, Jen Chuanjin hurriedly said, this photo is very suspicious. Don't misunderstand me. No matter who posted the photo or the person in the photo, we don't know who it is or what happened. Bishoha, don't worry. I'll go and find out right away. How long you mean by right away? Without waiting for Jen Chuanjin to answer, Bishoha crushed the phone in the next second. Go and investigate this matter immediately. Who is the man in the photo? Also, who sent the photo? At this time, Bishoha was in an unknown underground fighting arena. What is even more coincidental is that Park Juanshi, whom Kwon Dashu knows, is also here. At this time, Park Juanshi was hiding in the dark smoking. At this time, someone said, Senior, the game is about to start, and the next person to play is Bishoha, whom you want to see. Wen Yen. Park Juanshi left and went to the audience to watch the game. At this time, the host of the competition also began to introduce the competition. The first to appear was by Zayu's opponent Yen Jiang. Then the host continued, the next player to come on stage is our King of Beasts. The Mud Club champion, Lion King, makes his debut. And the so-called Lion King is Baek Soo-hyuk. Jen Chuanjin, who was sitting in the audience, noticed that Bishoha was absent-minded. It was because of Bishoji. After all, I saw that photo. Thinking of this, Jen Chuanjin quickly left here. Prepare to investigate this matter. At this time, the host on the stage was still talking about the precautions of the competition. But Yen Jiang on the side couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed out first, then he punched Bishoha, but Bishoha didn't dodge and was hit by Yen Jiang. Yen Jiang took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. But after fighting for a long time, Bishoha not only did not dodge, but also did not even defend himself. Park Juanshi could see that Bishoha was not paying attention to the game at all. Yen Jiang played for a long time. Seeing that Bishoha never fought back or blocked, he immediately got furious and grabbed Bishoha. You little brat, do you think I'm here to hit the sandbag? I fought my way through the country and finally got here, just because I heard that people here will fight to their last breath. If you don't want to die, show me your strength. But the next second, Bishoha suddenly attacked and punched Yen Jiang in the abdomen. Just one punch made Yen Jiang feel unbearable pain. Kneeling directly on the ground, his forehead was dry and he couldn't stop weeping, but he soon got up. It seems like you're finally ready to get serious. Then I won't be polite, I'll kill you directly. However, Bishoha was faster. He raised his hand and punched Yen Jiang's arm, then punched Yen Jiang's ribs again with just 2 punches. Yen Jiang's arm and ribs were broken at this time. Yen Jiang finally felt scared. He quickly asked Bishoha to wait for him because he was out of breath. But Bishoha told him with his actions. Will he wait for him? In the blink of an eye, Yen Jiang was knocked to the ground, and then Bishoha approached Yen Jiang. You just asked me why I came here. That's because I have a very cute sister. I am willing to do anything for her. Can you please describe how beautiful my sister is? I want to show you something too. Unfortunately, your purpose of coming here is to fight until your last breath. Hearing this, Yen Jiang was instantly frightened and said he would not fight anymore. But when he saw Bishoha still walking towards him, he was so scared that he quickly begged for mercy from the referee. But the referee was indifferent and looked at him coldly. Seeing this, Yen Jiang was so scared that he burst into tears and said, "Let me leave here quickly. I will really die. I don't want that money. Give it all to this guy." At this time, Bishoha has already caught Yen Jiang. I also want to let you go. But if I beat you up, I can get more money. This way I can buy more delicious food for Shoji. Meanwhile, Quan Dashua was very annoyed. Just because Quan Dashua conquered the first and second graders and cancelled the protection fee, he actually gained a group of fans. These guys lined up every day to worship Quan Dashua. At this time, Jin Ming found Quan Dashua and tried to persuade Quan Dashua to collect some protection money while the third graders were away. He could make a lot of money, but the next second he saw a pink slipper flying at Jin Minghong's face. He didn't expect that the person was Bai Shoji, who kicked him for no reason. Jin Minghong was so angry that he yelled, "What do you want to do? You crazy woman?" But at this time Yang Zhengmao grabbed Jin Minghong and said, "You guy has stolen my personality, so I should be the one to be beaten." Bai Shoji looked at Quan Dashua and said, "Talk to me." But Quan Dashua didn't want to pay attention to Bai Shoji. Seeing this, Bai Shoji grabbed Quan Dashua and said, "You bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Quan Dashua had no choice but to take off his glasses, as it really made it difficult for him to study well. But this scene made Bai Shoji crazy about him again. This guy was so handsome that it made her irritated. After thinking for a while, Bai Shoji finally said, "It's all your fault that you used it too much yesterday and broke my bed." Hearing this, the people around were stunned. Bai Shoji didn't realize the seriousness of the problem yet, and continued, "Since you broke it, you have to take responsibility for it." Quan Dashua looked shocked and finished, looking at Bai Shoji speechless. "Bai Shoji, aren't you afraid of being misunderstood by others when you say this?" But Bai Shoji said, "I don't care, you have to take responsibility anyway." And there was a quilt soaked with sweat. "You don't know how tired I was from washing it." What was unexpected was the innocence of the third grader. "I don't know when I got into this class." Jian Chuanjin also heard what Bai Shoji said just now. There is no doubt that Jian Chuanjin successfully misunderstood. After thinking for a while, Jian Chuanjin left here, ready to find a way to deal with Quan Dashua, and this move successfully attracted Quan Dashua's attention. But before Quan Dashua could see clearly, Bai Shoji stopped him and continued to pull him. But Quan Dashua didn't have the heart to argue with Bai Shoji now, and he quickly confirmed that the person he just saw was not from this class. At this time, Li Chengshuan suddenly appeared and said, "Stop arguing. I have something to discuss with you in a meeting." And Bai Shoji, "You don't have to go." It turns out that Li Chengshuan had already discovered Jian Chunshin's existence and recognized his identity. Several people were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect a third-year student to pretend to be a first-year student. This was too scary. Li Chengshuan immediately said that it was all thanks to his common face. And he is Bai Ziyu's exclusive errand boy. This means that he sneaked in this time to keep an eye on Quan Dashua, and this also means that the third graders are afraid of taking action. To be more precise, it should be Bishoha and the four kings under him. Upon hearing this, the rude people breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only 4 people, it should be easy to solve. Seeing this, Li Chengshuan reminded them, "Don't look down on them because you think their names are childish or because they are few in number. You know, our golden dragon controls the terrain area, which means they were just 5 people and they commanded the entire territory. Apart from Bishoha, those 4 people are not at the same level as the second-year students we dealt with." Before hearing this, Quan Dashua said, "It didn't matter, the midterm exam is coming soon. No matter how many people there are, it's better to act quickly. Don't delay my studies." Li Chengshuan fell silent. "Although I have released the photos, I still can't find any trace of them, and I have no idea how they will act at the same time." He has started to contact the 4 heavenly kings with the lip-cutting needle on the other side, but the 4 heavenly kings have no intention of paying attention to him. In order to allow Bishoha to compete with peace of mind again, lip-cutting needles are ready to go to the 4 heavenly kings in person. The big guy with glasses in front of him was one of the 4 heavenly kings. He was on his way to the cram school, but when he passed an intersection, he was spotted by a few hooligans, who took him as a soft persimmon and tried to squeeze some pocket money out of him. The big guy saw a few people bullying the students from Jinlong School. The man in front of him saw that the big guy ignored him and couldn't help but slap him a few times. But the next second, tragedy struck. He was knocked down after just a little bit of fighting. The big guy then looked at the others and asked, "Are you guys from Hanyu High School? I remember you came here from quite a distance. Are you here on an expedition?" The sword in the head was recognized, and he quickly ordered his men to fight and make a quick decision. To prevent the matter from getting out of hand. Seeing this, several people rushed forward, but they never thought that this big guy was one of the 4 kings of Jinlong High School. Soon, several people were completely knocked down, and even the yellow-haired sister was not spared by the big guy. But the next second, the big guy looked behind him and said, "Come out." Jane Chunshin's figure gradually emerged in the darkness. The big guy then asked, "Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Jian Chuanjin got angry and asked why she didn't reply to my message. "And you are one of the 4 heavenly kings, but you came to the cram school," the big guy said indifferently. "It has nothing to do with you. It doesn't matter, Xia Nanpei. We give you a position of excellence, not a place for remedial classes anyway. This is an emergency. We need to deal with a first-year guy. Now the entire 2nd grade has been conquered by him, and he has become the boss while Suwa is not in school. You should go to school and teach him a lesson." Xia Nanpei said in Chinese, "I'm sorry, I refuse. Don't come to me about this kind of shit." Jane Chuanjin was really pushing it. "This is a school matter. How can it be a trivial matter?" However, Xia Nanpei interrupted and said, "I don't want to close the pencil on you, so you better leave." Jian Chuanjin Wenyan was angry but dared not say anything after saying some harsh words. Niaotu ran away to find someone else. Jian Chuanjin had no choice but to contact the other 3 people. These 3 guys were out-of-control beasts. But there was no other way now. The next person to fight against Quan Dashu was Angxiakin, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Ever since Quan Dashu defeated the 2nd grade, he became a person that no one dared to mess with in the school. The status of the 2 people who followed him, Zhong Ling and Zhong Hao, rose rapidly when they went to the canteen to buy something. Whether it was the 3rd or 2nd year, they would be aware of the fact that they were angry. Even the 3rd-year girls had heard of the legend of Quan Dashu and had become his little fans. The other 3rd-grade students were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. The whole school knew about Quan Dashu and Bai Ziyu's affair. Everyone was also wondering why Bishoha had not taken any action. Jian Chuanjin Jianxi, who was hiding in the dark, was also anxious. He had clearly informed the 4 heavenly kings, but they had no intention of taking care of the matter. Although Shakuin said he would take action, he has not taken any action yet, and this guy is the least reliable among the 4 heavenly kings. In this case, we can only ask the remaining person to come forward. At the same time, in Quan Dashu, Li Chengshuan has found out that there is another powerful person in the 3rd grade, and this person is Chun Xian. Everyone was very confused when they heard this name, as it didn't sound like the name of a powerful guy. Quan Dashu also looked up and said, "What do you mean by this?" Li Chengshuan immediately said that he had no other intention, just to let everyone know that there was such a person. At the same time, many boys in the 3rd grade could not sit still, and they could not stand Quan Dashu's rampant behavior. Seeing this, several girls nearby said, "You boys are just too weak. If you can't beat the others, just ask someone for help." The 2 of them got anxious when they heard this. "You girls, don't let that guy do whatever he wants just because he's handsome anyway. Bishoha is not here, and neither are the 4 heavenly kings. The only ones left are Chuanxin and Yu." Chuanxin then asked, "You said that guy is very handsome." The 2 of them felt a little embarrassed when they heard this. That guy really had a greasy face. At this time, Jian Chuanjin also came over, also to let Chuanxin take action against Uncle Quan. At this time, a head popped out from the side. "You guys are really making so much noise. A first-year guy makes you so nervous. What kind of guy is he?" I didn't expect that the so-called Chun Xian turned out to be a little lowly. Then Chun Xian said to the big man in front of her, "You go down first. Today's makeup practice is over." Jane Chuanjin then said, "Chuanxin, you have to listen to me. That 1st-grade guy is called Uncle Quan. Too many rules have been broken during this period of time. Moreover," Chunzin Wenyan interrupted, "So you want me to help you ask the 4 heavenly kings to deal with that guy? But can't you just go directly to Bishoha?" Jian Chuanjin then said, "Bishoha is very busy." Chun Xian then said, "The 4 heavenly kings are also very busy. Okay? Never mind, I'll teach him a lesson myself." After saying that, I saw Chun Xian preparing to leave the classroom. Jian Chuanjin was still trying to persuade him, but it was useless. Meanwhile, Uncle Quan was still being reminded by Wu Ruo. "My intuition tells me that this guy named Chun Xian is a dangerous person. I plan to call him the one who drives the 4 heavenly kings." Uncle Quan was speechless. What a stupid nickname. How powerful can that guy be? I can beat him with just 1 punch anyway. Halfway through his words, Uncle Quan noticed someone standing next to him and casually asked, "Who are you?" It turned out to be Chun Xian. Chun Xian then said, "You are Uncle Quan. You are indeed quite cute. I'm Chuanxin from the 3rd grade. Come with me." A few people talked about literature for a while, and then talked about Chungsun's affairs as if nothing had happened. Chun Exin was so angry that she immediately shouted, "Are you ignoring me?" Kwandashua Wenyan stood up and said, "Okay, I'll go out with you for a while." Looking at Kwandashua standing up, Chuanshin was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Kwandashua to be so tall. Afterwards, Chuanshin brought Kwandashua to a corner and started calling him Kwandashua. Uncle Kwan also realized that the girl in front of him was Chun Exin, and he lost interest instantly, not even bothering to say anything. I didn't even know what Chun Exin was talking about. Seeing that Uncle Kwan ignored her, Chun Exin raised her fist and punched him when she was about to hit him. She paused. Then he gently hit Uncle Kwan. "What did I say just now? I said that if you don't obey me, I will punch you." Uncle Kwan was speechless while Chun Exin continued, "Recently everyone says you are very arrogant. If you keep making trouble like this, something bad will happen." Chun Exin didn't know that in Uncle Kwan's eyes, she was like a chihuahua flying towards him. As if she was tired of scolding, Chun Exin waved her hand and said, "That's it for today. I'm leaving now. It's pitiful to be scolded by me at this time." Uncle Kwan grabbed Chun Exin and said, "Don't leave yet. I have something to say to you." Chun Exin panicked when she saw this. "What are you going to say?" "I have to state in advance that I don't like young people, but..." What Uncle Kwan didn't know was that everyone was watching her and Chun Zin's every move. Uncle Kwan then asked, "I heard that you know the 4 heavenly kings very well, and they really want to find my tea. Don't hesitate, just bring them all here." At this moment, someone suddenly appeared at the side. "It turns out you are here." Kwan Dashuan turned his head and asked, "What are you doing here?" The person who came was actually Ju Chong Hua. "I studied where I went wrong in the last battle. You are very experienced in actual combat. So this time I prepared a method that is stronger than any other trick." As Ju Chong Hua said this, a group of younger brothers appeared behind him. Ju Chong Hua turned around and rushed towards his younger brothers, then asked them to push him from behind. The next second, Ju Chong Hua used inertia to fly towards Kwan Dashua. Then he used an upgraded version of the Feather General flying kick. Seeing this, Kwan Dashua threw Chuanshin away and dodged the kick, then instantly aimed at Ju Chenghua's head in midair as expected. Ju Chong Hua was knocked down by the punch. Then Kwan Dashu noticed Chuanshin, who had fallen down. Chuanshin was also badly injured and almost dropped her pearls. Kwan Dashua quickly apologized and reached out to help Chuanshin up. Jian Chuanjin, who was hiding in the dark, could not sit still anymore and immediately ran out without giving Kwan Dashua a chance to speak and left with Chuanshin. Kwan Dashua then looked at Ju Chong Hua. "It's all your fault, you little brat. Stop pretending to be dizzy. Get up now." And you guys. All of them were lying on the ground with their heads propped up. The person who had been hiding in the dark and observing couldn't help but lick his sweet lips at this time. It was Shakuin, one of the 4 heavenly kings. "I thought I was just teaching a rude first-year student a lesson, but this guy's eyes were sharp. Such a delicious guy. I can't just swallow him at this time." A teacher also noticed in Shakuin. Unexpectedly, Kwan Dashuo's homeroom teacher also knew in Shakuin and immediately scolded him. "Why haven't you come to school recently?" However, the next second, the teacher's eyes went dark, and when he woke up, he found himself sitting alone on the side of the road. This kid in Shakuin actually dared to attack the teacher. Time soon came to night. Kwan Dashua was walking home alone. "I couldn't help but think of what Ju Chong Hua said during the day. Kwan Dashua, you are about to face the 4 heavenly kings. I should give you some guidance." Just then, Li Chengshuan showed up and said he wanted to lend his study notes to Kwan Dashua. Kwan Dashua was concentrating on studying, so he casually said, "Let's talk next time." Ju Chong Hua said, "This is the news you must know. I'm waiting for you here." What Kwan Dashua didn't expect was that Ju Chong Hua really waited until the evening. "He even keeps using strange moves to provoke me. I always feel that this guy will be a trouble in the future." At this time, Kwan Dashua noticed the mirror beside him and couldn't help but look at himself in the mirror. "I found that I had changed my haircut," but the next second, Kwan Dashua saw in the mirror, someone rushed over from behind and tried to attack him. Fortunately, Kwan Dashua reacted quickly and was not attacked. After standing firm, he asked who you are, and Shakuin couldn't help but laugh. Guess what? Kwan Dashua understood after seeing this, which means you are here to cause trouble, right? And Shakuin couldn't help laughing and said, "I was just saying it casually. You don't have to think like that, it's better for you. After saying that, he attacked Quan Dashua facing Enzaikan's attack. Quan Dashua could only dodge for a moment. It's not that Quan Dashu didn't want to fight back, but he was not sure whether Enshakuin was a student. If you are not a student, you will get into trouble and no one will help you solve it. But seeing that Enshakuin was determined to kill him, Quan Dashua just thought for a moment. Don't worry about that, he threw a punch and started to fight back at the same time. Ju Chong Hua on the other side was still accepting the punishment from Quan Dashua. At this time, Li Chengshuan happened to pass by here, and asked Ju Chong Hua what he had talked about with Quan Dashua just now. Ju Chong Hua did not hide it, and immediately said that they were talking about the 4 heavenly kings. After that, regardless of whether Li Chengshuan wanted to listen or not, he started talking. The 4 heavenly kings were also called the 4 beasts. They were from the same place and were also friends, although they were famous for their strength at the beginning. But recently, people's impression of them has changed from powerful to cruel, and it didn't take long for me to understand why such rumors spread. Do you remember the person who ranked second in our class? I'm not talking about the current one, but the one at the beginning, Wu Zhengjia. That day we had a fighting match at the construction site as usual. At that time, Enshakuin, one of the 4 heavenly kings, showed up there. The guy thought we were imitating underground fighting, and then he wanted to give us some reasons to be interested, saying that he wanted to challenge the strongest among us. I originally wanted to stand up, but was stopped by Wu Zhengjia. Then Wu Zhengjia took my place and started fighting with Enshakuin. There is no doubt that Wu Zhengjia is no match for Enshakuin, but Enshakuin was not in a hurry to defeat Wu Zhengjia at that time. Instead, he was torturing Wu Zhengjia like he was playing with his prey. His first move broke Wu Zhengjia's arm. However, after seeing this, Enshakuin seemed even more excited and had no intention of stopping. I wanted to stop him, but before I could touch Enshakuin, he grabbed my neck and I passed out in less than 10 seconds. When I woke up, I only saw that everyone in my class was defeated. Hearing this, Li Chengshuan immediately asked, "Aren't you the one who pays the most attention to intelligence? Why are you telling me?" Ju Chong Hua then said, "After being defeated by Quan Dashu, I thought I was facing the biggest crisis in history, but for some reason, the next day, we were like nothing happened and didn't feel any pain at all. I just want to study how he did it." In short, Enshakuin is a very powerful and cruel person. Even if all his skills were used, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage the next second. The two saw the third-year student Jian Chuanjin suddenly appear, as if she had something urgent to do. Seeing this, Li Chengshuan was silent for a moment, then hurriedly followed, and asked Ju Chong Hua to follow as well. Although Ju Chong Hua didn't understand what it meant, he still followed. It turned out that just now, Jian Chuanjin received the news from Enshakuin and knew that Enshakuin was planning to fight Quan Dashu outside the school. Jian Chuanjin was definitely unwilling to do so. The punishment must be done in school and everyone in the school must know about it, so that others will know the consequences of insubordination. He was about to stop Enshakuin, but Enshakuin only saw him covering his bleeding nose and looking at Quan Dashu in shock. Quan Dashu said calmly, "I advise you to answer my question while you can still speak, because you may not be able to speak in a while." Seeing this, Enshakuin laughed and said, "You ask who I am? I should be the one asking you this question. With your physique and the move you just made, it's hard to believe that you are a first-year student. But don't get me wrong, I just think you look. He doesn't look like a first-year student, let alone a student." Quan Dashu Wenyan was shocked. This guy's vision is really good. But he probably didn't doubt our plan, although I don't look like a year old. But there are examples like this at this time, and Enshakuin was still asking who Quan Dashu was and where he was from. At this time, Quan Dashu had already thought of a countermeasure. This guy is just an ordinary person, so we still can't let him get hurt. Then let's decide the outcome with one move. As he said that, he walked towards Enshakuin. Seeing this, Enshakuin was excited. "You are so brave that you walk towards me without any defense. But the look in your eyes is indeed that." As he said that, he attacked Quan Dashu, but the next second he saw Enshakuin fall flat on his face. I didn't even see Quan Dashu's movements clearly. This guy seemed to want to say something just now. What's wrong with my eyes? At this time, Jian Chuanjin also arrived late, followed by Li Chengshuan and Ju Chong Hua, but they saw Enshakuin lying at Quan Dashu's feet. Now they were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Enshakuin, one of the 4 heavenly kings, would lose. Quan Dashu Wenyen was shocked. You said this guy is one of the 4 heavenly kings. Then he stretched out his hand to wake Shakuin up, but the next second Shakuin suddenly jumped up like a python. He directly wrapped his arms around Quan Dashu and tried to grab Quan Dashu. Fortunately, Quan Dashu reacted quickly enough. He blocked Zayakin's attack and then threw him away. Shakuin was very excited. Your reaction is really fast. And Quan Dashu asked, "Are you awake?" Hearing this, Shakuin couldn't help but cover his face and laugh. Of course I am awake, and I am completely awake now. To be honest, the medicinal energy was getting slower and slower. Quan Dashu saw this and instantly felt that Zayakin's aura was different. This guy was actually in a state of concentration. Although he was no match for Quan Dashu just now, he is now able to fight with Quan Dashu evenly. But it was just a back-and-forth fight. No matter how Shakuin changed his attack method, he was always easily resolved by Quan Dashu. However, Jian Chuanjin Jianxi at the side was not panicked at all, and was even full of confidence in Shakuin, because he knew that Shakuin had already entered a state of concentration with the help of drugs. The so-called state of engagement can be said to be a state in which the brain's potential is fully stimulated, and the bodhi's functions will also break through the limit. Thus, he could exert a strength beyond that of humans. However, Shakuin was still trying to entangle Quan Dashu, but unfortunately he was saved by Quan Dashu every time. After several rounds of testing, Quan Dashu finally confirmed that you are completely different now. Both your reaction speed and physical ability have improved a lot. It seems that you have really entered the state of dedication. Shakuin was very shocked. He didn't expect that Quan Dashu, a freshman, would also know how to invest. Quan Dashu then said, "It has been a long time since I have seen someone who can actively use this ability." But soon Quan Dashu felt something was wrong. Zayakin's aura was always a little strange, and he just said it was because of the effect of some medicine. Thinking of this, Quan Dashu suddenly felt that things seemed to be getting complicated. However, Quan Dashu was too lazy to think about it, and immediately entered the state of devotion. Then he would know what was going on by comparing it with the real devotion. Hearing this, Shakuin laughed. "Do you think there is still truth and falsehood?" Quan Dashu just hooked his finger to indicate that you don't need to know, just come over. Zayakin Wenyan couldn't help but sneer and said, "Let's talk about it later." Then he rushed towards Quan Dashu at an extremely fast speed, swinging his fist and hitting Quan Dashu. But the next second he was hit in the face by Quan Dashu, and just one punch knocked Shakuin back several meters. After stabilizing his body, Shakuin was completely dumbfounded. How could I be beaten? I didn't see his movements clearly. Jian Chuanjin on the side couldn't help but mock Shakuin. The 4 heavenly kings were actually given a nosebleed by a first-year guy. Shakuin Wenyen was about to turn around and curse, but the next second he saw Quan Dashu's flying kick coming towards him. From this moment on, the two of them had already attacked and defended one province. Although Shakuin could see the attack of Quan Dashu, but he couldn't find any flaws and could only dodge. He managed to withstand the attack with great difficulty and hugged Quan Dashu's calf. However, before he could feel happy for even a second, he was kicked away by Quan Dashu. At this moment Shakuin was stunned. He had clearly entered a state of concentration, but he was unable to block all the attacks of Quan Dashu once. No matter whether he was defending or attacking, he couldn't shake this guy at all. He could clearly see him swinging his fist, but the moment he saw it, he was hit. "Since your fist is faster than mine, I'll just grab it." Thinking of this, Shakuin rushed forward again. Quan Dashu said nothing and just kept punching. This time, Shakuin successfully caught Quan Dashu's fist. Then he wanted to entangle Quan Dashu completely, but the next second, Quan Dashu broke free from his restraints with all his strength and hit Shakuin in the face. After this punch, Shakuin finally stopped moving. Then Quan Dashu told Jian Chuanjin to take Shakuin away. At the same time, Quan Dashu also realized that Shakuin was not a real leader. But the next second, Shakuin suddenly jumped up and completely entangled Quan Dashu from behind. Jian Chuanjin, who was standing by, laughed when she saw this. This first-year guy was doomed to lose. Zayakin's nickname was Shui Ran. Anyone who is entangled by him will never be able to escape. But Li Chengshuan said, "You are right. I once saw a huge rock of water entangled a jaguar when I thought the jaguar was helpless. But from another angle I saw that Shui Ran's neck had been eaten by the jaguar, so you'd better open your eyes and see clearly." Sure enough, the next second, I heard Shakuin screaming. It turned out that the clavicle had been grabbed by Quan Dashu, Kwon Dashu exerted his strength and broke in Zyakin's collarbone. The severe pain made Shakuin completely lose the ability to resist. I'm waterproof. You should just keep lying there like a stone statue if you rush at me like this. I can only cross the line. Jian Chuanjin, who was standing by, was dumbfounded. This guy actually won. Kwon Dashu said randomly, don't just stand there. Take care of your friends here. And Shakuin, one of the 4 kings in the 3rd grade, was the first to be knocked down by Kwon Dashu, and the next to appear was Pei Long, another one of the 4 kings. The girl in front of him looked harmless, but secretly she was the core figure who could drive the 4 heavenly kings if anyone dared to make the girl cry. The 4 heavenly kings will lose their minds and want to solve the culprit. Just now, the girl was playing video games alone in the arcade, but because her skills were so poor, she couldn't help but yell at others and then curse. However, the noise she made caused dissatisfaction among other players, who could not help but mock her. But the next second, the man was pinned down by the dog's head. His companion wanted to help, but he was stopped by another companion. You don't want to die. Don't you know this guy? Then I saw a white-haired man wearing a white sports vest. He grabbed the guy who had just mocked the girl and asked her, Chuanxin, how do you want to deal with these guys? Even if it means getting rid of these guys, it will be fine. Turns out that the man is Pei Long, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Fortunately, Chuanxin did not make things difficult for them. She just asked them to apologize and let them go. After finishing, Pei Long and Chuanxin left the arcade. During the time, Chuanxin also talked to Pei Long about the art of boxing. That guy Jian Chuanjin kept pestering me, asking you to teach him a lesson, but how could a first-year student be your opponent? So I personally went out and taught him a lesson. Yen Pei Long asked, have you met that guy? I have met him before. He is a bit sullen, but I have warned him before I met him. I always heard people praise him for being handsome. When I met him, I found that he is indeed handsome. Pei Long got anxious when he heard this. What do you mean when you said that guy is handsome? Is he more handsome than me? Is he taller than me? Chuanxin saw this and pushed Pei Long away in disgust. What are you doing? Let me go, someone called me. Then Chuanxin picked up the phone, but the next second Chungsin's face changed. The person who called was Jian Chuanjin, who told Chuanxin that Shakuin was defeated. Pei Long saw that Chuanxin was not in a good state, so he asked what happened, and then Chuanxin couldn't help crying. Shakuin was beaten and hospitalized. Soon the 2 of them came to the hospital while Chun Xin was visiting and Shakuin. Pei Long asked Jian Chuanjin, wasn't Shakuin defeated by the first-year guy you mentioned last time? I didn't expect. He was quite capable. Jian Chuanjin said in a simple and elegant manner, I have already said that this guy is not an ordinary person. The 4 heavenly kings must take action, but when he turned around, he saw that Pei Long was not listening to him at all. Instead, he called Xia Nanpei and asked him whether Jian Chuanjin had gone to find him to deal with the first-year student. Xia Nanpei said that he had, but I ignored him. Pei Long then said that he did a good job and then just ignore him. Then he hung up the phone without giving Xia Nanpei a chance to speak. Jian Chuanjin at the side couldn't help but said, how could you let him ignore me? What are you going to do next? Pei Long continued, of course we should kill the guy who made Chuanxin cry. I won't let any of them go. At this time, Jian Chuanjin received a call and went to the side to answer it. The caller was naturally Xia Nanpei. Xia Nanpei immediately asked Jian Chuanjin to explain what had happened. Jian Chuanjin then told him about Shakuin being defeated and Chuanxin crying in order to get Xia Nanpei to take action. She even used exaggerated statements. Meanwhile, Bai Shoji was also in trouble just now. Bai Shoji came to the yoga studio to find Park Gili and wanted to thank her for taking care of her that night, but she was discovered by Park Gili. He also questioned what the relationship between the other party and Kwon Dashua was, which led to the bed being broken. Bai Shoji thought that Park Gili was jealous of the dispute, and then said with a smug look on her face, it should be the kind of relationship that happens in bed. Park Gili went on to say, I advise you not to think about any result with Dashua, otherwise Shoha brother will definitely fight with him in the end, and who will you cheer for at that time? Bai Shoji was stunned when she heard this the next day. The news that Kwon Dashua had defeated Shakuin, one of the 4 heavenly kings, spread throughout the school. Everyone was furious. I think the 4 heavenly kings are not that powerful. Li Qingshu and Wenyan couldn't help but warn that it's not that the 4 heavenly kings are not powerful, but that Dashua is too powerful. If it were us, we would definitely be beaten half to death by Shakuin. Kwon Dashua couldn't help but sigh. Shakuin is indeed a tough guy. His attack is no longer a fight, It is a very dangerous attack, and it can also enter a state similar to being thrown into the air. I was curious about how strong the other three guys were at this time. Xia Nanpei suddenly appeared at the school gate. He hadn't been to school for a long time. In the third grade classroom on the other side, Pei Long also appeared. Quan Dashua was still unaware of this, and only felt that someone had been watching him all day. The person staring at Quan Dashua was actually Chun Xian. Until now, Chuanxin still didn't believe that Quan Dashua could defeat in Shakuin. She subconsciously thought that Quan Dashua had used a very sinister trick, and Chuanxin didn't want a similar fight to happen again. I want to do something, but I don't know what to do. When she leaned out to look at Quan Dashua, she found that Quan Dashua had left his seat the next moment. Chuanxin saw Quan Dashua appear at the door of the classroom, and he was looking at her with ill intentions, seeing that she was discovered. Chuanxin was so scared that she turned around and tried to run, but the next second her feet flew off the ground. It was Quan Dashua who directly raised Chuanxin. Seeing this, Chuanxin couldn't help but yelled, "What do you want to do?" Quan Dashua said in classical Chinese, "I should be the one asking you this question." Chuanxin then threatened, "Are you tired of living? Let me go quickly. I will beat you up." Quan Dashua said, "If you have nothing to do, don't peek at me." Chun Xian Wen Yen blushed. "Don't lecture me in the same tone as you would your sister. I'm older than you. Don't you know that?" Quan Dashua was too lazy to talk nonsense, and put his heart at ease, saying that if you didn't help me to connect with the four heavenly kings, don't come to see me. Chuanxin was looking at her phone in a panic. It turned out that Perron came to the school and sent a message to Chuanxin. Then Chuanxin grabbed Quan Dashua and said, "If you want to see the four heavenly kings, follow me." Then Chuanxin brought Quan Dashua to the utility room on the rooftop and locked the door after entering. Quan Dashua was puzzled when he saw this. "Why did you bring me here? Where are the four heavenly kings?" Chuanxin Wenyan hesitated and said, "They should be here soon. You wait here, and if you play in the classroom, maybe someone will stop us. It would be better here. It seems that you are really a novice in fighting. You should learn more from now on. I've been in quite a few fights, so let me teach you." But the next second, Quan Dashua suddenly approached Chuanxin. "You look very pitiful when you do this. I can probably guess why you led me here." Chuanxin Wenyan was flustered and said guiltily, "Then tell me why. If I guess correctly, you want to lock me up here and call all the four heavenly kings to deal with me, right? If this is the case, you don't have to hide it. I also think it would be more convenient to kill all four of them together. You should go and tell them to come quickly. It's too boring to wait." When Yan Chungson couldn't help but pinch it, guilty to say that you have guessed all this. "It seems that you are not stupid." Then he couldn't help but feel proud of himself. "This guy is really stupid. I locked you up here to prevent them from finding you, but I still have to buy time. Should do something good with this guy." We were alone in the equipment room. Why did this situation feel a little strange? At this time, Pei Long had found Chungson's classroom, but he didn't find Chuanxin. At this time, Jian Chuanxin appeared and told Pei Long that Chuanxin had gone to find Quan Dashua. A freshman Pei Long then decided to go find Quan Dashua to see what was going on. But when he turned around, he saw Xia Nanpei also here. The two of them were full of tension when they met. They all wanted to deal with Quan Dashua personally, but Xia Nanpei ignored Pei Long's intention. Seeing that Chuanxin was not there, he prepared to leave to find Quan Dashua. Pei Long, who was standing by, wanted to hold him back. However, Xia Nanpei blocked it with his hand, and the next second the two of them held hands and began to confront each other. Pei Long took the lead and said, "I will take care of this matter. You should go back and study hard." As expected, Xia Nanpei rejected him. "It is also my duty to teach that arrogant first grade a lesson." Pei Long Wenyan was anxious. "Is it too late to take responsibility now? Do you want to fight with me?" Xia Nanpei then said, "You are too excited now. We are just wasting our time." Both sides wanted to teach Quan Dashu a lesson, and for a while neither of them was willing to give in. And both of them have eaten the so-called mud. Entered the state of dedication. Pei Long saw this and said, "Since everyone has eaten the mud, let's just play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins will be responsible for dealing with that guy. The loser will teach the remaining first-year guys a lesson." The people on the side were not surprised or puzzled by this, and decided whether it was the planet of Tyre by playing rock, paper, scissors. But only Jian Chuanjin knew that the two people in the mud state could not win by simple luck. At this time, Zhong Mingzhong was here, and Jin Mingzhong came over to find Quan Dashua. Seeing this, Zhong Ming was not polite and said that Dashua was not there. You'd better give up discussing the protection fee with Dashua. Jin Mingzhong Wenyan was unhappy. What's your attitude? You think you are a big shot just because you follow Quan Dashua? Zhong Ming Wenyan was also angry. What do you mean? Fortunately, Yang Zhengmao stood up at this time. The two of them didn't fight, and at that moment 2 third-year students came over. He pointed at everyone and said, "Stay here and don't move, someone will come to teach you a lesson soon." Jin Mingzhong cursed when he saw this. What the hell are you talking about? Can you please get out of here right away? The two of them got angry when they heard this. We are seniors in the 3rd grade, and you are a little brat in the 1st grade. Before the two could say anything, Jin Mingzhong mocked them. I know you are the 3rd-year idiot seniors if you don't want to be beaten up by the 1st years. Get out of here right away. The two of them couldn't help themselves when they heard this, and rushed over to teach Jin Mingzhong a lesson. As a result, this guy was no match for Jin Mingzhong and was easily defeated by Jin Mingzhong. Seeing this scene, Zhong Mingzhong and Hao remembered that this guy was also a boss before. Just when Jin Mingzhong was about to attack another person, a figure suddenly appeared at the door and said, "You 1st-year guys, you are really rude." Jin Mingzhong asked with disdain, "Who are you?" The person who came was Xia Nanpei, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Seeing this, another 3rd-year guy calmed down and said, "Nanpei, you finally came." Poor Jin Mingzhong didn't know Xia Nanpei and wanted to teach him a lesson. When Zhong Ming heard the name Nanpei, he recognized that the other party was one of the 4 heavenly kings, but when he wanted to stop him, it was too late. In just a moment, Jin Mingzhong had already foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. At this time, Pei Long was also in power on campus. He unknowingly came to the rooftop. At the same time, he also noticed that the equipment engineer next to him called Chuanxing at this time.